Wampa star. This planet, only 3,000 kilometers wide, is barren and lifeless, spinning slowly, illuminated by an aged, dim red star. The light was not so much bright, as it was like dried blood smeared reluctantly across the ground, bringing no warmth, only a searing stillness. The surface temperature remained above 50 degrees year after year. The earth was cracked into countless intersecting fissures, like an old man's deeply lined skin stretching to the horizon. The fissures were pitch black, devoid of any moisture, only rocks baked pitch black and hard as iron by the heat. The only constant here was the wind, carrying sand and gravel, howling incessantly, cutting everything like a knife, its piercing sound like the wailing of ghosts. Occasionally, in the bottomless fissures, huge shadows would slowly move. These were the natives of Wampa Star, monsters that seemed to have crawled out of nightmares. Their skin was like rock, their hide terrifyingly thick. Their eyes glowed with a bestial green light under the dark red sky, and sparks flew as their claws scraped across stone. They roamed, fought, devoured each other on this cursed land, prey and predator, in an endless cycle of death and brutality. At the bottom of the planet's deepest, widest canyon, light barely reached. Only eternal gloom and deathly stillness. The howling wind was twisted into a low moan by the towering rock walls. On a huge rock polished black and smooth as a mirror by eons of wind and sand, a man sat cross-legged, motionless as a statue. This man was overwhelmingly muscular. Even sitting still, he exuded a sense of pressure. Broad framed shoulders like mountains, thick chest muscles clearly defined on his arms, holding latent explosive power even at rest. He was bare-chested, his bronze skin covered with dense old scars, deep gouges from beasts' burns, and twisted marks from energy explosions, and some eerily neat brand marks that looked like torture. Each scar silently recorded his 41 years of imprisonment, each a testament to pain, struggle, and countless narrow escapes from death. His hair fell like a lion's mane, cascading down to his waist. With his slow, deep breathing, the strands rose and fell slightly, as if even his hair was alive. His face was sharply defined, his jaw clenched tight, his lips pressed into a thin line. But what was most unforgettable were his eyes. Even closed, a strange emerald light lurked beneath his thick lashes, something restless stirring within. The green light was not bright, but carried a primal savagery, like a beast caged too long, ready to tear through all shackles and charge out with a roar. Suddenly his eyelids fluttered, then opened slowly. Two green ghost flames appeared in the darkness, then vanished in an instant, leaving behind deep black eyes. Yet that blackness held something far more desolate and cold than his appearance suggested. At that moment, boom! An orange-eared fireball hundreds of meters in diameter exploded on the horizon. The shockwave spread like ripples, flattening sand dunes and hurling tens of tons of rock into the air like leaves. Then a massive figure was blasted into a parabola, smashing into a rocky mountain 3 kilometers away. It was an armor-rocked giant elephant, one of the top predators of Wampa Star's food chain. It was 80 meters long, with a tumtor-thick silicon-based carapace as hard as starship armor. The 6-bone spikes on its trunk could pierce the hull of a spaceship. Each step made the ground tremble. Now the giant beast was embedded in the mountain, its carapace cracked. It struggled to rise, its 6 crimson eyes flickering with fear for the first time. Because the one who had thrown it was walking out of the dust. The sandstorm parted around the man's aura, creating a clear spherical space around him. His steps were not heavy, but the sand beneath his feet instantly melted into glass. The most terrifying were his eyes. Emerald green pupils devoid of any emotion, only an unfathomable calm. The attack that could have destroyed a small city was to him like flicking a finger. He raised his right hand, slowly closing his fingers. The air began to tremble. Sand grains floated upward against gravity, gathering and compressing before his palm. Energy accumulated, emitting a low roar, the space itself seeming to scream as if about to tear. A green aura seeped from his body, growing brighter until it transformed him into a green, human-shaped sun. The armor-rocked giant elephant screamed in despair, struggling desperately as the rock mountain collapsed under its might, debris raining down. It knew what was coming. In the past 41 years, it had seen this too many times. Those giant beasts that once contested its territory, those once arrogant predators, all turned to dust under this light. But it couldn't escape. What locked onto it was not a gaze, but something more fundamental, killing intent. Pure, cold, absolute, like the law of the universe, not to be defied. The man, no, the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it drowned out the storm, the monster's wail, even the eternal dirge of this planet. I am hungry. As the words fell, the energy in his hand erupted. It was not a beam of light, but a green torrent 5 meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, space seemed to twist, light itself warped, and even time grew viscid. The armored rock giant, whose thick hide could withstand warship cannon fire, was as fragile as paper before this torrent, ripped apart directly and vaporized. There was no explosion nor any scream, only the faint sizzling sound of matter decomposing. After a second, the green torrent vanished. On the rocky mountain there appeared a bottomless circular hole, its rim smooth enough to reflect a figure still radiating a faint dark red residual heat. The tunnel pierced straight through the entire mountain, and from the far end daylight could be seen streaming in. As for the beast that had dominated this region for centuries, not even a trace remained. Broly withdrew his hand, the green light slowly fading from his body. He walked to the cave entrance, crouched down, and broke off a small crystallized piece of meat from the molten rock edge. This was one of the very few parts of the giant's body not completely vaporized, cooked by high temperature and pressure into a strange food somewhere between rock and roast. He took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. His face showed no expression, as if mechanically completing a survival step. After eating, he looked up toward the sky. Through the thin atmosphere, the star was slowly setting in the west. The sky stretched into a strange red mixed with blood and rust. Farther away, stars gradually began to appear. Among them, one was exactly in the direction of the former planet Vegeta. Broly narrowed his eyes slightly. In the depths of those green pupils, a ripple stirred for the first time. Another day has passed. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse like gravel grating against metal. The brief but vivid dream from yesterday once again dragged him back to the world called Blue Star, back to the self-named Zhanyang. In the dream, skyscraper glass reflected blinding sunlight. Traffic on wide roads formed a river of lights. The clamor of voices, the hum of electronics, and the aroma of coffee from some afternoon in memory. All so real yet so distant. And those Dragon Ball fanfictions he stayed up late reading. Those authors always wrote with such certainty, depicting how time travelers grew strong through foreknowledge, mocked original characters, and walked the path of invincibility. Now that he truly experienced all this, he found those fantasies naively laughable, even tinged with cruel irony. His throat moved as he swallowed the long-forgotten bitterness. Then he moved. His crossed legs slowly stretched out like uncoiling giant serpents. As he moved, the massive black rock beneath him let out a faint groan, as if unable to bear the weight much longer. Broly stood up, his motions unhurried, yet as steady as a mountain shifting. In 41 years, he had not only survived on this hellish planet, but had tempered his Saiyan body in the most brutal ways imaginable. The searing heat, radiation, thin and toxic atmosphere, and endless onslaught of savage beasts on Vampa had long become an unquestioned part of his existence. He didn't even need to focus his senses. His Bodis instinct, or rather the combat talent within his Saiyan bloodline, allowed him to clearly see, know to touch, everything within 1,000 miles, every venomous scorpion hiding in rock crevices, the footsteps, heartbeats, and muscle contractions of distant giant beasts, even the blood and energy flowing inside them, all laid out like an unfolded scroll directly reflected into his consciousness. 12,000. The number flashed through his mind. Not a record, just a subconscious tally. It was the total number of beasts he had personally killed on Vampa. When he first arrived, these beasts saw him as an unexpected prey, swarming in packs with fangs and claws aiming to tear his flesh. What was the result? Massacre after massacre. Broly's fighting evolved from initial clumsiness to increasing efficiency and lethality. His fists could shatter the hardest skulls. With a single key blast, a giant beast would be vaporized into ash. Blood seeped into the valley's sandy soil, quickly dried by heat into layers of dark brown crust. After countless defeats, the surviving beasts finally carved fear deep into their genes. Beneath bronze skin, his muscles were taut like steel cables, harboring the strength to split mountains and shatter rocks. He looked up at the ever-burning star, his gaze complex. There was cold indifference toward his past lives' fate, the sedimentation of this life's experiences, but more than that, a calm assessment of the future. The mythical bloodline at the start was both a gift and a curse. The path to the peak in imagination was destined to be more thorny than the sands of Vampa. At this point, Zhanyang just wanted to spit hard and curse. Fuck this time travel. So great, so wonderful. The light warped and the sky was stained a dark crimson. He stared at the heavens, where an aged, dim red star hung at the zenith like a cold giant, mercilessly casting its ugly, lifeless light upon this barren land. But Broly's gaze did not linger on the star. Through it, he looked further into the boundless darkness that enveloped planet Vampa. He knew that beyond lay an ocean of stars. There were the emerald plains and quiet villages of Namek, the azure oceans, and bustling cities of Earth, the remnants of planet Vegeta, and the scattered survivors who fancied themselves extraordinary. And of course there was that name, Frisia, the cold demon, the emperor of the universe, the embodiment of destruction and death. The air seemed to solidify, and even the ceaseless wind of planet Vampa fell silent at that moment. 41 years of waiting and training coalesced into a single unyielding resolve. Enough. Broly slowly raised his right arm, his movements steady and powerful like a mountain beginning to move. He spread his fingers palm upward, the knuckles whitening with strain. The next second, a colossal surge of energy erupted from his palm. It was not a violent torrent, but a quiet surging force like a deep-sea current. The energy did not scatter wildly, instead it contracted furiously under his formidable will. The air was compressed, emitting a low hum, and even space itself seemed to tremble. This was a technique he had taken 10 years to master fully, using pure energy to compress, imprison, and reshape the air itself. An emerald light coalesced in his palm, starting as a faint glow before rapidly spinning and expanding into a self-rotating sphere of energy. Within the sphere, the trapped air endured immense pressure, the atmospheric pressure increasing exponentially, yet it was all firmly sealed by the energy shell with not a wisp escaping. Beads of sweat formed on Broly's forehead, but his expression remained calm as he gradually increased his energy output. A low hum resonated as the energy sphere began to expand. From the size of a palm to several meters, then 10-20. The emerald halo extended outward, pushing away and purifying the dust of planet Vampa. Finally, a massive emerald energy barrier over 100 meters in diameter took shape, enveloping him completely like a miniature star descending to the ground. On the inner wall of the barrier, a layer of crystalline frost formed, fine and glistening like ice crystals on a winter morning. This was the result of the drastic temperature drop from extreme air compression. Broly took a deep breath, the biting cold air filling his lungs, instantly clarifying his mind, as if even his thoughts were frozen for a moment. He closed his eyes slightly, sinking his mind into his body, and began a rapid calculation. Flight speed. With the explosive force of energy propulsion, it's enough to traverse interplanetary distances. Oxygen reserves. He sensed the highly compressed air within the barrier. Given my metabolic rate, it should last about 8 to 10 hours. I must be frugal. He furrowed his brow slightly. Energy consumption. That's the biggest challenge. Maintaining such a vast energy barrier to withstand the vacuum of space consumes an astronomical amount of energy every second. Even with his current unfathomable power, he could not sustain a true long-distance interstellar voyage. A greater obstacle lay deep within his Saiyan bloodline. They simply could not survive in the vacuum of space. This was not a problem solvable by sheer power. It was an iron law written into his genes, the limit of his life form. In those stories, the protagonists casually traversed the starry sea with their bare bodies breathing across light years. All fairy tales for children. A hint of self-mockery touched Broly's lips, quickly replaced by a sharp determination. But I don't need to conquer the universe. I only need to find a path to the next foothold. His gaze pierced through the emerald barrier beyond the crimson sky of planet Vampa into the pitch-black, profound cosmos. Based on the stellar trajectories I've observed and calculated over 41 years within a radius of 50 light-years from planet Vampa, there is a decent probability of finding habitable planets. Even if the chance is 1 in 10,000. He did not finish the sentence, instead taking another deep breath, his chest rising and falling slowly. In the next moment, the dormant power within him was fully awakened. Like a volcano slumbering for 10 millennia, beginning to roar, energy surged through his meridians at an unprecedented speed, rumbling low like thunder. 41 years of arduous training, from a birth marked with the anomalous label of a 10,000 combat power starting point, to now his strength had risen to a height even he found difficult to measure. The strength and weakness of this world were far more complex than a few numbers. When power broke through a certain threshold, the numbers themselves lost all meaning. What remained was only the mastery over the essence of energy and the constant pushing of one's own limits. The emerald barrier shone brilliantly, its surface flowing with light like liquid jade. With a deafening roar that tore through heaven and earth, a terrifying wave of energy exploded outward from Broly like an invisible tsunami. The ground beneath his feet shattered into fragments, and stones were instantly pulverized into dust. Rocky mountains within several kilometers collapsed entirely, and the smoke and dust surged skyward like an enraged giant beast, staining the already dim sky an even murkier hue. That overwhelming pressure could indeed make an entire planet tremble. Yet at the epicenter of this destruction, Broly stood as steadfast as a monolith. His upper body was covered in scars, old and new intertwined, his muscles as solid as rock, rising and falling subtly with each breath. For 41 years on this dead star forgotten by the universe, he had done only 3 things day after day: train, fight, and comprehend. He had awakened the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan at birth, standing at the very pinnacle of all Saiyans from the very beginning. But these years of near-torturous cultivation had caused the dormant savage power within him to surge ever higher. Now even he felt a panic struggling to contain it. That power was like a beast chained deep within his soul. With each pulse the entire space trembled. He opened his eyes, and molten lava seemed to flow within his golden pupils. "It's time." Broly muttered, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against rock. He would no longer suppress, no longer restrain himself. The moment the thought arose, his aura erupted like a flood from every cell. Boom! The ground where he stood exploded violently, and energy surged outward, centered on him. The earth cracked into ravines like brittle biscuits, and rocks were ground to dust by an invisible force field swirling into the air to form a ring of murky dust storms. Then a dazzling emerald light burst from within his body, rapidly coalescing into an energy shield several meters in diameter. This radiance was pure to the extreme, like an emerald star suddenly born in the wasteland, illuminating all the darkness and deathly stillness around. The energy shield slowly lifted off the ground, first hovering, then in the next second. Whoosh! It suddenly accelerated, enveloping Broly within, transforming into an emerald meteor that shot straight into the thick gray-yellow clouds and thin atmosphere of planet Vampa. Accelerate! Accelerate wildly. 10 times the speed of sound. The desolate plain beneath had become a blurry, muddy yellow canvas. 100 times the speed of sound. Mountains rapidly receded in his field of vision, reduced to mere streaks. 1,000 times the speed of sound. The entire planet's surface shrank and deformed beneath him at an incredible pace. Vast continents became patches of color, then shrank to tiny dots. Planet Vampa, the world where he had trained in solitude for 41 years, transformed in mere seconds into a gray-yellow marble suspended in the darkness. "Break through!" Broly growled, his voice low but resolute. At that moment, the emerald energy shield blazed with intensified light, as dazzling as a small star, and smashed fiercely into the final barrier of planet Vampa's atmosphere. Heaven and earth seemed to awaken. The energy shield and atmosphere rubbed violently, and blood-red flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the entire shield with temperatures high enough to melt steel. Fierce shockwaves radiated outward, tearing the clouds to shreds. Piercing shrieks and roars threatened to burst eardrums, while invisible ionizing radiation swirled and assailed. Even a spaceship might not emerge unscathed from this place. But Broly stood steadily at the center of the shield, his hair dancing wildly in the energy storm, his golden eyes calmly fixed on the blazing whiteness and roaring ahead. That seemingly thin emerald barrier was indestructible, sealing all the destructive forces outside, without even a single ripple. In the next second, all the noise, friction, and flames ceased entirely. It was as if one had stepped from a violent storm into eternal silence. Broly floated in the cold, empty, vast, and boundless universe. Beneath him lay planet Vampa, the source of countless pains, yet also the crucible of his immeasurable strength, spinning alone, revealing its complete and ugly barren form. Above, before, behind, and beside him, there was only infinite darkness, punctuated by countless brilliant stars embedded within it. Starlight, no longer refracted or distorted by the atmosphere, appeared so direct, clear, cold, yet magnificently before his eyes. Like a frozen ocean of diamonds, or a handful of radiance casually scattered by the gods. 41 years. This was the first time he had truly left that prison-like planet, the first time he saw the vast real universe with his own eyes, not through a spaceship's porthole or a detector's screen. A thrill he had never known before coursed through his heart, tempered by countless battles. He gazed at the stars, at the profound darkness and light that seemed almost to devour the soul. After a long while, from his dry throat, he uttered 2 barely audible words. "So beautiful," he whispered to himself, his voice muffled within the energy shield. Then he shook his head violently, as if to cast away these superfluous emotions. Time was of the essence. He could clearly feel the air inside the shield thinning, each breath more labored than the last. An oxygen alarm sounded like a countdown in his mind. He had to find a goal to sustain his life before the last breath of air was spent. His consciousness spread like ripples from Broly's body, rapidly sweeping through the cold, dead universe. In the vast sea of stars, the breath of life could not travel far. Distance would tear and distort it. With his current power, he could still clearly perceive movements within dozens of light years as clearly as if before his eyes. But beyond that distance, perception grew blurry like shadows and faint echoes, barely reaching the abyss of about 50 light years at most. He held his breath, every muscle in his body taut. Time stretched long in the silence as if it would never end. Each second became excruciatingly slow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Images of stars, chaotic energy radiations, dark void regions. This information flooded his consciousness like a torrent. He was like a lighthouse keeper in a storm, desperately straining to discern the faintest glimmer that might be a sign of life. Then he saw it. 32 light years from the barren planet Vampa, amidst countless twinkling or dim stars, a different kind of planet appeared. Let's see how long I can last. Without hesitation, his aura suddenly surged a dazzling silver-white light, flaring. With a low growl, Broly's entire body erupted in a brilliant emerald aura. The radiance was so intense that it illuminated him like an emerald awakened in the universe. Torrents of energy surged forth, propelling his body. Whoosh! In the next instant, his hovering form transformed into an emerald streak that tore through the darkness like an arrow loosed from a bow, or a comet traveling in reverse, hurtling toward that distant blue target. The streak of light swept by, slightly disturbing the sparse interstellar dust, trailing a brief, yet vibrant path. The boundless sea of stars silently enveloped this tiny but dazzling light. This emerald star, which had wandered for 41 years, had finally embarked on its first active, purposeful voyage in its long existence. What awaited him? Hope or deeper despair? In less than a standard hour after Broly left planet Vampa, the eternal stillness deep within that barren world's darkest crust was shattered. Crack, crackle. A faint sound of rock splitting echoed. Then a colossal body as large as a small mountain range, and covered in pitch-black thick armor, writhed very slowly. Countless limbs capable of piercing alloy stretched in slumber, scraping against the rock walls, producing a grating sound that set teeth on edge. At the front of this massive body, within 2 abyss-like depressions, 4 crimson lights suddenly ignited, the awakening of 4 enormous compound eyes. This planet-level monster, dormant for a millennium and resembling a terrifying centipede, slowly raised its mountain-like head. Its acute sensory organs, like the most precise radar, repeatedly scanned the planet's surface and near space. It clearly sensed that the terrifying aura that had hung over it, suppressing it for 41 years and forcing it to cower deep underground, had vanished. A mental wave, a mix of greed, brutality, and infinite desire, surged from the depths of its ancient brain. On the planet's surface, sandstorms still raged, but the old order had collapsed. Deep underground, a new overlord had opened its eyes. Its colossal body began to churn violently against the rock layers, preparing to unleash its first shriek of return to the long-lost surface world. The cosmic space is eerily quiet, resembling a solidified ocean of ink, with only a few distant stars scattered like fragments of diamonds, emitting a cold light. In this boundless darkness, even time seems to lose its meaning, leaving only eternal silence and emptiness. Broly is enveloped in a flowing, flickering emerald energy shield. The light is not dazzling, more like a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to maintain its existence in absolute darkness. He curls up his strong body like a lonely, burnt-out meteor, trailing a faint and fleeting streak of light in the endless void. The streak of light extends behind him, quickly swallowed by darkness, leaving nothing behind. 6 hours have passed since leaving the thin, violent atmosphere of Wampa Star, and that ugly, desolate planet covered in rocks and eternal sandstorms has already shrunk to an invisible dim speck, ultimately vanishing into the unfathomable darkness behind him. Ahead, that target, which feels like a flickering candle in the wind, yet carries a distinct aura of life, seems so far away that it evokes despair. It resembles a cruel illusion woven from starlight, so close, yet completely unreachable. How far is it? Still. Broly licked his cracked lips, forcing out a hoarse whisper from his throat. The sound echoed and bounced within the cramped energy shield, thick and suffocating, the sensation of oxygen deprivation becoming increasingly apparent, like a viscous liquid slowly filling his eardrums. His chest heaved violently. With each breath, a dull pain radiated between his ribs. It wasn't fatigue. His physique rendered such distance trivial. The problem lay in the limited and precious air within this energy shield. Time passed second by second, the air becoming increasingly thin and murky, a sensation he could clearly feel. A faint metallic rust smell began to permeate the air, signaling a rise in carbon dioxide levels. Instinctively, he raised his right arm, but there was nothing on his wrist, only a series of white scars left by battle. Ultimately, this motion was merely a habit. He anxiously tried to grasp the fleeting time, relying solely on his heartbeat and biological clock to keep count in his mind. For hours, at the limit speed he could maintain after leaving the planet's gravity, between sublight and light speed, he had likely flown about 10 light years. This number sounded frightening. It could fill several pages of any civilization's astronomical records. Yet in this boundless universe for Broly, it was merely a small step beneath a giant's foot, a brief blink in eternity. 10 light years. He calculated in his throat, at least. 22 more light years. At the current balance of energy output and bodily strain, he would need to fly for at least another 7 hours. He clenched his molars, the muscles in his jaw creaking. 7 hours. A simple, clear, yet despairing number. The air within the energy shield could last at most 4 more hours. He had compressed the energy shield to merely encompass his body, thin as a membrane. Simultaneously, he had reduced his breathing and metabolism to their physiological limits, essentially turning himself into a turtle retreating into its shell. Yet even if he pushed himself, he could hardly last beyond 5 hours. This meant that before he reached that star of hope, he would suffocate and freeze like a fish out of water in this vacuum desert, ultimately becoming a drifting corpse in the universe. Damn it. He growled, his anger and unwillingness biting at the gaps between his teeth. He suddenly closed his eyes, not to rest, but to concentrate all his spirit. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he directed his innate death-forged perception, like invisible tendrils desperately reaching toward the direction of that star. 32 light-years in the vast universe could almost be considered within reach, practically a next-door neighbor. However, for a Saiyan who requires breathing atmospheric pressure and protection from absolute zero and cosmic radiation, this distance is harder to cross than a chasm. The cold, indifferent laws of physics stood before him, mocking any fool who dared to force their way through. Suddenly, fragments of memories from before his journey surged in his mind. Those nights spent huddled in a cheap rental, flipping through nearly obsolete old phones, reading Dragon Ball fanfiction page by page. How effortlessly those authors wrote, describing things like the protagonist unleashing their power across the stars, Saiyans surviving in a vacuum, and auras that shield against the environment. As if with high combat power and strong fists, one could kick thermodynamics and punch through cosmic constants. Oh, nonsense. He nearly spat through clenched teeth, his chest heaving more violently, breathing becoming increasingly laborious. Reality was like a cold stone, crushing those beautiful fantasies to dust. What is a Saiyan? They are born warriors capable of battling near magma, fighting to the death on frigid ice plains. Their recovery abilities are absurd, even allowing them to break through limits at the brink of death and become stronger. Indeed, they are powerful enough to destroy planets. But ultimately, they remain biological beings. They need to breathe oxygen, they need to eat. Their cells can only function normally in relatively mild environments. No matter how strong, they cannot change the survival code written in their DNA. Their lungs cannot become nuclear fusion reactors, nor can their skin turn into perfectly insulated shields. No matter how great the power, they cannot escape the limits of their life forms. This is the definition of their racial genes. Fish gills cannot absorb oxygen from the air, and bird wings cannot navigate the deep sea currents. Some boundaries cannot be crossed merely by strength. Broly took a deep breath, even though the air he inhaled was already thin and sweet, mixed with a metallic taste. He could feel that cold airflow rushing into his lungs, tinged with a slight sting, yet it helped clear his foggy mind somewhat. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze wild, his golden pupils almost ignited under the faint green glow of the energy shield, filled with unwillingness, stubbornness, and a nearly mad desire to survive. 41 years of imprisonment. On that abandoned garbage planet, competing with beasts for sustenance, battling storms, loneliness, and rage tormented him daily. He thought he finally caught that unexpectedly arriving spacecraft, believing that as long as he could break free from the bonds of gravity, it would mean the beginning of freedom and rebirth. But unexpectedly, the universe did not grant him freedom, but rather a larger, more merciless cage. This seemingly infinite star sea, which is in fact filled with shackles. Do I really have to go back? The moment this thought emerged, a chill colder than the universe gripped his heart. Back to Wampa Star? Back to face that cursed place filled only with rocks, wind, sand, and inferior food? Back to endure that endless loneliness? No, he absolutely would not. If he could only turn to dust in the starry sky, that would still be better than going back. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the profound universe outside the energy shield, as if trying to see through layers of distance to capture the star he sensed. The sky was as black as velvet, with stars flashing coldly. Those starlights traveled for decades, hundreds, even thousands of light years to reach here. Each ray was like an unattainable cold dream, quietly narrating the ruthlessness and vastness of the universe. The star he aimed for wasn't particularly bright among this sea of stars, yet at this moment, all his hopes and struggles were pinned on it. His blood roared in his ears, the dizziness brought on by oxygen deprivation slowly spread, nearly swallowing his will. Yet something more primal and savage suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul, the instinct of a scion. Try again. This time not a whisper in his heart, nor a quiet calculation, but a roar that had been held back to the extreme finally bursting forth. All the muscles in his body tensed up, veins bulging. That already precarious emerald energy shield pulsed violently, suddenly brightening. He was no longer satisfied with merely maintaining flight. He began to frantically squeeze every ounce of energy from his body, wanting the flames of life enveloping him to burn brighter and push farther. Even if the air he breathed could be burned away, even if his body had not fully adapted to the cosmic environment, and this acceleration might tear him apart, he didn't care. This emerald light in the absolute darkness pulsed like an unstable star suddenly beginning to surge, wildly flickering toward the unseen target in deep space, trailing a dazzling, yet destined to be brief trajectory behind. Broly slowly closed his eyes, his hands pressed together, fingertips trembling. He took a deep breath. The violent energy within him began to flow in an unprecedented manner, not erupting recklessly, but being forcibly organized, compressed, and directed along a delicate, yet fragile path. This technique took him 20 years of experimentation, failure, and injuries in countless lonely planets and vast cosmic spaces before he finally figured it out. Short distance, instant transmission. It sounds simple. Use one's own energy as antennae to sense and lock onto the coordinates of distant targets, then forcibly fold space to achieve a jump-like movement. This technique relies entirely on strength and willpower to forcefully interfere with the laws of the universe. However, its limitations are almost cruel. First, it can truly only be used for short distances. On a planet, he could jump a maximum of a few hundred kilometers with all his strength. In cosmic space, the barriers are slightly smaller, allowing distances to magnify, but the limit has never exceeded 1 light year. For interstellar travel, this distance is almost negligible. Secondly, there must be an absolutely precise anchor point. He must clearly sense the energy or life force of the target location to use it as a coordinate. Without a lighthouse, he would be lost in a stormy sea, unable to jump at all. And now his target, that unfamiliar planet 22 light years away, was emitting a life force so faint it was almost hopeless. That feeling was akin to staring intently at a flickering candle in the boundless darkness of the universe, its glow wavering, as if it would be swallowed by darkness at any moment. There was no retreat. He had to try no matter what. Broly suddenly opened his eyes, the green in them shining like the core of a star. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead and neck bulging, casting his entire perception like a net into the depths of the universe, desperately capturing that extremely faint fluctuation. The energy within him surged with unprecedented speed and pressure, even emitting a metallic, distorted, buzzing sound. His body began to tremble uncontrollably within the energy shield, and the surrounding space rippled visibly, a groan from the spatial structure under his violent power. Lock on. Now is the time. Get me. Over there. He let out a low roar filled with pain and determination, pouring all his energy into the core of the technique in an instant. In that moment, the space within a few meters of him violently distorted, light bending, and the surroundings became strange and blurry. Then Broly and his spherical energy shield vanished from the spot, leaving behind only rapidly dissipating ripples in the space. A brilliant emerald stream of light, like a comet moving in reverse, ruthlessly tore through the silent void, completing the first difficult leap toward the unseen target deep in the universe. Approximately 0.7 light years was crossed by him in the folds of space. In the next moment, in another corner of the universe, the void was shattered like a water surface, and amidst a chaotic flash of energy, Broly's figure reappeared. Cough. Pooh. As soon as he materialized, he couldn't help but bend over and violently cough up a large mouthful of blood. The bright red droplets transformed into small round red balls in the weightlessness, floating in the energy shield, strikingly vivid. His face was as pale as snow, almost devoid of color, and with each violent gasp the mist within the energy shield dispersed in waves. The backlash from forcibly folding space was far harsher than he had imagined, not only instantly draining 1/3 of his energy, but also severely damaging his internal organs and meridians. Worse yet, the spherical energy shield sustaining his life became unstable due to this violent energy fluctuation, emitting a piercing zzz sound, and the oxygen indicator's alarm became increasingly frantic. Still no. Broly raised his hand, the back of it was still trembling faintly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at the unfamiliar starfield before him. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. This distance. It's not even a fraction. His entire body felt as though it had been torn apart, and deep within his soul, only exhaustion remained. He forced himself to calculate, quickly assessing what he could still do. The energy within him was nearly depleted, and his body had reached its limit. At most, he could manage 2 or 3 more of these forced leaps. More unsettling than the draining energy was the dwindling oxygen. The alarm blared like a death knell, pounding against his eardrums and hammering at his heart. Each breath became a luxury, his chest growing tighter. Hope, like a flickering flame, was nearly extinguished against the cold reality. Going forward, he would most likely exhaust the last of his energy, vanishing without a trace in this alien starfield. Turning back, Broly cast one last glance into the distance toward his theoretical destination, but he could no longer even sense it. The complex emotions in his eyes, reluctance, struggle, helplessness, all sank into a deep sea of weariness and resolve. He slowly turned around, facing the direction he had come from. That part of the universe, at least, was somewhat familiar to him. In truth, there was no real refuge there either. Go back. Those 2 words slipped from his lips in a low, hoarse, and heavy whisper, crashing down in the dead silence, like a helpless period marking the end of this desperate sprint. He began to muster the pitiful amount of energy left within him, no longer attempting a jump, but carefully stabilizing the crumbling energy shield, drifting slowly back along the path he remembered. His movements were slow, almost a struggle. The starfield behind him remained vast and indifferent, making his solitary figure appear utterly insignificant. This decision made his heart clench violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand, stopping his breath for a moment. 41 years, a full 41 years, and all he had to show for it was these 4 hours of lonely cosmic drift. All his hopes, plans, and arduous training, ultimately reduced to that cold, merciless "go back" in the communicator. It wasn't a rejection nor a postponement. It was a complete, unconditional expulsion. The feeling was worse than an enemy's fist striking his internal organs. It was as if fate had grabbed him by the throat from behind, slapping him with a resounding humiliation, shame, despair, and rage churning together, then casually discarded, tumbling across the starfield, falling back into this cage he had fought so desperately to escape, a place he knew all too well and loathed. Broly said nothing, the muscles beside his neck twitching slightly. Slowly, almost stiffly, he used his will to control the crude energy shield. That faint pale green glow, like a candle in the wind, trailed a weary tail of light through the dead void as he turned. And thus he began his return journey toward Vampa. For hours later, that familiar dark red planet reappeared at the edge of the viewport like an ominous stain. There was not a flicker of emotion in Broly's eyes. It was there, spinning slowly and stubbornly in the eternal darkness, ugly, barren, and lifeless. The ravines on its surface were like wrinkles on an old man's face, and its thin atmosphere glowed with a sickly red. In his eyes, it was no longer a planet, but a natural prison. He was its sole inmate and its eternal captive. He had no interest in even sensing the planet's surface. Disappointment and exhaustion weighed on him like lead. Without hesitation, he directed the energy shield and plunged toward the dark red terrain of Vampa. The energy shield scraped violently against the planet's thin atmosphere, unleashing a series of piercing shrieks like metal being torn apart. Outside the viewport, a searing red glow erupted, and the violent tremors made the crude cabin creak and groan. The surface rapidly expanded in his field of vision, from a blurry red disk to a landscape where winding canyons and protruding mountain ranges became visible, finally turning into an endless, desolate wilderness of charred black and dark red. Gale force winds laden with scorching heat and gravel lashed wildly against the outer shell of the energy shield. Finally, with a dull thud and a cloud of rising dust, Broly landed on a hard, scorched rock formation on Vampa. The cracked ground spread out like a spider's web. The energy shield that had protected him for 8 hours and borne his last shred of hope dissipated with a soft puff. The true environment of Vampa instantly engulfed him. Scorching air rushed into his mouth, and knows the stench of sulfur mixed with the dryness and decay of millennia-old dust harshly assaulting his senses. Every cell in his body instinctively resisted this harshness, but 41 years of suffering had long since ground resistance into numbness. He didn't even frown, only his eyelashes trembled slightly. Failed. The hoarse voice rolled from his throat like a weary sigh. He lifted his head, gazing at the dark red star that forever hung in the murky sky. Just as I thought, he murmured, a bitter, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Reality is never as rosy as those adventure novels, is it? No one is a child of destiny. There are no sudden cheats from nowhere, and certainly no saviors falling from the sky. Here there is only a defective scion abandoned in a corner of the universe, trapped on this dead star, for whom even the luxury of traveling the stars under his own power is but a distant dream. Before the self-deprecating smile had even faded, he had already turned around and trudged with heavy steps toward the crude stone shelter etched in his memory. His boots crunched crisply against the scorched, blackened earth, the sound echoing far across the desolate wilderness. He had mechanically covered nearly 10 kilometers, passing through a wind-carved forest of grotesque rock formations, when he suddenly halted, as if yanked to a stop by some invisible force. An exceedingly faint yet unmistakable scent wafted into his nostrils on the hot wind. The smell of blood. And it was definitely not the blood of those monsters. The blood of those beasts always carried a stench of musk or sour decay utterly different from this scent. This aroma was fiercer, more savage, carrying a bone-deep familiarity, the blood of a scion. Broly's previously weary gaze sharpened, instantly keen as an eagle's. He fell utterly silent, every sense honed to its razor's edge. The next moment, an intangible wave of perception erupted outward from his center, spreading like liquid mercury, flooding the ground. Within a radius of 100 li, the rolling of sand grains, the flow of the breeze, the tremor of life force. Whether it was an insect hidden beneath the soil or a giant beast hibernating in its cave, everything was imprinted clearly upon his consciousness. He saw it. It had been barely a dozen hours since he left planet Vampa, yet the planet's ecology seemed to have suddenly lost some invisible restraint, becoming restless and frenzied. Those colossal creatures, usually cowed by his aura and only daring to linger at the periphery, now surged forth like a breached dam. They crawled out from fissures, caves, and abysses, displaying their horrific forms without a shred of concealment. The air was thick with the miasma of brutality and hunger. The largest and most terrifying of them all, a monstrous centipede easily over a kilometer in length, its segmented body gleaming coldly like metal, covered in barbed legs, a head dense with compound eyes, and a pair of mandibles capable of crushing mountains, was coiled around the rocky hill near his crude dwelling. It writhed, its body moving like a mountain range. Wherever it went, rocks shattered and the ground collapsed. Toxic mist and a foul wind filled the area, enveloping the entire region as if in a shroud of death. The scent of scion blood came from that direction. Broly's pupils contracted slightly. The monster's mandibles were smeared with thick, blackening blood, glistening with a nauseating sheen in the dim light. It had just finished a hunt. The air was saturated with blood, dust, and a cloying, putrid sweetness. Almost in the same instant, Broly vanished from his spot, as if erased by an unseen hand. The ground beneath his feet cracked and caved in from the explosive force. Debris and dust were hurled into the sky, forming a brief shockwave. His speed broke the sound barrier in an instant, leaving behind a blurry afterimage and a cone-shaped vapor trail. The air was forcibly torn apart and compressed, unleashing a deafening roar as if a titan were bellowing. Even the distant mountain rocks trembled in response. The 10 kilometers of rugged wilderness were devoured in just a few short, ragged breaths under his all-out sprint. A gale raked across the ground behind his form like an invisible plow, carving furrows and kicking up clouds of dust. He came to a halt, almost crashing into the so-called shelter, which was merely a hollow roughly cobbled together from stones under a cliff face. The sight before him made every muscle in his body seize up instantly, a chill shooting straight up his spine. The aged scion Paragus lay in a pool of blood, his body twisted in a horrifically unnatural pose. The pool of blood was still slowly expanding, staining the scorched, cracked earth a deep crimson. His right arm had been completely torn off at the shoulder. The wound was jagged as if ripped apart by brute force, a mess of flesh and blood with white bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air, still clinging to a few strands of sinew. Dark red blood gushed from the severed vessels, flowing along his body to form a terrifying quagmire of red and black. His face was so covered in blood and grime that it was almost impossible to make out his features. Only his half-open eyes remained unfocused, staring blankly at the gray-red sky. His cracked lips quivered slightly, emitting faint breathy sounds, like a silent call, or perhaps the final gasp of life. The centipede monster was gone, leaving only widespread devastation in its wake. Several wide, deep crawling tracks scored the ground as if churned up by a giant plow, their edges packed hard and smooth by the immense pressure. The rock face that served as a barrier for the shelter had also been smashed to pieces. Massive boulders were fractured and tumbled down, revealing fresh broken surfaces that looked as if they had been battered by a colossal blunt instrument. In the air, besides the smell of blood, lingered the pungent, stinging odor unique to carapace creatures. Paragus. Broly's voice was low, almost devoid of discernible emotion. He walked over his boots, making a faint squelching sound as they trod in the bloody water. He quickly crouched down, his large frame casting a shadow that completely enveloped Paragus' broken body. To be honest, he held little warmth in his heart for this nominal father. Ever since he had transmigrated into this world, the Paragus, who might have had a different life, was already gone. What remained was merely an empty shell driven by ambition, fear, and the will to survive. This man regarded Broly as a tool, a shackle, and a hope all at once. A tangled mess that became his complex obsession. 41 years. On this desolate and cruel planet, their relationship was less like family and more like a chain binding them together in mutual reliance and mutual torment. Yet over 41 years, regardless of the brutality of daily training, Paragus' fear and desperate attempts to control Broly's uncontrollable power, or the countless struggles, roars, and silences across the wasteland, time itself was ruthless enough to carve indelible marks deep into their souls. It was a habit, a twisted bond like two intertwined vines, both symbiotic and antagonistic, that had long since taken root in the rings of their lives. Broly. Paragus seemed to sense the approach of some shadow. He struggled to move, his clouded, bloodshot eyes a gray film covering them. He strained with all his might to focus on Broly's face, which was now cold and expressionless. His lips parted and a rasping, leaking sound mixed with bloody foam escaped his throat. He desperately wanted to say something, perhaps a command, a curse, or something else. But in the end, only a faint breath and bloody foam seeped from the corner of his mouth. His severed arm still bled, though slower now. Dark red blood slowly seeped into the scorched earth, spreading into an ominous stain, the metallic smell thick and choking. Broly did not say a single word. He neither covered the horrific wound nor made any attempt to heal it. He just crouched there silently, watching the old man rapidly aging before him, watching the last traces of color drain from his face, the rise and fall of his chest growing fainter. The light of life ebbed away from the broken body, grain by grain, like sand in an hourglass, unstoppable by anyone. He could have stopped it all. The power within him was vast as a sea of stars. Sealing such a wound and sustaining a life was effortless for him. But strangely, at this moment, there was nothing in his heart. There was no impulse, no reason to act. It was as if an indifferent observer curled up in the depths of his soul was merely staring silently at this irreversible end. In Paragus' eyes, the last glimmer of light reflected Broly's unmoving figure. An indescribable emotion, perhaps the fear of final realization, the despair of a plan utterly failed, or the last vestige of resentment toward the monster he had raised but never truly controlled, rippled like a stone dropped into stagnant water, flickering briefly in his eyes. Then that faint light was extinguished completely. His pupils dilated, devoid of any spirit, leaving only dust-covered glass beads. His chest gave one last imperceptible rise, then fell into utter stillness. Paragus was dead. Broly slowly stood up, his towering figure casting a solitary shadow in the thin light. He looked down at the body already cold and stiff beneath his feet. 41 years on this forgotten planet. All the struggles, schemes, fears, and twisted dependencies had culminated in nothing more than a brutal, almost casual death in the wilderness. There was no grandeur, no meaning, like an insect being crushed. He raised his head, his gaze piercing the broken rock walls to settle on the unchanging sky. That dim red star still hung there, grudgingly casting its cold light and heat, dyeing the entire world in shades of dark red and deep purple like coagulated blood. And in the depths of Broly's dark eyes, something began to stir. That thing had slept for too long, been suppressed for too long. Perhaps even he himself had nearly forgotten it. But the scent of death and blood was like a key, awakening it little by little from its cold silence. This was not grief, nor was it anger. The feeling was more primal, more vast, like a deep rumble beneath a frozen wasteland. Paragus was dead. Broly stood before the corpse, his head bowed in long silence. 41 years, neither long nor short. He had never felt any true affection for this nominal father. As far back as he could remember, Paragus' eyes had held only utility and fear when looking at him. Those eyes had never shown warmth, only precise calculation and barely concealed dread, as if he were not a son, but a weapon that might explode at any moment. But now even that twisted relationship had come to an end. Paragus' body lay on the cracked, scorched rock, the blood already congealed, mingling with the dust of Vampa. The final expression on his face was frozen in shock and resentment, his wide eyes reflecting only the planet's perpetually overcast sky. The wind howled across the wilderness, whipping up fine sand that stung Broly's chest and expressionless face. So be it. Broly uttered these two words in a low, flat voice, as if stating something unrelated to himself. He cast one last glance at the lifeless shell, then slowly turned his heavy combat boots, grinding over the gravel, preparing to leave this barren land that had been his home for 41 years. But just as he took a step, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. At first it was only a faint quiver, as if some enormous creature was stirring deep below. But soon the tremors became ferocious. Centered on him, the rock strata for kilometers around bulged and exploded like a shattered eggshell. A bottomless chasm dozens of meters wide tore open behind him with a thunderous roar, as if split by an invisible giant axe. Blackened soil and boulders the size of houses were hurled into the air by a brutal force, then rained down, pockmarking the ground with craters. Amidst the deafening roar, a colossal creature burst forth from the earth. It was that centipede monster. The creature measured over 1,000 meters in length. As it reared its upper body from the chasm, its colossal shadow instantly swallowed the entire land like a living black mountain rising from the earth. Its entire body was clad in thick jet-black carapace, appearing as if forged from metal. Each edge of the carapace was terrifyingly sharp, gleaming with a cold light under the faint glow of the dark red star. Its body was divided into hundreds of segments, each bristling with meter-long spikes. These spikes scraped against each other with every movement, producing a grating metallic screech that set one's teeth on edge and made the scalp tingle. But what clenched the heart most was its head. Its massive mouth spread open like a fan large enough to swallow a small spaceship. Inside, rows upon rows of spiraling, razor-sharp teeth glinted coldly. At that moment, deep red bloodstains and tattered fabric clung to the edges and crevices of its colossal jaws, all that remained of Paragus. Above its head, hundreds of compound eyes, densely packed, like bizarre gems embedded in the black carapace, stared unblinkingly at Broly, reflecting his solitary figure. It emitted a high-pitched, piercing shriek that seemed to burrow into the bones, rattling the mind. Broly stopped. He turned his head slowly, his golden eyes calmly gazing upon the massive, murderous beast that had just emerged before him. His silver hair swayed gently in the gale stirred by the monster, his simple battle suit flapping loudly. Yet he stood as straight and steady as a rock, not a ripple in his eyes. "You killed him." Broly's voice was cold, almost inhuman. He did not shout rage or grieve. He merely stated it in a flat, emotionless tone, as if commenting on the weather. His voice was not loud, yet it effortlessly pierced the monster's screech and the rumbling ground echoing clearly in the air. The creature seemed to sense an indescribable threat. Its massive, arrogant body instinctively recoiled, its carapace writhing more restlessly, the scraping of its spikes growing more piercing. Though Broly's reflection in its compound eyes was minuscule, it carried a pressure that made its very soul tremble. But the beast's ferocity soon overpowered its fear. To it, this bipedal creature was unsettling, yet it had just killed and devoured another scion. The one who had used a device to suppress and enslave it for 41 years, keeping it in nightly terror. His aura was gone. The lingering taste of victory, the ecstasy of breaking free, and the craving for fresh blood instantly swept away that unease. Scree! The monster let out an even more violent roar, spewing a foul, stinking breath from its maw. The next second, its mountain-like body tensed and shot forward like an arrow. Its tooth-filled jaws gaped to their limit, lunging at the tiny silver-haired figure on the ground with the force to crush mountains. It moved so fast that the air blurred into a streak, and space itself seemed to tremble. Facing an onslaught that could level a city in an instant, Broly did not even shift his stance. He merely raised his right hand casually, as if brushing dust from his shoulder, and extended his index finger to give a gentle flick at the oncoming grotesque head. Whoosh! A thin, almost invisible emerald energy bolt shot silently from his fingertip. It was so slender that it nearly blended into the dim sky, yet the moment it appeared the raging air around it seemed to freeze for an instant. The energy bolt sliced through the air without a sound, precisely piercing the hardest carapace at the center of the monster's skull and sinking in. Time seemed to halt. The colossal jaws capable of crushing alloy stopped abruptly less than 3 meters from Broly. The immense forward momentum of the beast was drained, as if by an invisible hand, its massive body frozen midair. Then thud, a muffled sound, and the monster's head swelled from within, bursting like a rotten melon crushed by a tremendous force, exploding with a bang. Shards of black carapace, dark green slime, severed nerve cords, and fragments of compound eyes sprayed in all directions. A stinking rain of gore poured down, staining the scorched black ground a dirty green. The headless colossal body, now lifeless, fell limply from the air like a severed vine. Boom! The 1,000-meter-long carcass crashed to the ground, shaking the earth like an earthquake. The land groaned and collapsed, forming a massive crater as dust, rubble, and bodily fluids erupted skyward, billowing into a gray-green mushroom cloud. A gale howled past, carrying smoke and stench. Broly still stood in the same spot, not a speck of filth touching his clothes. Only a thin, invisible layer of refined energy circulated around him, shielding him from all contamination. He slowly lowered his finger, his face utterly expressionless. There was neither the relief of defeating a formidable foe nor the satisfaction of revenge. In his golden eyes lay only an unfathomable coldness. Such a monster might be the apex predator on Vampa, enough to terrify countless native creatures. But to Broly, it was merely an ant to be crushed at will, not worth even a moment's seriousness. 41 years of arduous training, battle, and despair had relentlessly pushed his potential. Now his power had long surpassed every living thing on this planet, reaching another dimension entirely. Yet this absolute strength brought him no stir. The monster's death, Paragas, cold, mutilated corpse, the eternal desolate silence of Vampa, the mingled sense of blood and dust in the air. All these interwove into a piercing weariness and emptiness that seemed to freeze his very soul. 41 years of imprisonment, 2 failed attempts to leave, and now the last person I could talk to is gone. No. The old Kaioshin huddled to the side, his neck nearly gone, fearing that he too would suffer when Beerus became enraged. Whis, on the other hand, remained as unhurried as ever, exuding an elegance as if nothing had happened. He tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, gently tapping his staff on the ground, twice producing a crisp sound, as if trying to impose some order onto the chaos before him. Lord Beerus, please don't get too worked up. Anger isn't good for digestion, you know. Whis said leisurely, turning his gaze toward Sun Wukong. Moreover, Sun Wukong's mindset of treating life-and-death battles as mere challenges brimming with excitement may, in a certain sense, become the secret weapon of our 7th universe. Secret weapon? I would say it's more like our biggest weakness. Beerus crossed his arms, sulking as he sat back on the rock, his tail whipping even faster than before. That fool who only thinks about fighting will inevitably suffer a great loss in such a chaotic battle. By the time he realizes it, it'll be too late to cry. Just as Beerus was still fuming, Sun Wukong was pondering what the unexpected weapon referred to when, buzz. A faint humming sound emanated from the tip of Whis' staff, sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle. Whis' smile momentarily froze on his face. His blue eyes slightly lowered, fixating on the slowly rotating crystal ball atop the staff. At that moment, the light within the crystal ball flickered erratically, its flow accelerating as if responding to an anomaly emanating from an incredibly distant place, one imperceptible to ordinary beings. Huh. Whis raised an eyebrow, all his attention drawn to the staff. The breeze in the Kaioshin realm seemed to have frozen as well. Though the sound was faint, it pierced through the languid air of the temple like a cold, thin thread, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Beerus, half reclining on a floating cushion with a crystalline dessert in hand, paused at the sound, his purple brows furrowing as his sharp gaze turned toward Whis. What's going on? Whis did not rush to respond. He stepped forward, and the staff appeared in his hand again. With long fingers, he gently touched the sphere atop the staff, as if caressing a feather. Within the sphere, star-like points of light began to rotate and drift slowly. Whis slightly closed his eyes, sending out his perception like an invisible ripple, silently crossing countless light years, spreading to the most desolate corners of the universe. Before long, he opened his eyes. The smile on his face had turned intriguing, tinged with surprise, a hint of playfulness, and even a subtle joy. Interesting. His voice remained gentle, yet now held a deeper meaning. At the very edge of the seventh universe lies a planet called Wampa Star, perpetually illuminated by a dark red sun, its surface littered with rocks and beasts with hardly any signs of civilization. But just a moment ago, he paused, and the points of light in the staff sphere suddenly accelerated. There an extremely astonishing surge of energy erupted, so powerful that it directly altered the energy readings of that star region. Wampa Star. Beerus straightened up, casually tossing the dessert in his hand, which rolled several times on the ground. He scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. What kind of strong beings could possibly emerge from a place even cosmic pirates disdain? Could it be some unfortunate soul's energy furnace exploded? No, Lord Beerus. Whis gently shook his head, a deeper smile appearing on his lips. This energy is quite special. It's not an ordinary energy explosion, but one filled with primal violent rage, almost tearing apart space itself. More importantly, he deliberately elongated his tone, pointing the staff's tip into the distance. From the residual waves of that energy, I sensed a very, very familiar presence. Beerus narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his dark red pupils. Don't keep me in suspense. What presence? Whis turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Sun Wukong, who was excitedly perked up due to the powerful energy, and slowly uttered three words: Scion. The air suddenly froze. What a... Sun Wukong sprang up from the ground, his orange martial arts uniform rustling with his movements. His eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. Scion. Besides me, Vegeta and Gohan, are there other Scions still alive? Or in such a place? Whis did not answer directly, but maintained a mysterious smile, his profound gaze seemingly traversing endless starry skies, landing on the wasteland that had just been cleansed by the energy. At that moment, billions of light-years away on Wampa Star, Broly's roar gradually subsided. His massive form, surrounded by a grass-green aura, slowly descended from the sky. The area around where he had just hovered had completely transformed, with a radius of dozens of kilometers. The hard rocks melted into crimson magma, bubbling away. The air was filled with the acrid smell of sulfur and burnt rock. Further out, the ground had split open into countless bottomless chasms, extending all the way to the distant horizon. Those giant beasts that once ruled the planet were either vaporized in the initial energy explosion or crushed into cosmic dust by the subsequent shockwaves. Only the very few clever and small creatures managed to escape to the frozen regions on the other side of the planet, huddling in rock crevices, not daring to make a sound. Broly finally landed on a solitary black boulder that had miraculously not been melted. He knelt on one knee, one hand propped against the cold rock, while the other pressed tightly against his chest, gasping, as if he might cough out his lungs. Each breath felt like fire, immediately turning into a puff of white mist upon exhaling, dissipating in an instant. The oppressive green light surrounding him, like a flame about to be extinguished, suddenly retracted and dimmed. His bulging muscles slowly returned to their original form, the terrifying physique reverting back to its formerly lean state. His disheveled golden hair, drenched in sweat, gradually fell flat, turning back to black and sticking to his shoulders. But when he finally lifted his head, his eyes had already changed. The scarlet pupils, once filled with fear, madness, and oppression over the past 41 years, now only held the dead gray of a storm's aftermath, bottomless as if it had swallowed everything. All the anger had been expended, leaving only an empty void and a weariness that seeped into his bones. Yet beneath this profound exhaustion lay a calm as still as stagnant water, cold as an ice-covered lake, reflecting nothing yet frighteningly hard. 41 years. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper were scraping against stone. Everything that has accumulated over 41 years has suddenly exploded out. He slowly straightened, gazing up at the blood-colored sky, stained by the dark red star above. The light was bright, yet cold, not warm at all. Just at the moment when his power peaked and all shackles within him were broken, he vaguely felt something far, far away glance his way. That feeling was ethereal, like an illusion, yet clear and impossible to ignore. Is it Frisia's subordinate? Finally coming for him. He muttered softly, the cracked corners of his mouth twisting into a bitter and ironic smile, tinged with a hint of relief, or something else. He looked around. All around him was nothing but endless new lava and ruins. This was his home for 41 years, and also the prison that had confined him for the same duration. And now he had destroyed most of it himself. An unprecedented sense of emptiness washed over him, a freedom so overwhelming that it brought a deeper confusion. No matter who it is. Broly's voice rose slightly, echoing across the dead land, but only the flowing lava responded to him. Since you have seen it, since you have felt it. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, yet there was no madness in his eyes, only cold determination. Then come at me. I've had enough of this damned place. The dark red star in the sky still hung coldly, stingily, casting down its unchanging light, stretching Broly's long and solitary shadow across the scorching rock. In the Kaioshin realm, the air felt as if it had frozen. The staff in Whis' hand still bore the faint golden ripples from the energy detection moments ago. At that moment, the words Saiyan were softly uttered from his lips, causing even the space within the temple to tremble slightly. Son Goku, who had been sitting cross-legged on the polished floor, instantly sprang up like a spring. The floor beneath him cracked with spiderweb patterns as a figure shot towards Whis in an instant. His eyes, always filled with laughter, were now shockingly bright, burning with fire like two small suns ignited in the darkness. Saiyan. Is it really a Saiyan? He was so excited that his voice trembled, his hands forming fists, knuckles turning white. Besides me and Vegeta, are there other Saiyans still alive? Where? Is he strong? Whis elegantly floated a step back, positioning his staff defensively in front of him, gently blocking the almost colliding Son Goku. The crystal atop the staff glowed softly, quietly diffusing Goku's surging aura. The angel's face still wore that gentle smile, but a hint of deep-seated gravity flashed in his eyes. Mr. Goku, please control your aura. Whis' voice was clear and soothing, imbued with a strange calming effect. I only sensed a trace of very pure Saiyan bloodline aura from that distant energy fluctuation. Whether it is a living Saiyan or merely a residual energy imprint, we must confirm that ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? Son Goku suddenly turned around, the white martial arts uniform rustling in the air. The space around him started to slightly warp, and golden flames could not help but seep from under his skin, forming a thin halo around him. That was the instinctive response from the depths of the Saiyan bloodline to a strong enemy. Every cell in his body screamed, every nerve trembled. What's the rush? Beerus' voice was as cold as ice water pouring down directly. The god of destruction had already sat upright, his purple cat ears twitching atop his head. He supported his chin with one hand, the other impatiently tapping on the armrest of his chair, each tap resonating in the hearts of those present. Wampa Star. Beerus scoffed, his purple eyes filled with disdain. A garbage dump. The universe has nearly forgotten a broken place that even interstellar pirates are too lazy to visit. What kind of decent warriors could come from there? It's likely just the trash that was exiled when Vegeta's planet was destroyed, unable to even transform into a Super Saiyan. As he spoke, the light in the temple dimmed slightly. The aura of the god of destruction was restrained, yet the oppressive feeling still made it hard to breathe. But Lord Beerus, Whis gently twirled his staff, the tip tracing an arc in the air, causing the space it crossed to ripple like water. From what I sense, the energy's intensity is actually quite a bit higher than the usual state of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. With a crisp crack, no one knew when a translucent cup had appeared in Beerus' hand. Suddenly, a fine fissure split the cup's surface. Purple liquid seeped out, dripping onto the floor with a sizzling hiss, as if corroding the ground itself. The god of destruction's eyelid twitched violently. His pupils contracted into needle-like points, radiating lethal danger. Say that again. Beerus' voice dropped to an ominous low, like the rumbling thunder before a storm. The entire sacred hall reverberated with his fury. Whis remained unruffled, his expression serene as ever. I mean, if my perception is not mistaken, and it never is, the unknown Saiyan on planet Vampa, judging purely by energy level, has already surpassed Goku and Vegeta. As he spoke, he tapped his staff on the ground. A pale golden halo rippled outward from its tip. Within the halo, a complex energy matrix materialized, twisting lines and flickering points of light outlining a terrifying waveform. Its peak towered far above the baselines marked Son Goku base and Vegeta base. Impossible. This time it was Vegeta who spoke. He had been leaning against a pillar at the edge of the hall, arms crossed, his face dark as a storm cloud. Finally, he stepped forward. His boots struck the floor with heavy thuds. The deep blue battle armor clung to his powerful frame, every muscle seemingly forged from steel. The Saiyan race was wiped out long ago. Vegeta's voice was a frigid snarl forced through clenched teeth. Besides me and Kakarot and those half-breed mongrels, there's no way a pure-blooded Saiyan is still alive. And it's even more impossible for anyone in their base form to have more energy than us, unless they've also attained the realm of the gods. His sharp gaze fixed on Whis, laced with doubt and a hint of wavering conviction. Whis simply smiled and waved his hand. The energy matrix spun and expanded in the air. Complex streams of data cascaded down like a waterfall, coalescing into a clearer image. The waveform representing the unknown Saiyan was not only absurdly high in peak, but also astonishingly stable and pure. It lacked the violent fluctuations of a typical Saiyan, instead exuding a profound, bottomless tranquility. We'll need to see their actual combat ability for ourselves. Whis' smile faded, and for the first time a serious glint appeared in the angel's eyes. But I must emphasize the purity of this energy is astonishingly high. This isn't power forcibly raised by anger or external stimuli. It is primal power, the essence of a warrior's origin honed through countless trials and brought under absolute control. A dead silence fell over the hall. Beerus slowly rose from his recliner. When he stood upright, the very light of the Kaioshin realm seemed to surge towards him, casting a twisted, elongated shadow behind. The god of destruction's expression shifted unpredictably, as if turbulent currents flowed beneath his skin. He knew all too well the current strength of Son Goku and Vegeta. They had fought him, survived the resurrection of Golden Frieza, and endured the time-ripping deathmatch with Black Goku. These two monsters had already mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, touching the domain of the gods. Their power was sufficient to exchange blows with opponents on the level of a god of destruction, even if only the most basic kind. And now Whis was telling him that on planet Vampa, a ruin too insignificant to even be marked on most star charts, another Saiyan was hiding, and that this one's base energy was stronger than those two monsters. Whis. Beerus' voice was terrifyingly calm. Are you sure you're not messing with me? Lord Beerus. Whis inclined his head slightly, his staff tracing a respectful arc. Have I ever joked about matters concerning the very survival of the universe? The air seemed to freeze once more. Beerus closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all traces of contempt and disdain had vanished from his violet pupils, replaced by a razor-sharp, penetrating scrutiny. His mind raced, processing information at speeds far exceeding light. The tournament of power. The Omni King. The survival of the universe. The 10-person team for Universe 7. The confirmed candidates flashed through his mind: Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Majin Buu. And the reserves: Piccolo, androids 17 and 18, even that earthling named Krillin. Still not enough. Far from it. Beerus clearly remembered the data on the monsters from the other universes. The Pride Troopers of Universe 11, those self-proclaimed justice fanatics. The Scions of Universe 6, who though inferior to Goku and Vegeta had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, and the insidious assassins of Universe 4. Compared to these monsters, Universe 7's lineup was far too thin, especially in terms of high-end combat power. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, no one else could even enter the true realm of divine combat. But now an unknown Saiyan stronger than Goku and Vegeta had suddenly appeared on planet Vampa. A slow, sharp smile curled at the corner of Beerus' mouth. The gods of destruction from other universes were not to be trifled with. This thought pierced Beerus' mind like a thorn again and again. Just imagining the arrogant demeanor of those from the 11th universe infuriated him. Toppo's rigid, righteous face, Dispo's afterimages streaking through the air, and, most troubling of all, Jiren. Truth be told, every time he thought of Jiren's calm, yet all-devouring eyes, a pulse throbbed at Beerus' temples. The tournament of power was about to commence, and any variable could completely upend the strategy. What if Vampa truly concealed a Saiyan stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta? Beerus abruptly halted his tapping. In that instant, a sharp light flashed through his violet eyes like a nocturnal beast suddenly opening its gaze. He rose slowly from his stone throne, the wide robe of the god of destruction dragging across the floor with a rustling sound. Let's go. We'll see for ourselves. His voice was low and calm, carrying an unspoken decisiveness that weighed upon the air like stone. Oh. Whis turned around, the gem atop his staff shimmering with iridescent light. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with playful mockery as he chuckled. Has Lord Beerus finally taken an interest? I thought you'd wave your hand and say that trash planet Saiyan isn't worth mentioning, just like before. Enough nonsense. Beerus shot him a glare, his gaze sharp as a blade. He strode toward Whis, each step steady and forceful. Drawing closer, he added in a lowered voice as if stating a fact, but I'll say this first, Whis. If that one is nothing but a waste of energy who can't even fight, I won't waste a single second. Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded with a smile, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze. Shall we depart now, eh? Wait. An urgent voice suddenly interrupted. Son Goku rushed over from the training ground like a golden lightning bolt, stirring up a gust of wind. Sweat still clung to his face, his orange GI slightly disheveled, but his black eyes blazed with curiosity and battle lust. Raising a hand, he nearly jumped as he shouted, I want to go too. Take me with you, Lord Beerus. Beerus barely turned, casting only a cold sidelong glance. That look like an icicle instantly quenched half of Goku's fervor. You stay? Beerus' tone left no room for negotiation. You and Vegeta have something more important to do. The Tournament of Power begins in 40 hours. You must use these final moments to reach your peak condition. This matter, he paused, finally turning to meet Goku's eyes. Whis, and I will handle alone. But Goku stepped forward involuntarily, his brow deeply furrowed and fists clenched. He could feel his blood racing, his yearning for an unknown strongman clawing at his heart like a cat. No buts. Beerus cut him off, his voice not loud, but carrying the absolute pressure of a god of destruction, as if the entire realm of the Supreme Kais trembled in response. If that Saiyan is truly worthy of being called strong, he'll bring him back. If not, he narrowed his eyes. Following me now would only waste your time and energy. Goku opened his mouth, but words lodged in his throat. He stared at Beerus' expressionless face, knowing further argument was futile. In the end, his shoulders slumped, and he fell silent. But his eyes betrayed him, brimming with reluctance and anticipation, like a predator that smelled its prey, yet was held fast by a chain. Whis observed all this with a soft smile. He said nothing, merely grasping his staff, gracefully raising it to his chest, and tapping gently into the void before them. A strange, resonant hum arose, not reaching the ears, but vibrating directly into space itself. The orb atop the staff suddenly erupted with silver-white light, not blinding, but possessing a sacred, mysterious quality. The light flowed like water, winding and coalescing before them, then with a crisp sound it tore apart in two directions. A spatial rift, its edges sprinkled with silver specks, was ripped open. Within was not darkness, but a twisted kaleidoscope of sights. The trails of starlight stretched into long, colorful threads. Through the rift, the other side gradually became clear, the cold, silent depths of the cosmos. Stars drifted like dust, and at the center hung a planet. A dark red planet, appearing as if forged from coagulated blood and rusted metal. It rotated in solitude, its surface devoid of green or any trace of water. Only endless barren mountains and colossal impact craters shrouded by an ominous dark red mist. That was planet Vampa. Even through the rift, one could feel the desolation and deathly silence it exuded. Planet Vampa, Whis said, his tone still light, creating a strange contrast with the scene before them. It's quite far from here. In your units, I suppose. But with a bit of hyperspace jumping technique, we'll be there in no time. He stepped forward first, his white boots crossing into the shimmering rift, his figure half swallowed by the distorted light. Beerus did not hesitate either. He cast a final glance at Goku, whose face still screamed, "I want to go," let out a cold snort, and strode in. His violet silhouette vanished into the silver light, the hem of his destruction robe fluttering for a moment. The spatial rift closed rapidly from both ends like a wound healing. The silver light dimmed and dissipated. The last ripple subsided, and the plaza before the Supreme Kais realm returned to its former state, as if nothing had occurred. Only the faint residual spatial fluctuations in the air testified that two deities had truly departed from this place. Only the faint residual spatial fluctuations in the air testified that two deities had truly departed from this place. The wind brushed past Son Goku's hair as the realm of the gods fell silent. The setting sun dyed the sea of clouds on the horizon a warm orangerd. Yet his heart could not find peace, as if a boulder had been hurled into a placid lake, ripples lingering endlessly. He stood there, his gaze fixed on the spot where the rift vanished, his fists clenching and unclenching in restless agitation. Planet Vampa. A scion. He murmured under his breath, his voice so low it seemed he feared being overheard. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he whirled around, his eyes landing on the tall, arms-crossed figure beside him. Piccolo. Do you know where Planet Vampa is? What kind of place is it? Piccolo cast him a glance, his expression unreadable. Don't even think about it, Goku. His voice remained as calm and rational as ever. Lord Beerus made it perfectly clear, you're not to follow. In your current state, you'd only cause trouble and likely disrupt their plans. It's not that I have to go, I'm just curious. Son Goku scratched his head, a nervous habit that betrayed his inner turmoil. His eyes darted a childish innocence coloring his face. Hey Piccolo, what do you think that Saiyan is like? Do you think he's always scowling like Vegeta with that in the prince attitude? I heard that, Kakarot. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, his battle suit immaculate, his brow furrowed with a familiar impatience and severity. He halted before Son Goku, his sharp gaze sweeping over him. That Saiyan Lord Beerus mentioned, Vegeta began with that unmistakable, unyielding confidence. I have no memory of him whatsoever. All records of planet Vegeta, including colonization and exile histories, have no mention of planet Vampa. It's not a known place of exile. He looked up at the starry sky as if he could pierce through the infinite darkness and see that crimson planet. A flicker of deep perplexity crossed his eyes, one he likely didn't even notice himself. So, could he have been exiled even earlier? Son Goku crossed his arms, tilting his head in thought as the hair on his forehead swayed gently in the breeze. Vegeta didn't speak immediately. He stood with his arms folded, his tight battle suit delineating his muscular form, his piercing gaze seeming to cut through the dust of the wasteland reaching far into the past. After a moment, he finally spoke in a low, cold tone. He paused, his eyes sharpening like blades. That guy isn't a Saiyan from planet Vegeta at all. A gust of wind laden with grit howled past, whipping up crystalline fragments that rustled, making the air feel even heavier and more oppressive. Meanwhile, inside a hyperdimensional channel, a kaleidoscopic realm utterly unbound by conventional physics, the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant Angel Whis raced at an inconceivable speed. The walls of the channel were not solid, but a tapestry of warped light and flowing energy like a torrent woven from rainbows and auroras. Countless stars were left behind them, stretched into dazzling streaks of light, as if a painter had casually splashed a brush of luminescence across a dark canvas. Even at this breakneck velocity, Whis stood with perfect elegance, his staff in hand, his face adorned with his usual serene smile. Beerus crossed his arms, his violet skin appearing even deeper in the flowing light. He narrowed his eyes as if lost in a long-forgotten thought. The channel was filled only with the low hum of flowing energy and the faint whistle of stars stretching past. The silence stretched on until Beerus suddenly spoke, his voice clear despite the incredible speed. "Whis. Right here, Lord Beerus." Whis tilted his head slightly, his violet eyes blinking. "Do you think that Saiyan we're looking for?" Beerus said slowly, each word carrying weight. "Could he be the one from the legend?" "The one from the legend." A flicker of perfectly measured curiosity crossed Whis' face. He tapped the staff lightly against the intangible channel floor, sending out an almost imperceptible ripple. "Does Lord Beerus refer to the legendary Super Saiyan sung of in the ancient Saiyan ballads?" "Precisely." Beerus nodded, his tail swaying gently behind him. "A monster said to be born once every millennium. They are naturally able to shatter all limits, possessing power that defies logic, born solely for battle." He paused, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. "You think Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta just because of some Saiyan rebellion?" No. What he feared most was this very legend coming true. "Oh my." Whis' smile deepened, a note of playful teasing in his tone. "I never imagined Lord Beerus would be so well-versed in the legends of a lower-level fighting race." "Nonsense." Beerus snorted, pulling his arms tighter. "I've lived so long that the time I've spent sleeping alone dwarfs the history of many universes. The things I've seen far exceed what your perpetually squinting eyes have witnessed." He lifted his chin slightly. "I recall that the king of the Saiyans back then was called, ah yes, King Vegeta, a short-sighted and arrogant fool. Terrified that the legendary Super Saiyan would threaten his throne, he made the idiotic decision to exile a newborn infant with an anomalously strong energy reaction to one of the universe's most desolate and brutal prisons, planet Vampa. Terrified that the legendary Super Saiyan would threaten his throne, he made the idiotic decision to exile a newborn infant with an anomalously strong energy reaction to one of the universe's most desolate and brutal prisons, planet Vampa. Terrified that the legendary Super Saiyan would threaten his throne, he made the idiotic decision to exile a newborn infant with an anomalously strong energy reaction to one of the universe's most desolate and brutal prisons, planet Vampa. Terrified that the legendary Super Saiyan would threaten his throne, he made the idiotic decision to exile a newborn infant with an anomalously strong energy reaction to one of the universe's most desolate and brutal prisons, planet Vampa. Vados nodded. The crystal orb atop his staff shimmered faintly with starlight, as if resonating with the thoughts swirling in his mind. "So Lord Beerus believes the Saiyan who caused such a tremendous disturbance on Vampa Planet is likely that infant banished decades ago." "It's merely a possibility," Beerus murmured, his voice dropping low, even his tail drooping listlessly. "It's been decades. Vampa Planet, a forsaken wasteland where not even the hardiest cockroach in the cosmos could survive. An abandoned infant would struggle to endure even its first day." Vados smoothly took up the thread, his tone still serene, yet his eyes gleamed with quiet, knowing depth. "But what if he did survive? What if in that brutally hostile, spiritually barren realm, he forged his way forward alone, step by relentless step, until now?" strong enough to trouble even Goku, and Vegeta strong enough perhaps to have already shattered the very boundaries of Super Saiyan Blue. He left the rest unsaid only regarding Beerus with a faint, enigmatic smile. Beerus understood perfectly what remained unspoken. If such a being truly existed, if on that forgotten Hell's Cape of Vampa Planet he had transcended limit after limit through sheer instinct and indomitable will, then he was no mere prodigy. He was legend incarnate. Umph. Beerus fell silent for a long moment, then suddenly lifted the corner of his mouth into a rare, exhilarated smile, tinged with genuine anticipation. A spark flickered deep within his crimson eyes. I thought nothing before the tournament of power would stir my interest again. Yet here lies such an unexpected surprise. He lowered his arms from across his chest and pointed toward the distant corridor, a radiant conduit woven from countless streaks of light. Vados, no more delays. Hurry. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Vados replied with a gentle smile, tapping his staff lightly once more. Where the tip met the air, space rippled violently, like water struck by a stone. Instantly, the luminescent torrents within the hyperspace channel surged with blinding intensity. Stellar ribbons stretched and fractured into dazzling rain-like torrents enveloping them as they hurtled toward Vampa Planet. Meanwhile, upon that desolate forgotten world, its surface a stark mosaic of rust red and ashen brown, Vampa Planet stood silent. Broly stood motionless, a bronze-hued statue carved from raw power, massive corded clad in a tattered green battle suit. Beneath his feet, what had once been intact bedrock now lay splintered, crisscrossed with fissures and scorch marks, grim relics of the recent cataclysmic clash. Its thin, frigid atmosphere swirled ceaselessly, with dust coiling around his colossal frame like a mournful, whispering wind. The battle had long ended. The feverish heat of combat cooled gradually. The primordial fury capable of shattering stars receded, leaving behind only bottomless exhaustion, and a silence so profound it bordered on the void. He began clearing the ruins of his solitary war, slowly, almost clumsily. Not far away, the soil at the edge of a chasm still bore the fresh, raw marks of recent upheaval. Paragus, the man who had given him life yet bound him in chains for his entire existence, was gone. With hands that could crush boulders, Broly dug a deep grave into the hardest stratum of the chasm's bedrock. No coffin, no headstone, not even a final word of farewell. He lifted the cold, lifeless body with startling tenderness, his immense strength utterly at odds with the delicate care he now showed. Then he placed the body gently into the pit and covered it handful by handful with soil mixed with jagged shards of stone. Finally, he pressed the earth down firmly with his enormous palms, leveling it until it blended seamlessly with the surrounding cracked terrain as though nothing had ever occurred. No marker, no rite. Like the countless stones buried daily by Vampa's relentless sands, he vanished quietly into desolation and into eternity. When it was done, Broly stood utterly still. His emerald eyes gazed across this land, cruel familiar, the only home he'd known for 41 years, toward the perpetually dim horizon and beyond to that solitary sullen star hanging like a cold, indifferent eye. The wind grew fiercer, whipping his wild black hair and tattered cape into a furious snapping dance, yet it could not stir the dense, impenetrable loneliness that clung to him like a second skin. He was Vampa Planet itself, mighty, barren, scarred, and wholly forgotten by the universe. And truth be told, he did not know why he had done any of it. Perhaps 41 years of coexistence had etched certain habits deep into his bones. Perhaps some primal instinct buried far within his core still tugged at his limbs. Or perhaps he simply needed a reason, any reason, to move, to act rather than stand frozen forever like a statue upon this dead, silent plain. Broly slowly raised his head. His dark hair whipped wildly in the arid, scorching wind as he gazed upward, his eyes piercing through Vampa's eternal dust-choked, orange-tinged sky. Beyond that vast, starless void, on the razor-thin edge of his beast-like perception, something stirred in the fabric of space. Not sound, not light, but the unmistakable gathering weight of an approaching presence. Like a stone cast into still water, its ripple expanded with terrifying speed, straight toward him. An illusion? His voice emerged hoarse and low, nearly swallowed by the howling wind. He shook his head, trying to dispel the sudden, inexplicable sensation. 41 years of solitude had dulled the senses and made them treacherous. His heavy foot ground a weathered rock to powder as he prepared to return to the crude, hand-carved cave that served as his only shelter. Yet the instant his muscles tensed and his center of gravity shifted, a light tore across the heavens, sudden and absolute. It did not emanate from Vampa's dying sun, but erupted violently from beyond the atmosphere. At first merely a searing point of brilliance, then it swelled with explosive force into a blinding silver-white conflagration unbearable to behold. It hung at the edge of the sky, blooming like a raging inferno. At that moment it seemed as if a second sun had suddenly appeared over this desolate planet. Light cascaded down like water. The jagged rocks beneath Broly's feet, the distant dunes, and even every grain of dust dancing in the air were all gilded with a cold, yet sacred silver glow. His pupils contracted sharply, narrowing to the size of a needle. But it wasn't just the light. Along with this radiance descended an aura, vast, profound, and icy, as if it were a deity towering above all else, looking down upon the mortal realm with condescension. It had no intention of approaching slowly, or instead, with an incomprehensible velocity, it rudely pierced through the thin atmosphere, pressing down heavily upon the entire planet, as well as upon Broly's skin and nerves. His heart, which had long grown accustomed to a slow rhythm in solitude, suddenly began to pound wildly, as if trying to burst through his chest. Blood surged through his veins, emitting a roar only he could hear. This was not fear. He had long forgotten what fear was. It was another more ancient and profound emotion, nearly worn smooth by 41 years of time. Now it was mercilessly ignited by this aura. It was anticipation. The silvery white light drew closer. Its course slowly contracted, gradually coalescing, and finally halted several hundred meters above the ground. The radiance softened, yet its presence remained intense. Broly squinted slightly, his gaze wild and sharp. Through the halo of light, he discerned two figures within. The one on the left was tall and lean, clad in a peculiar dark garment, holding a staff topped with a gem. He was handsome, exuding an otherworldly elegance and aloofness. His violet skin seemed enigmatic in the faint light, and a faint elusive smile played at the corner of his lips, as if he saw through everything yet cared for nothing. The one on the right was shorter, but the oppressive aura he carried was almost suffocating. He stood with arms crossed, floating silently, utterly still. He simply stood there, as if the weight and laws of the entire universe rested upon him. His eyes lowered as though pronouncing judgment upon fate. Time seemed to stretch and freeze. Broly stood rooted to the spot, and the long-sealed memories from another world suddenly burst through the floodgates, roaring in like a deluge. Countless images and fragments of information crashed down upon him. Names, titles, legends, symbols. The two figures before him perfectly overlapped with everything in his memories. The god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus. The angel of Universe 7, also his mentor and attendant, Whis. Now these two beings at the pinnacle of the cosmos were quietly looking down at him, their eyes filled with scrutiny, and perhaps even a glimmer of interest. The wind howled across the wasteland, whipping up fine sand that lashed against his rock-like body. The cold, harsh lines carved onto Broly's face by wind-sand battle and numbness twitched slightly. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. This was not an involuntary muscle spasm, but a clear, slowly blooming arc. A genuine smile, spanning 41 long years, returned to his face for the first time. It was cold, wild, burning with the pent-up heat of too long suppressed, and carried an indescribable sense of destiny. On this dead and desolate land, three figures stood in silent confrontation like statues frozen in time. Broly stood barefoot on the scorching rocks, the soles of his feet long accustomed to the burning pain. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the eternally gray sky. Two figures descended slowly from high above, their energy ripples visible to the naked eye, pushing away the surrounding dust and leaving clear trails. His heart pounded violently in his chest, each beat like a war drum against his eardrums. He could feel the blood racing through his vessels, his muscles trembling faintly beneath his skin. This was both the instinct of his battle-hardened body and the irrepressible excitement deep within his soul. Broly took a deep breath, the scorching air searing his trachea. He forced himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts like confining a surging tide behind a dam. He relaxed his muscles, lowered his shoulders, and gradually steadied his breath. He had to perfectly control every detail. He couldn't let them realize that he knew too much. Broly had spent 41 years on Vampiro, a planet that had become his prison. There was nothing here but him, the monsters, and an expanse of scorched earth that would never show mercy. Yet today, by sheer chance, he encountered Beerus and Whis. The two landed without stirring a single speck of dust. Broly's expression was already composed, vigilance laced with bewilderment, wariness tinged with a hint of confusion. He retreated half a step, shifting his left foot back, lowering his center of gravity, and assuming a standard defensive stance, though he deliberately made it look somewhat clumsy. Beerus had just touched down, his purple robe billowing gently. He crossed his arms, his tail swaying slowly behind him, and scrutinized the towering scion before him. Broly's physique was extraordinary, nearly 3 meters tall, an anomaly even among scions. Yet his muscles were sharply defined, solid and streamlined, without an ounce of excess fat. Every muscle seemed like gunpowder ready to ignite. He stood there appearing relaxed, but his feet were firmly planted into the ground, poised to strike at any moment. His beast-hide garments barely covered his body, tattered and torn, while his skin was a canvas of fresh and old wounds, scars from desperate battles against Vampa's monsters. But what caught Beerus' attention most were Broly's eyes. Those irises, as black as the depths of the night sky, would occasionally flash with a hint of emerald light, an aura that was hard to define whether it belonged to the Super Saiyan god or something older, more primal. What was even stranger was Broly's calmness. He wasn't feigning composure. This stillness was forged by time itself, born of absolute confidence in his own power. Beerus had only seen a similar presence in a handful of elite warriors, like Son Goku or Jiren, who had shown brilliantly in the Tournament of Power. "So you're the one who just unleashed that burst of energy." Beerus finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant, tinged with an air of superiority. He tilted his head slightly, the whisker-like markings on his face twitching. "Doesn't look like anything special." Broly did not rush to answer. He stared at Beerus, his pupils contracting slightly, like a beast sizing up its prey, or perhaps weighing the threat before him. His right index finger bent almost imperceptibly, an instinct honed over years of survival. Whis stood to the side, maintaining an elegant smile. He tapped his staff on the ground, the tip striking rock with a crisp ting sound. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice gentle and soft, yet piercing through the wind. "Mr. Broly, isn't it?" Broly's pupils abruptly contracted into slits. This was no subtle reaction, but a clear startlement. The muscles in his face tensed, though they quickly relaxed. But that fleeting tension could not be hidden. He slowly turned his head, shifting his gaze from Beerus to Whis, his voice low and raspy, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in ages. "How do you know my name?" "Paragus' personal log recorder mentioned it," Whis said with a smile, shaking his staff. The crystal orb at its tip flickered with a stream of pale blue data. Although the recorder was almost completely destroyed in the crash 41 years ago, the remaining data fragments still yielded some key information, like your name and your birth date. Broly fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance, toward the wreckage of the spaceship buried beneath the scorched earth and rocks. He remembered the military-grade recorder his father had brought along, packed with Scion data mission logs, and even some combat records. It seemed Whis had used some divine method to scan the entire planet before landing even the underground debris. The wind blew from afar, stirring up a layer of red sand that drew a thin curtain between the three of them. Broly raised a hand to shield his eyes, a perfectly natural gesture. When he lowered his hand, his expression grew more wary. "Who are you?" His voice was still hoarse, but this time there was an edge of tension, as if he were forcing the words out. "Why would you come to a place like this?" "Vampa, there's nothing here worth the attention of gods." "I am Whis, the angel of the 7th universe," Whis said, bowing gracefully with a fluid dance-like motion. "My duty is to guide and assist the god of destruction." He straightened up, pointing his staff at Beerus. "And this is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe." We sensed an unusual surge of energy and came to investigate. God of destruction. Broly heard the term for the first time. He needed to show surprise and confusion, but not overdo it. He raised his eyebrows slightly, pressed his lips together, and instinctively took another half-step back, just enough to convey vigilance without seeming forced. "Destruction? God?" Broly repeated, his voice laced with hesitation and doubt. "A god of destruction. Did you come to Vampa to destroy it?" His gaze darted between Beerus and Whis before settling on Beerus. In those black eyes the emerald light flickered again, so fast it was nearly imperceptible. Beerus saw it clearly, and Whis' smile took on a deeper meaning. Broly stood on the fissured plain, his heavy breaths coalescing into plumes of white mist in the silence. His beast-hide garments rustled faintly in the dry wind, his long green hair cascading over his broad shoulders, each strand seemingly burdened with solitude. He lifted his head, his eyes harboring countless battles fought and an inexpressible loneliness. His gaze swept like a blade over the two figures before him, a mysterious being who called himself Beerus and a smiling attendant wielding a staff named Whis. "Are there beings like you in the universe?" Broly's voice rasped like rusted iron, as if he had not spoken to anyone for a long time. With each word, the muscles beneath his skin quivered like a beast ready to pounce. Beerus crossed his arms, his tail swishing impatiently behind him, carving a groove into the charred earth. He snorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and irritation. "It seems you've been here far too long," Beerus said, his golden eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Broly. "Don't the Saiyans always boast of being a warrior race? You don't even know about the god of destruction. How pitiful." Broly's face remained impassive, but a flicker stirred deep within his eyes. He spoke slowly, as if dredging words from the deepest recesses of memory. "We only knew of Frisia's army." He paused, gazing at the eternally desolate horizon. "Before I was exiled to this hell planet, Vegeta was still under Frisia's shadow. The god of destruction. No one ever mentioned it." "Frisia?" Beerus curled his lip, baring fangs as if tasting something foul. "That one. Merely a minor nuisance in the universe, utterly insignificant." Whis twirled his staff, starlight swirling within the crystal orb at its tip. He glided half a step forward, his robes swaying naturally, his face still wearing that gentle smile. "Lord Beerus," Whis said, his voice soft yet clear, "it's time for business. We didn't come here to discuss history." Beerus cast him a displeased glance, but cleared his throat nonetheless. When he looked back at Broly, his eyes turned razor-sharp, as if dissecting him from head to toe. Broly could feel the weight. Not a mere glance, but an assessment, a judgment of whether he was worth hunting. To put it simply, Beerus finally spoke, each word carrying the weight of command. "We are seeking warriors for a tournament called the Tournament of Power. Your energy recently erupted on this dead edge of the cosmos, blazing like a fire kindled in the darkness. Whis detected it, so we came to see." He deliberately drew out the final syllable, "whether you are worthy." "The Tournament of Power." Broly repeated, a trace of emotion finally coloring his voice. Whis leaned forward, slightly tapping his staff on the ground. "It is a universal martial arts tournament personally hosted by Grand Zeno. 7 universes, each sending 10 of their mightiest warriors to battle on a special arena. No rules. The last universe standing deserves to continue existing, the others." His smile faded, his voice dropping low. "Grand Zeno will erase them outright. Life Star's history, everything gone." Broly's heart pounded faster, the thumping audible even to himself. He could feel the blood surging within him, the long-dormant battle instinct awakening. The Tournament of Power. So it was indeed the Tournament of Power. This meant the timeline had already advanced to that pivotal point. Son Goku and his comrades had long since crossed paths with this god of destruction, survived Frisia's resurrection and revenge, and perhaps even faced formidable foes from other worlds. And he, the legendary Saiyan who was supposed to appear after all that had been prematurely unearthed due to that uncontrollable eruption. Silence fell among the three. Broly slowly raised his hand, staring at the calluses and scars on his palm, still bearing the dust of this planet. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. "Am not interested," he said coldly, even lower than before, as if suppressing something. Beerus' eyebrow shot up, his tail freezing midair. "Not interested." His voice first registered surprise, then turned dangerous and mocking. "Say that again." Broly turned, his heavy beast-hide cloak stirring up a cloud of dust. He strode away, wanting to return to that world where only he existed, where no one disturbed him. "I'm just a Saiyan trapped on a barren planet." His voice came from a head calm, yet resolute. "I have no interest in the fate of the universe or the Tournament of Power. Find someone else." "Stop." Beerus' voice was not loud, but it coiled around Broly like invisible chains. It was not magic, but an authority and power that emanated from his very core, making the surrounding air heavy. Broly's footstep halted midair, then slowly descended, leaving a deep imprint on the scorched earth. He did not turn, but every muscle in his body was taut like a string stretched to its limit. Beerus began walking toward Broly. Each step was frighteningly steady, as if treading on marble rather than scorched earth. With every step, a deep footprint was left on the ground, its edges as clean as if stamped by a mold. Whis remained hovering in place, smiling as he watched the spectacle. "Did you think," Beerus' voice drew closer, cold as ice, "that I came here to ask for your opinion?" Broly could feel the presence closing in behind him. A pressure more primal and absolute than Frisia's malice or his father's obsession, as if the weight of the entire universe had suddenly descended upon him. Beerus walked up to him, then slowly circled around to face him. Beerus was not actually taller than Broly, yet when he lifted his head, his golden eyes fixed directly on Broly, his aura instantly became overwhelming. It was impossible not to feel as though he was looking down on his opponent. Beerus spoke slowly, his voice cool and distinct. "The 7th universe needs warriors. If you have the skill, you must participate in the Tournament of Power. This is not a negotiation, it is your duty and the very purpose of your existence." As he spoke, a chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth, devoid of warmth, carrying only naked threat. "But if you lack the ability, Beerus raised his hand, his index finger lightly pointing toward Broly's chest. The fingertip did not touch him, yet the skin on Broly's chest stung, as if grazed by a blade's edge. Then there is no need for you to continue living. The duty of a god of destruction is to cleanse the universe of its refuse. As Beerus' words fell, a terrifying divine pressure suddenly erupted from his lean frame, like some ancient beast awakening. That pressure was not mere presence, it was like countless invisible hammers striking Broly from all directions. Boom, crackle. With Beerus at the center, the already scorched and hardened ground of Vampa shattered like glass. Massive fissures spread rapidly like black spiderwebs, devouring everything. The scorched earth broke apart, rocks and dust were hurled into the air by an unseen force, then crushed into fine powder under even greater pressure. The air grew thick each breath, like tearing the lungs. Light warped and space itself began to emit a thin, grating hum. The entire planet seemed to groan lowly under the casually unleashed might of Beerus. Broly's shoulders sagged heavily, as if mountains pressed down upon him. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, his ankles sinking into the cracked earth. The dust stirred up, was pinned back to the ground by the oppressive force. The armor on his upper body let out a faint creak, veins bulged on his exposed skin, muscles swelling, as he fought with all his might against the pressure that could shatter an ordinary planet. Yet his spine remained as straight as a rock, his waist unyielding. Only his heavy breathing, hot air streaming through clenched teeth, carved two white trails in the stagnant atmosphere. Oh! The laziness and mockery in Beerus' eyes vanished, replaced by a growing intensity of curiosity and interest. He tilted his head slightly, his brows arching like a cat's whiskers. Interesting. Truly interesting. In all these years, few mortals have endured my pressure without collapsing, only sinking into the ground. Broly, who had kept his head lowered, slowly raised it. Beneath his disheveled hair, his once wild eyes now settled into a piercing sharpness. A faint emerald light flashed deep within his pupils, not yet fully unleashed, yet already radiating a dangerous wildness. His voice was hoarse but clear, each word forced from his chest. Are you testing me? Testing it. Beerus shrugged, the gesture casual, yet carrying an air of absolute dominance. You could say that, but I prefer to call it selection. He deliberately drew out the last syllable, his gaze cutting through Broly like a blade. Selecting those worthy to stand before me rather than groveling like insects. With that, Beerus lazily raised his right hand, his gloved fingers rubbing together with an elegance akin to plucking a flower. But the moment his fingertips met, a deep violet light flared, instantly coalescing into a pea-sized energy sphere that hovered silently above his finger. Though small the moment it appeared, the already warped space rippled like a lake struck by a stone, sending visible purple waves outward. A purer, more extreme aura spread. Not mere energy, but the embodiment of finality, annihilation, return to nothingness. This was the power of a god of destruction, the authority to end all things. Whis, who had been quietly observing nearby with his staff, slightly raised his slender brows, a flicker of understanding passing through his violet eyes. He made no sound, no movement. He knew the god he served all too well, seemingly capricious and irritable, yet with impeccable control, especially when encountering a toy that piqued his interest. The sphere of destruction in Beerus' hand had been compressed and controlled to its utmost limit. The destruction within was subtly restrained. On the surface, it would at most blast Broly away and inflict superficial wounds. This was a threshold set by the god of destruction himself, cruel and direct. Catch it. Beerus held the small purple sphere of destruction on his fingertip, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. If you can catch it, you'll have the right to keep talking to me here. If you can't. He left the sentence unfinished, but his half-closed eyes and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth made the meaning clear. You wouldn't even qualify as a toy or a test subject. The outcome was understood by all. With a soft whoosh, Beerus flicked his finger, and the purple destruction sphere left his fingertip. It wasn't fast. In fact, it was rather slow, drifting lazily through the thick, oppressive air toward Broly. But in its wake, it left a faint purple trail. Dust and rubble along that trail dissolved directly into fundamental particles and vanished without making a sound. It wasn't vaporized by heat, its very existence was erased, pure destruction. The fear it brought struck straight into the soul, making one instinctively want to flee, feeling as if life itself was about to be torn apart. Broly stared fixedly at the purple orb, countless images and emotions flashing through his eyes. 41 years of struggling against madness and instinct in dark imprisonment. The fury and resentment of twice trying to break free and chase the stars only to fail, and the despair and heart-wrenching pain of watching his father Paragus turn to light dust before his eyes. Years of endurance, waiting suppression, and concession. He had had enough. These words had long filled his soul with weariness and brutality. This purple cat-like being before him, calling himself the god of destruction, looked down from above casually, deciding life, death, and worth. Perfect. This moment was the best time for the long-suppressed flame to erupt. Dodge. With the power now surging in his body and speed surpassing lightning, evading this slow-moving energy sphere was nothing. Retreat. That would be an admission of defeat and acceptance of being filtered, a continuation of that nauseating endurance. No, he had had enough. A low beast-like growl rumbled from Broly's throat. He didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Just as the purple orb of universal destruction was about to touch his chest, he abruptly raised his right arm, thick with muscle and bulging veins. His 5 fingers spread wide, his palm rough, calloused, and covered in tiny scars devoid of any superfluous energy glow. Using only the simplest flesh and blood in the most primal and brutal manner, he met the destruction sphere heat-in. What a... The ever-composed Beerus' pupils constricted sharply. For the first time, a look of near shock appeared on his face. He blurted out, "Madman. Are you asking for death, boy?" There was no earth-shattering explosion. When the purple destruction sphere touched Broly's broad palm, it only made a grotesque, teeth-grinding sound, like a red-hot brand pressed against oiled skin or the moan of space itself being torn. The profound, pure purple divine power of destruction carrying the aura of annihilation clashed heat-in with the wild, savage emerald energy within Broly. The purple light sought to erode and decompose, dragging everything into the abyss of nothingness, erasing it on a fundamental level. The emerald energy, like the most primal and unyielding life force, boiled and roared, resisting with all its might, even attempting to devour and assimilate the purple destruction. These two extreme and equally terrifying forces clashed and pulled against each other in Broly's trembling palm. As the energies interwove and tore, arcs of purple and green electricity shot out. The piercing screech grew sharper, like 2 invisible primordial beasts locked in mortal combat within his hand. The muscles in Broly's right arm swelled to their limit. His skin bulged and collapsed due to the energy conflict, as if something was squirming beneath the surface. His feet were rooted deep into the scorched earth, which cracked again. But he stood like a mountain, steady and unmoving, not retreating a single step despite the world shaking around him. All his muscles trembled violently. Veins bulged on his forehead. Sweat mixed with dust trickled down his temples, finally gathering into a single murky drop at his chin. His 5 fingers sank deep into the destruction sphere. The purple energy coiled around his arm like venomous snakes, crackling and hissing. The rock layer beneath his feet couldn't withstand the pressure. Cracks spread wildly and debris floated and disintegrated in the chaotic energy currents, turning to powder. He clenched his teeth so hard his gums nearly bled, using his palm to forcibly hold back the torrent of destruction, preventing it from exploding or consuming him. Time seemed to stretch. 1 second his battle suit tore from the arm, revealing muscles taut as iron. 2 seconds the purple light began to collapse inward, emitting a screeching sound like glass being crushed. 3 seconds the energy flow suddenly stalled, as if strangled by an invisible hand. Finally, the destruction sphere, capable of erasing continental plates, let out a last low hum in Broly's palm. Its light receded like a tide, contracting and dissipating. Only a few wisps of scorched smoke slowly rose from between his fingers. The entire planet Vampa fell into dead silence. Beneath the crimson sky, the barren plains plowed by the energy storm were strewn with fine crystalline dust. Distant broken mountains wavered in the heat haze. The wind stopped. Even the planet's perennial howling sandstorms seemed to hold their breath. Beerus' pupils abruptly constricted. His once languid back slowly straightened. The wisp of destruction energy in his hand silently dissipated, with a few residual purple sparks still crackling at his fingertips. Broly slowly lowered his right arm. He then raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, locking onto Beerus with unwavering intensity. A faint smile gradually curled at the corners of his mouth, subtle, yet as sharp as a blade. Is this the power of a god of destruction? His voice was almost inaudible, carrying a hint of huskiness, yet each word struck the silence like a hammer, causing the air to tremble. His tone was calm, yet every syllable was entwined with the lingering resonance of energy exploding in Beerus's ears like invisible ripples. The distant, already precarious rock peak crumbled in response to his words as the thunderous roar of falling boulders marked them with a heavy imprint. Beerus's eyes narrowed into 2 dangerous slits. He saw clearly. This guy did not merely catch the destructive energy, but rather through the most direct and savage means he had crushed and countered the god of destruction's power inch by inch with the raging torrent of energy within him, ultimately annihilating it altogether. The light spilling through Broly's fingers was not residual destructive energy, but rather the remnants left after two supreme forces tore at each other. This indicated that in those brief 3 seconds the unrefined Saiyan had unleashed energy that had grazed the threshold of godhood. Interesting. Beerus murmured, a tremor of excitement lacing his voice, so very interesting. The laziness and impatience on his face vanished, replaced by the fiery glint of a hunter encountering a rare prey. His cat-like pupils constricted into narrow slits in the dim red sky as a faint purple mist began to envelop him. The power of the god of destruction was starting to unconsciously leak out. The ground beneath him silently transformed into a purplish-black crystal, only to disintegrate into fine dust a moment later. "Whis, do you feel it?" Beerus' voice was low, laden with an ominous tone. "Of course, Lord Beerus." Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, a halo of rainbow light radiating from him, causing the fractured rock layers to slowly begin to mend themselves. "Mr. Broly's mastery over energy has surpassed instinct, stepping into the realm of will. Truly impressive growth." "No, that's not what I meant." Beerus shook his head. Each step he took leaving behind burning purple footprints on the crystalline ground. His gaze was fixated on Broly, as if trying to penetrate through his battered body and gaze into the depths of his soul. "What I mean is, this guy didn't even disrupt his breathing rhythm just now." Whis slightly raised an eyebrow. Like an iceberg, he remarked softly, a deep smile gracing his face. "What we see is merely a fraction floating on the surface." "Broly, right?" Beerus stopped just under 10 steps away from Broly. This distance was almost intimate for them. He tilted his head, a soft cracking sound emanating from his neck, his smile stretching into a grin that was almost grotesque. "I've changed my mind. This isn't a matter of your qualifications." He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed palm facing upwards. The dark red clouds of the sky began to swirl around his hand, forming a colossal vortex that covered half the planet. At the vortex's center, a destructive energy 10 times more intense than before was gathering, coalescing into floating purple stars. "You must participate in the power tournament." Beerus's eyes shone terrifyingly bright beneath the energy glow. "No, I should say." He suddenly clenched his fist. All the purple stars exploded simultaneously, transforming into billions of streams of light that surged into his body. A pillar of light erupted from Beerus, tearing a massive hole in the atmosphere of the planet of 10,000 Pa, the deep starry sky, flickering coldly within the void. "Let me see." Within the light beam, Beerus' figure began to swell and distort, the purple divine flames billowing behind him like a cloak. "Just how strong can you get?" Broly inhaled deeply. This breath was drawn in so deeply that his chest swelled like a bellows, the surrounding air forming visible whirlpools as it rushed into his nostrils. His charred right hand clenched into a fist, the wounds splitting open, dark golden blood evaporating into blood mist before it could even drip. Following that was a second breath. His spine popped rhythmically, the muscles on either side of his shoulder blades writhing violently as if something were trying to burst forth from within. A pale green aura surged from his pores, transitioning from intangible to tangible, from faint to dense, eventually transforming into a soaring turquoise beam of light that stood in defiance against Beerus' purple divine flames. Within the beam, Broly's hair stood on end, each strand shimmering with golden light, while a fierce green glow akin to an ancient beast ignited deep within his pupils. The rock layers beneath him crumbled and melted, transforming into a rolling lake of lava as he hovered above it, the arcs of electricity surrounding him instantly vaporizing the falling debris. The true test had only just begun. Above the desolate rust-red wastelands of planet Vampa, two figures clashed like blazing meteors, frenzied, relentless, incandescent. Each collision erupted in blinding halos of light. Shockwaves rippled across the sky, like concentric tremors, tearing the already shattered ground below into deeper, more jagged fissures. Broly rocketed upward from a deep crater. Rock beneath his feet instantly pulverized to dust. His muscles swelled with raw power, his right fist blazed with seething emerald aura, radiant as if gripping a miniature star. His fist cleaved the air with thunderous detonations, one after another, as though the heavens themselves roared in protest. Its trajectory carved a vacuum tunnel through space, stark and enduring. His speed defied comprehension. Even light bent and refracted within the warped corridor of his passage. Beerus hovered 30 meters above the ground, his violet robes utterly still amid the maelstrom as if the world's fiercest gales held no dominion over him. Faced with a blow capable of shattering mountains, he did not shift a single foot, only tilted his head with flawless preternatural precision, as though he had calculated the strike's path before it began. Broly's fist grazed past his pointed ear, whipping up a gust that sent his silver hair streaming violently upward. The instant Broly's assault reached its apex, its momentum spent, Beerus moved. His right hand shot forward with inhuman speed. One moment it hung relaxed at his side. The next his fingers coiled around Broly's wrist like venomous serpents, cold as forged metal, heavy as a mountain range. Beerus guided Broly's forward inertia with a subtle dancer's pull, effortless, elegant. Yet Broly was flung forward as though crushed beneath a cosmic wheel, utterly powerless over his own body. With a fluid twist of his wrist, a deceptively simple shoulder throw, the cosmos inverted. Broly spun wildly, sky and scorched earth whirling in violent inversion before his eyes. In the next breath his back slammed into Vampa's surface with a cataclysmic boom, the groan of a planet's crust buckling under unbearable force. From the impact's epicenter, spiderweb fractures exploded outward, deep, terrifying, wide as chasms, ripping across the land with feverish intensity. Within the rising plume of dust, a crater over 50 meters wide yawned open, its base glowed with an eerie, dull crimson. Rock fused instantly into obsidian glass by unimaginable heat. The shockwave hurled soil and stone dozens of meters skyward. Charred earth, splintered strata, vitrified sand, all swirling upward to coalesce into a colossal, sun-obscuring mushroom cloud. At the crater's deepest point, Broly lay supine on scorching rock, every bone screaming in protest. Jaw clenched until blood welled from his gums, mingling with crimson streaks trickling down his chin, each drop hissing as it struck the superheated stone. His black eyes locked onto the violet figure suspended above. Deep within his pupils, something ancient stirred. Urg! He roared, a feral guttural sound, and launched himself upward once more. This time his eruption was fiercer. The crater floor collapsed anew, and he surged toward Beerus like a living missile trailing a long, luminous emerald afterburner. Speed is acceptable. Strength, not unimpressive. Beerus remained motionless, arms crossed, tail swaying lazily. His voice was unervingly calm, starkly dissonant against the apocalyptic ruins surrounding them. But it's crude. Your combat style? Nothing more than a rampaging bull charging blindly ahead. On any true battlefield, such recklessness lasts less than 3 seconds. Broly uttered no reply, yet his assault transformed. His left fist lashed sideways with lethal precision, aimed straight for Beerus's temple. Simultaneously, his right knee drove upward like a siege hammer, targeting Beerus's abdomen. This was no martial art. It was the instinct of survival forged over 4 decades battling savage beasts across Vampa's wilderness. Dual-axis assault, sealing all escape routes, each strike engineered to kill. Beerus finally moved, not by dodging, but by vanishing. One moment he stood still, the next his form dissolved into ghostly indistinction. Broly's fist and knee struck only empty air, concussive booms rupturing his own eardrums. And then, without warning, Beerus reappeared, materializing half a meter from Broly's flank, as if surfacing from still water. Too slow. Beerus spoke with detached nonchalance, his right leg snapping sideways like a steel whip. No flourish, only pure, devastating efficiency. Its velocity was incomprehensible, a violet blur, its force so immense that the very space around his foot warped, visibly rippling like disturbed water. Tum! The impact sounded less like flesh meeting flesh, and more like 2 mountains colliding. Heat. Agony exploded along Broly's flank. He flew backward like a football kicked with godlike force, smashing through 3 towering rock spires in succession. The first shattered midbody, raining boulders like hail. The second, he bored straight, through carving a molten tunnel from one face to the other. The third he obliterated at its peak, tumbling headlong toward a distant bottomless chasm. Finally, Broly crashed hard onto the crumbling edge of the abyss. He lay sprawled in shattered stone, coughing up a torrent of blood that darkened the ash-strewn earth. Pain flooded his side. 2 ribs, certainly broken, viscera badly damaged. Each breath tasted of iron. Darkness crept into the edges of his vision. Is this truly all you are? Beerus's voice carried from kilometers away, yet resonated in Broly's ears with chilling clarity. Disappointment hung heavy in his tone, edged with weary disdain. Broly's fingers dug into the rock, inch by inch, nails splitting, knuckles whitening, blood welling between his clenched digits. He felt no pain, or rather physical agony had long since been drowned beneath something far more primal: fury, defiance, and 40 years of accumulated wrath. wrestled from storm's beasts and the merciless void itself. And deeper still buried in his bloodline, suppressed for decades by his father's control device, lay a primordial ravenous power yearning desperately to erupt. Cough, cough, cough. Broly pushed himself upright, slow-labored every movement, grinding like stone on stone loose gravel, cascading from his battered frame, each shard slick with blood. He wiped blood from his mouth, every joint protesting, and lifted his head. Deep within his Ansi obsidian eyes, emerald light began to kindle. At first only a pinprick, then like ink bleeding into clear water it bloomed across his irises, spreading, deepening, consuming. This was no golden Super Saiyan radiance, but a more ancient, fathomless green, the suffocating gloom of a primordial forest's heart, the brooding weight of storm clouds before lightning tears the sky. It isn't over yet. Broly spoke, and his voice had changed entirely. His voice was deep and hoarse like sandpaper scraping against rock, each word carrying the scent of a beast. It was no ordinary sound anymore, it felt more like a low growl surging from his chest. His body began to change wildly. Muscles writhed and expanded beneath his skin, dark blue veins emerging like the totems of an ancient tribe. His bones emitted a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache, not the uniform enhancement of a superhuman, but rather a completely uncontrolled and savage growth. Shoulders rising high, back muscles bulging, limbs becoming grotesquely thick. The most outrageous change was in his hair. From the roots, the originally jet-black hair was slowly devoured by a strong and eerie shade of emerald green. This green spread rapidly to the naked eye like a waterfall flowing upstream. Wherever it passed, his hair became hard and straight like steel needles. In less than 3 seconds, his once wild long hair had transformed completely into a deep jade color fluttering in the wind like flames. His eyes were even more terrifying, with pupils shrinking to pinpricks gleaming like molten metal, blindingly bright. The irises were fully permeated with emerald green, intertwining gold and green into heterochromatic orbs. As his eyes opened, the surrounding air felt compressed, and the debris within 10 meters began to float completely, defying gravity, shattering into dust one by one. His height jumped directly from 9 meters to 3 meters, and he appeared like a giant stepping out of a myth. A faint green aura manifested on his skin, resembling not the stable flames of a Super Saiyan, but rather boiling water constantly roiling and erupting, distorting the space around him with each surge. His aura had changed as well. If Broly had previously resembled a dormant volcano, now he was a cluster of supervolcanoes on the verge of eruption. Fierce waves of energy radiated from him, fracturing the earth and shattering rocks. Even Beerus, several kilometers away, couldn't help but squint slightly. The hem of his purple robe was truly blown up this time. The laziness vanished from Beerus' face. He lowered his arms, crossed over his chest, and leaned forward. For the first time, a serious expression appeared in his half-open cat-like eyes. The legendary Super Saiyan. No, this feeling is more primal than the legends. Broly slowly ascended into the air. It wasn't a jump, but true levitation. The ground beneath him was scorched into magma, bubbling red liquid, rolling and boiling. He raised his right hand into a fist, the cracking of his knuckles crisp like popping beans. Then he looked towards Beerus. In those golden-green heterochromatic eyes there was hardly any rationality left, only the purest, most primal intent to battle. The legendary Super Saiyan. Whis floated in midair, his staff emitting a faint glow, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible awe. No, it should be called the great ape form. This is the deepest power of the Saiyan bloodline, a complete fusion with the furious will of the Super Saiyan. Mr. Broly. Truly awe-inspiring. Beerus did not respond. His purple-black pupils narrowed to a line fixated on the swirling emerald aura around Broly. This aura was no longer merely energy leaking out, it seemed to have a life of its own. Each flicker of fire twisted and roared in the air, creating fine black cracks in the surrounding space. Broly's already imposing physique swelled once more. His muscles bulged like small mountains, veins coursing beneath his skin, golden hair wildly dancing within the aura, the tips even faintly glowing with a dark red hue reminiscent of great ape fur. But the most frightening aspect was the energy. It surged upward tenfold, 20-fold, 50-fold. The roar of the energy explosion resembled the simultaneous eruption of countless stars. The already thin atmosphere of Wampa Star was torn to shreds, and the surface rock layers collapsed in chunks. By the time the aura finally stabilized beneath, Broly had transformed into a lava lake over 1,000 meters in diameter, and he floated above it like a god of destruction emerging from myth. Whis lifted his hand, a pale blue shield of light illuminated data, cascading like a waterfall. He murmured, "You have already reached the threshold of a quasi-destroyer." Interesting. Beerus' lips curled into a slow smile resembling a child who had just discovered a new toy or a beast smelling blood. He stretched his body, the purple destructive energy seeping out like mist condensing behind him into a shimmering halo. "Let me see just how far this beast can bite." As soon as he finished speaking, Broly's figure blurred. It wasn't teleportation, it was simply too fast, ripping apart the very fabric of space. Where he had been standing, the surface of the lava lake erupted into a vacuum pit several hundred meters wide, while his body had already cut through the air, leaving a burning emerald trail against Wampa Star's dark red sky. This speed was at least 5 times faster than before. Beerus hadn't even had time to catch his breath before Broly's fist crashed down like a meteor. The fist was covered in layers of emerald energy crystals. Wherever it passed, the space shattered like glass. Instinctively, the destroyer raised his arm to block, crossing his elbows to protect his chest, a diamond-shaped light shield forming from the purple destructive energy. Boom. At the moment of impact, there was no sound in the surroundings. Or rather, the sound was replaced by something even more terrifying. Centered on the two of them, a translucent spherical shockwave surged outward, raising thousands of meters high rock waves on the surface of Wampa Star like ocean swells. Beerus felt a long-lost tingling sensation in his arm, his body involuntarily sliding back, his feet leaving trails of burning white vapor in the void, sliding several kilometers before he barely stabilized himself. Oh, a genuine surprise finally flickered in Beerus' eyes. He looked down at his forearm. The light shield formed from destructive energy was already covered in spiderweb cracks. Broly did not give him a chance to breathe. As soon as his right fist was blocked, his left elbow swept in like a battle axe, the tip of his elbow screaming through the air. Beerus hurriedly sidestepped to evade. The elbow strike grazed past his chest, the residual wave directly severing a distant solitary peak in half. But this was not the end. The knee strike descended like a battering ram, crashing into the abdomen, while the sweeping leg kicked up a whirlwind and the headbutt carried the primal ferocity of a colossal beast. Each blow caused the protective energy around Beerus to tremble violently. Bang, 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 bang. A series of strikes erupted like a million thundering roars, with emerald green and violet energy fragments raining down like a torrential storm, each piece that struck the ground triggering a volcanic eruption. At first, Beerus managed to cope with his nimble movements. His hands moved like phantoms, deflecting and countering Broly's fists and kicks with precision. But Broly's speed and strength increased with each hit. Within the layer of emerald green energy, dark red sparks began to flicker, an indication that the bloodline of the great ape was fully awakening. Not bad, not bad. Beerus laughed amidst the furious onslaught, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. He fought while retreating, and with each misstep, waves of energy erupted beneath his feet. How long had it been? Since the last serious match with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, no one had pushed him to retreat step by step in close combat, through sheer power and speed. But a beast is ultimately just a beast. Beerus' voice suddenly turned cold. As Broly threw a punch, Beerus' figure vanished like a bubble, not merely moving at high speed, but merging directly into the dimensional fabric. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared 3 meters behind Broly, his right leg raised high, enveloped in dense purple destructive energy, which was covered in intricate black runes. Just relying on brute force won't even graze a god's edge. As soon as the words left his mouth, his right leg descended like a divine punishment whip. There was no sound of wind, no light, only pure destruction, manifesting as a slicing strike, slamming down on Broly's back. Boom! The sound of the impact finally echoed heavy, as if the heart of an entire planet had been crushed. Broly fell like a green comet, plummeting towards the ground at speeds exceeding that of the third universe. At the moment of impact, the planet Wampa trembled violently. A circular mountain over 50 kilometers in diameter erupted explosively, the crust shattered like biscuits, and crimson lava gushed forth from the abyss, turning hundreds of miles into a raging sea of fire. Volcanic ash and dust spiraled into a gigantic mushroom cloud, slowly rising to tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Beerus showed no signs of laxity. He fixated on the swirling sea of lava below. Indeed, within less than 3 heartbeats, a figure broke through the magma and smoke, standing once again in the sky. Broly's battle suit was torn in half, revealing a chest covered in scars, yet those wounds were visibly healing. The emerald green aura surrounding him not only remained intact, but grew even more ferocious, with dark golden sparks bursting from the edges. What was most unsettling were his eyes. His pupils had transformed into molten gold slits, the rationality of a human dissipating, while the primal ferocity of the great ape roared within. Roar! Ah! Broly howled at the sky, his voice transforming into waves of shockwaves that spread outward. His hands swiftly formed seals in front of his chest, fingers moving like phantoms, each motion manipulating the flow of energy between heaven and earth. The residual energy from the planet's atmosphere, the heat currents from deep within the core, and even the radiation drifting through cosmic space were drawn to his palms, compressed and compressed again. A dark green energy sphere was birthed between his palms, initially no larger than a fist, but expanding exponentially with each rotation. The surface of the sphere flowed like liquid metal, with countless lightning bolts dancing within. Deeper inside, one could faintly see the shadow of a great ape pounding its chest to the heavens. Whis sighed softly, the crystal at the tip of his staff glowing with a red light. Lord Beerus, he cautioned quietly, the energy level of this strike has already crossed the threshold. Beerus did not turn around, merely tightening his fist slowly. The purple destructive energy no longer drifted like mist, but coalesced around him, like armor, forming a fierce battle suit covered in sharp spikes. The halo behind him instantly expanded, shining as brightly as a purple sun rising behind him. Just right. The god of destruction licked his lips, grinning like a malevolent spirit. Let me personally break the fangs of the beast. Meteor splitter. Broly growled low, his arms suddenly spreading wide, the muscles beneath the emerald green energy swelling dramatically. The ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed into a massive pit, several meters in diameter. Stones and dust were lifted into the air by his fury, and shockwaves rippled outward. As he forcefully brought his hands together, a gigantic emerald green energy sphere over 100 meters in diameter instantly took shape, its surface crackling with electricity, emitting a sharp noise like 1,000 birds singing in unison. He twisted at the waist, channeling all his power into his arms, and thrust the planet-destroying energy sphere towards Beerus with the force of throwing a mountain. As soon as the energy sphere left his hands, the air was compressed into a visibly white shockwave, leaving a long emerald green trail behind. Mid-flight, the massive energy sphere trembled violently before erupting like a flower of death, splitting into hundreds of smaller energy orbs engulfed in raging flames. They did not scatter randomly, but flew as if alive, tracing hundreds of intertwining emerald green trajectories in the air, resembling a meteor shower cascading from the depths of the universe, shrieking and densely enveloping every inch of space around Beerus, leaving him no room to evade. Each energy orb zooming past contained the power to obliterate asteroids into cosmic dust. Where they passed, the already thin atmosphere of Wampa ignited, leaving behind fleeting trails of fire. The barrage of hundreds of these destructive energy orbs with powers compounded was enough to overturn the entire crust of Wampa, shattering the 3,000 kilometer diameter planet from within, erasing its existence in the universe. Beerus stood in place, not even shifting his feet. His purple eyes reflected the overwhelming emerald green death light approaching him, yet the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an expression of extreme disdain bordering on lethargy. Flamboyant. He was too lazy to assume a battle stance, simply raising his right hand casually, his 5 fingers slowly spreading apart. A deep purple light suddenly glowed in his palm, and the space around it began to distort slightly. The light seemed alive, spinning rapidly and expanding, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fist-sized energy vortex that devoured the surrounding light like a black hole. The vortex emitted no sound, merely spinning in silence. Its edges resembled shattered glass, with fine cracks appearing throughout the space. Destruction. His voice was not loud, as if he merely uttered a word, yet it clearly resonated amidst the roaring rush of the energy blast. In the next moment, a green barrage of energy capable of destroying galaxies collided head-on with the purple vortex. Everyone expected a cataclysmic explosion that would tear the space apart, but nothing happened. The hundreds of violent energy blasts upon touching the edge of the vortex vanished silently, as if a scorching iron ball had dropped into freezing water, or like a colorful soap bubble meeting a sharp needle. Everything disappeared without a trace. The green light, violent energy fluctuations, searing heat, and the force of impact. Everything that belonged to the energy blasts was directly erased by a higher power the moment it came into contact with that purple vortex. It was as if they had never coalesced, never been launched, and had never existed at all. Only the scorching air disturbed by the energy blasts and gradually calming down remained to remind of what had transpired here. Broly's pupils contracted to the size of a pinhead, and for the first time disbelief and shock appeared on his face. What he felt was not energy being countered or shattered, but a complete void. The energy he released enough to fill an ocean upon contact with that vortex vanished like a droplet in the desert, leaving nothing behind, not even a ripple. This was the power of a god of destruction, not a clash of energy, not a skill to counter, but a direct touch upon the rules of the universe, annihilating everything from the level of existence. In the face of this power, no matter how massive or violent the accumulation of energy, it was merely a sandcastle before a tsunami instantly rendered meaningless. Your energy is indeed astonishing, almost like that of a monster. Beerus' voice came from behind the shrinking vortex as he lowered his right hand, and the purple vortex quietly dissipated. But your understanding of power is still at the most primitive and crude stage. Is sheer energy impressive? In the face of the power of a god of destruction, greater energy is simply a more conspicuous target. Broly bit down hard, his gums bleeding from the pressure. Beerus' words were like a cold needle piercing through the confidence he had built over 41 years of solitude and madness regarding his own power. He could not refute a single word. For 41 years he had been exiled to the hell of planet Vampa, accumulating energy through the pain and rage brought by his Super Saiyan bloodline to a level that left most warriors in the universe in despair. But he had no teacher, no companions, and had never experienced true high-level battles. His fighting style relied entirely on instinct, feeling a threat, and drowning everything with more violent energy. Techniques, strategies, the essence of energy. To him it was all a blank slate. Yet the pride of the Saiyans and the indomitable fury within his bloodline burned away the moment of doubt. So what if it was crude? So what if his understanding was shallow? He possessed a pure advantage that no one could rival. His energy seemed connected to the very source of the universe's fury, almost infinite. Then let's see. Broly suddenly raised his head, the last vestige of rationality entirely swallowed by the green fury. He roared to the heavens, his voice shaking the earth. Can you erase all my energy? Boom. Like a slumbering volcano, erupting more like a supernova igniting on a planetary surface. Broly's ancestral bloodline surged within him, burning at its peak. A vibrant green aura, tenfold and hundredfold more intense than before, burst forth from every pore of his body, no longer wrapping around him, but transforming him into a humanoid green energy entity. The aura soared into the sky, forming a colossal energy pillar over 100 meters in diameter, connecting heaven and earth, constantly expanding and distorting. Inside the pillar, energy surged like liquid, producing a deafening roar. The entire sky of planet Vampa was engulfed in this bizarre and terrifying green hue, the clouds shredded and ionized, flickering with ominous arcs of electricity, as if the planet itself were mourning. He opened his arms once more, his movements slow, yet imbued with world-destroying power. As he moved, the surface of the energy pillar began to bulge and separate. 110, 100, 1,000. Countless green energy blasts, like children of destruction birthed from a mother, densely gathered around him, forming a breathtaking energy halo. The halo spun around him at high speed along complex trajectories, creating a spectacular and suffocating green energy ring. The expanding ring made Broly appear as if he were a deity wielding the power to destroy stars, albeit quite insane. The glow of each energy blast reflected on his fierce and fervent face. Meteor shower. He roared, nearly tearing his throat apart, his arms thrusting forward with force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The destruction ring, composed of thousands of energy blasts, was unleashed all at once. No longer a scattered barrage, it transformed into a green torrent several kilometers wide, made entirely of destructive energy. Like a galactic floodgate bursting open, or millions of meteors plummeting together, resolutely aiming to obliterate everything as it poured towards Beerus. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it instantly swallowed all colors in the universe. Even Broly's figure was engulfed by this self-destructive attack. Boom, 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 boom. This time the power of destruction did not erase everything instantly. The energy torrent was too dense, too immense, forcing a qualitative change. Some energy violently detonated before the destruction, the explosive sounds deafening the roars of annihilation, merging into one. The figure of Beerus was suddenly engulfed in an endless wave of emerald energy. The shockwave from the explosion spread wildly in all directions like a massive sphere. The planet Wampa, long tormented beyond recognition, could no longer withstand it. It emitted a painful wail as the entire celestial body began to tremble violently on the brink of collapse. The earth no longer simply cracked in a few places, chunks collapsed and shattered like brittle cookies. From the epicenter of the explosion, gigantic fissures spread across the globe faster than the speed of sound, bottomless, as the dark red glow from the Earth's core surged forth. The thin atmosphere ignited completely, and the entire planet was engulfed in a sea of fire interwoven with emerald and dark red. Oxygen was rapidly depleted, leaving only toxic burning gases. The mountains, which had taken billions of years to form, were now stripped away and blown apart layer by layer like sand sculptures, ultimately vaporizing into nothingness. Oceans. This desolate planet probably never had a true ocean. Even if there were a trace of moisture or ice under the pervasive high temperature, it would instantly evaporate into nothing. The geological structure of the entire planet was about to give way like a frail leaf boat that would disintegrate at any moment in a storm. Cataclysmic energy churned within, ready to erase it entirely from the cosmos. Weiss had quietly retreated to the edge of Wampa orbit without anyone noticing. He elegantly floated in the void, inexplicably producing a bag of colorful interstellar snacks, eating while savoring the thrilling battle unfolding below. The energy explosions on the surface reflected in his eyes as a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Broly's potential is always astonishing to behold. He murmured softly, his voice inaudible in the vacuum, yet it seemed to carry a rhythm of insight. However, his gaze shifted slightly to the purple figure, and the curvature of his smile deepened, containing a meaning only he understood. Lord Beerus, after playing for so long, it's time to take things a bit more seriously, isn't it? The desolate land of Wampa was engulfed in dust and smoke, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami. Broly knelt on one knee in the center of the recently exploded crater, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently with each breath. The once fiery emerald aura surrounding him had dimmed significantly, flickering like a candle in the wind. Sweat mixed with dust rolled down his chiseled cheeks, dripping onto the scorching rocks, instantly turning into a wisp of white vapor. That last strike had unleashed all the power he had cultivated over 41 years in the icy plains amidst stellar storms and in environments of overwhelming gravity, an explosive force capable of instantly vaporizing mountains and tearing the earth apart, nearly depleting 30% of his chi. This was the greatest single expenditure of energy in his cultivation career. As the dust settled, his vision slowly cleared. Broly suddenly lifted his head, his emerald pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. Beerus remained suspended in midair, not having moved an inch. Surrounding him was a layer of purple destructive energy that resembled liquid crystal, not merely a shield, but a living fluid that slowly swirled and flowed silently, swallowing and erasing the energy that could have destroyed galaxies. Not a single crease appeared in his clothing. Now the lazy and joking expression on the destroyer's face had vanished, leaving only an almost harsh focus. His purple eyes were sharp as knives, as if they were piercing through Broly's body to see the restless power within his soul. Is this truly your full strength? Beerus' tone was no longer flippant, but deep and powerful, echoing across the fractured earth. No, that's not right. My intuition tells me there is something more troublesome hidden within you. Broly's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by some invisible force, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He had been seen through. Beerus was absolutely correct. Deep within his bloodline, beneath that ferocious Super Saiyan power, there still lay something older and more dangerous asleep. That was the core of the legendary Super Saiyan, a forbidden power capable of briefly contending with the gods. It wasn't that he couldn't unleash it, but rather that he was afraid to touch it. Every time he tried to approach that power, the edges of his rationality would be met with a frenzied roar as the impulse for destruction surged like a tide. That abyss frightened even him. Still hesitating, Beerus' voice rose slightly, laced with unabashed provocation and perhaps even a hint of anticipation. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, without any compression or detailed control. A purple sphere of destructive energy the size of a fist formed above his fingertips, composed entirely of pure destructive energy. It spun quietly, its interior harboring the brutality and finality of the universe's birth. The light was not blinding, yet it cast an eerie purple hue over the entire Wampa. The utterly pure aura of destruction spread out, causing every cell in Broly's body to scream as his survival instincts blared alarms. This strike was not about strength, but total erasure. With no way to escape and nowhere to block, it was either transcendence or oblivion. Broly slowly stood upright. He closed his eyes, inhaling the scorching air filled with the smell of gunpowder, then exhaled slowly. The Super Saiyan blood that had been suppressed within him began to rebel against his will, flowing wildly along some ancient and mysterious trajectory. Deep within his bloodline, there was a faint click sound as chains loosened. The power that had slept for countless years, infused with a golden glow, yet evoking chaos and ferocity, began to seep out, slowly merging and boiling with his original aura. He opened his eyes. Deep within his emerald pupils, it seemed as if golden lightning and a chaotic vortex were being born together. 41 years of solitude, the cold winds of the icy plains, a thirst for power, the fear of losing control, and the anger buried deep within his heart, all ignited into the flame in his eyes at this moment. Come on. His voice was low and calm, even slightly hoarse, yet it resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing the boiling power within. Lucy stared at Bululi, plainly sensing the subtle shift in his aura. The jade-green flames of his energy began to shimmer with an ominous golden sheen. At last his mouth split into a grin, a mad smile that twisted his whole face into a savage mask. That's more like it. He flicked his finger, and a small purple orb of destruction sliced through the void, without a sound, streaking straight for Bululi. Along its path the fabric of space rippled as though being corroded, as if even nothingness itself were being devoured. The purple orb tore open the void, humming with a shrill drone and the acrid scent of scorched air as it howled toward Bululi. Even the thin atmosphere of Wampa Star warped and vaporized before it, leaving a long purple afterimage. This strike was unlike any that had come before. Lucy neither dampened its force nor steered its course. He simply condensed the god of destruction's power into a single sphere and hurled it. Simple, brutal, direct, and because of that, all the more terrifying. Within the light ball raged a purple star on the verge of exploding. Its surface boiled and churned, exuding an annihilating aura that made the soul tremble. Every hair on Buluoli's body rose on end. Instinct screamed a frantic warning. This attack's danger surpassed the sum of all that had come before. Each cell in him trembled, his blood nearly freezing. If he did not pour out his full strength this time, he would die, erased by the pure law of destruction, leaving no trace. For a Saiyan, death was never an end, but the dawn of evolution. He threw back his head, neck, and temple veins bulging like writhing worms. He opened his mouth and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The sound no longer seemed human. It was the bellow of some primeval beast wrenching free of its chains. With that roar, the long-dormant, transcendent bloodline within him finally erupted. A rolling shockwave of jade-green energy exploded outward from his center. The ground heaved, layer by layer. Rocks and dust were hurled skyward, forming an ever-expanding ring of destruction. The stone beneath his feet cracked in fragments, collapsing into a pit more than 100 meters across. The power buried deepest in his lineage belonged to the fabled true might of the Super Saiyan, like an ancient colossus slumbering for eons, slowly opening cold feral eyes. Hiss! Buluoli's emerald aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. It was no longer merely radiated energy. It grew deeper and more savage, as if it had become alive. The hue shifted from a bright emerald to a somber dark green, like the oldest jade from the abyss of the cosmos, emitting a chilling, uncanny glow. The aura no longer merely cloaked him, it writhed and billowed like a living thing, occasionally erupting with clusters of inky green arcs that cracked and sizzled. His body changed before the eyes of onlookers. Muscles ballooned, as if inflated, each fiber saturated with furious energy and taking on the density and hardness of forged alloy. His chest grew broader, back muscles spread like wings, and the girth of his arms and thighs swelled in an instant. His already torn battlesuit was stretched into tatters. Faint green energy veins surfaced across his skin, pulsing and flickering as though breathing. His hair had turned to a deep verdant green. No longer standing on end, it flowed back like burning green flames, the tips trailing faint motes of light. His face took on sharper angles, more bestial. His pupils contracted to a pure, icy gilded color, while the irises became deep, bottomless whirlpools of dark green, as if reflecting the ruin of stars. Most terrifying of all was the tsunami-like aura that swept the planet and trembled across the cosmos. Is this approaching god of destruction level? Lucy narrowed his eyes. For the first time, a genuine surprise flashed across his crimson pupils. He hovered midair, feeling the almost tangible weight of the onslaught, and murmured to himself. In terms of raw energy, the Buluoli before him was already nearly indistinguishable from the newly minted or weaker gods of destruction from other universes. Though still far from matching an ancient millennia-old god of destruction like himself, he could certainly stand toe-to-toe with Tuop, a captain of the 11th Universe's Jiao Zhandue, or other opponents of similar rank, without being overwhelmed. No, not just energy. Wasis' voice came clearly from Wampa Star's orbit, carried by divine power and unusually grave. Lord By Lucy, do you feel it? He was rising and rising faster and faster. By Lucy felt it, of course. Buluoli's aura did not stop when his transformation completed. It continued to climb at an unnatural pace. With each passing second, the dark green flame grew more intense, and the energy fluctuations became more violent. It was as if an endless, frenzied wellspring of power was erupting within him, or perhaps an ancient seal had finally been broken, allowing a force accumulated over untold ages to pour forth freely. A monstrous lineage. By Lucy licked his lips, a keen, delighted battle smile, carving his purple face. Intriguing. Absolutely intriguing. He laughed wildly as the purple sphere bearing the will to annihilate closed the last few hundred meters and hurtled at Buluoli. Space along its path cracked like glass. Buluoli whipped his head around, his bifurcated golden-green eyes locking onto the incoming orb of destruction. He did not dodge or retreat. With a low snarl, he raised his corded right arm, fingers splayed palm like something that could crush stars, and met Hedon, the purple destructive projectile that threatened to overshadow star systems. This time he neither traded energy blasts nor tried to deflect it with a barrier. He chose the most primal, brutal demonstration of strength, to use his newly cast transcendent body and absorb a god of destruction's annihilating force directly. Boom. At the moment of contact, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Before he could react, the explosion and blinding radiance consumed everything. The violet destructive energy detonated in Broly's palm. This was no ordinary burst. It was as if erasure of existence itself had suddenly materialized. The purple light of annihilation ravenously corroded, decomposed, and obliterated everything it touched, whether matter or energy, reducing it all to nothingness. This energy frantically spread along Broly's arms, seeking to erase his flesh, bones, chi channels, and even the very imprint of his soul. Erg! Broly roared, his voice brimming with agony and ferocity. The deep green aura in his palm clashed fiercely against the god of destruction's energy. Emerald green and deep violet intertwined violently in his palm, wrestling, tearing, and opposing each other, erupting into countless blinding beams of light and a deafening roar of energy. This was not merely a collision of power, but a contest between two supreme essences. Zizing. The sound of energy corrosion set one's teeth on edge. The muscles in Broly's right arm seemed ready to burst, his veins thick as coiled pythons writhing wildly beneath his skin. The skin on his palm was scorched black by the destructive energy, emitting a smell of burnt flesh, yet it rapidly healed under the influence of his nearly boundless vitality. Fresh sweat evaporated instantly upon contact with the energy, turning into clouds of white vapor. Beneath his feet, the ground bore unimaginable pressure. With his feet, as the epicenter cracks spread like mad spider-webbing outward and extending for kilometers in the blink of an eye. The entire planet Vampa groaned and sank under this confrontation. The planet itself could barely withstand the strain, on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. Gale force winds swept up rubble and dust, forming a colossal dust storm that connected heaven and earth, completely engulfing the two figures. Only the terrifying flickering light of green and purple piercing through the dust screen revealed that this transcendental struggle was still ongoing. Broly clenched his teeth, a flame of unyielding defiance burning in his golden eyes. He could clearly feel the tearing pain in his arm, a pain capable of instantly vaporizing a star. But the power within him continued to surge wildly, an endless torrent roaring toward his arm to clash with the violet light of destruction. This contest had only just begun. Stop. Now. He growled, his voice bestial. His 5 fingers abruptly closed, crushing the violet sphere of destruction in his palm as it screamed, forcing it to detonate from the sheer force of his energy. The violet light exploded like shattering stars, countless fragments flying in all directions, each carrying enough energy to vaporize a mountain range. Broly was drenched in blood. The skin on his right arm was carbonized and peeling from the energy, revealing raw red muscle beneath with tiny violet sparks still dancing along the charred edges. Yet he remained standing, immovable as a mountain. He slowly raised his blood-stained face, his golden pupils erupting with battle intent like a volcano. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, sizzling as it struck the cracked rock beneath his feet. So this is the power of a god of destruction. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, yet it carried a near-maddened excitement, like a dying beast scenting blood. Beerus hovered in midair, his dark violet divine robe fluttering in the aftermath. He gazed calmly at the figure emerging from the destruction, his dark gold pupils contracting slightly. After a moment, a genuine smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. No longer casual mockery, but the burning excitement of a predator spotting its prey. Not bad. The god of destruction's voice was low and pleased. Quite good. He gently rolled his neck, producing crisp cracks from his joints as a faint violet aura gradually shimmered around him. Then I suppose I should get a little more serious. The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished like smoke. Broly's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Even though he could perceive movements beyond the speed of light, he completely lost track of his target in that instant. Only the violet afterimage on his retina and the sudden explosion of sonic boom clouds in the air testified that a movement defying physical laws had occurred. In the next instant, time seemed to freeze again. Before Broly could even lower his gaze, the god of destruction's knee crashed into his abdomen like a falling star. This was not a mere physical strike, but a law-infused blow that compressed destruction itself into a single point and delivered it at a god's speed. 2. Broly's body bent at a grotesque angle, blood arcing through the air like a scarlet rainbow. He flew backward like a meteor launched from a star, his speed so great that a blazing white flame ignited on his body. He tore a vacuum tunnel through Vampa's thin atmosphere, trailing a scorching plasma wake that stretched for dozens of kilometers behind him. The first asteroid loomed large in his vision, a rocky body 30 kilometers in diameter. The instant his back struck it, it exploded into fine dust. Before the debris could even scatter, his body had already passed through the explosion's center, trailing fire as it slammed into a second, then a third asteroid. Each impact a nuclear detonation, blooming into brief, brutal sparks of stellar debris across the cosmos. By the time he carved a trench several kilometers long into the surface of a fourth asteroid and embedded himself into the wall of a crater, his consciousness had grown hazy. Blood seeped from every pore on his body, forming beads in the zero-gravity environment. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his blackened breastbone exposed, heaving with each labored breath. Cough. Huh. His trembling fingers dug into the rock crevices, forcibly pulling himself out of the man-shaped crater. The searing pain in his abdomen felt like thousands of red-hot knives churning within. Anyone else would have been reduced to cosmic dust long ago. But he was not anyone else. The physique of a Super Saiyan was nearly immortal. It's not over. He roared, grinding his molars to dust, and kicked off violently from the rock layer. The entire asteroid trembled violently as he shot upward like a green comet. But Beerus was already waiting there. The god of destruction hovered gracefully amidst the stardust, his right fist drawn back to his side, purple energy writhing over his knuckles as though it were alive. Broly had just burst out from the pile of rubble, his fist already striking. It appeared slow to the eye, yet in reality, it was so quick that time seemed to lag behind. As his fist crashed into his chest, he clearly heard the sound of his bones shattering. Boom! He flew backward like a meteor, crashing directly into the dark red surface of Wampa's star. Beerus gave him no chance to catch his breath. The divine figure flickered through the cosmos, each teleportation perfectly timing to intercept Broly's flight path. Fists, elbows, knees, and feet. Each strike shook the very fabric of space. The purple energy of the god of destruction wormed into Broly's body like maggots, tearing and eroding him on a molecular level with each contact. Broly was like a punching bag being battered by the gods, constantly bouncing between the pitch-black cosmos and the star rings. Each collision stirred up massive ripples of energy. His ribs broke and healed repeatedly, his internal organs shattered and reassembled, and his skin cycled between charred and renewed. Blood trailed behind him, leaving a glowing red streak. Yet amidst this hellish agony, Broly's gaze grew brighter like a star ignited in darkness. He could feel it. Each time his bones shattered, they reformed stronger. Each muscle torn, new fibers grew more resilient. The destructive energy seeped into his body, only to be crazily absorbed, devoured, and transformed. The Saiyan's instinct of resurrection from the brink of death, catalyzed by his legendary bloodline, transformed into something even more terrifying. Each time he lingered on the edge of destruction, he ventured further, elevating his life force. Suddenly, another heavy punch landed on his face. Broly rolled through the starry sky, blood spraying from all 7 orifices. Yet amidst the splattering blood, the corners of his mouth twisted into a vicious yet exhilarated grin. Bring it on. More. Give me more. His voice was hoarse, as if roaring from deep within his throat. The golden aura began to expand uncontrollably. For the first time, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Beerus' eyes. Soon that surprise morphed into a more fervent, even savage smile. Interesting. The god of destruction licked his lips as purple divine light surged into the sky like flames. Then, as you wish, he clasped his hands before his chest, and a destructive sphere, 10 times larger than before, began to coalesce. The rubble of the entire asteroid belt trembled, shattered, and turned to nothingness under this energy. Broly stood at the abyss of blood and fire, arms wide open, letting out a roar that shook the stars. What are you laughing at? Beerus' voice came from above, deep yet tinged with amusement. His right foot firmly pressed on Broly's chest. The purple destructive energy coiled around his ankle, like electricity, forcefully driving Broly into the surface of Wampa Star. The air was torn apart, burning as it left a scarlet trail. Boom! The surface of Wampa Star was struck again, creating a deep pit over 1,000 meters in diameter, with the edges of the rocks instantly melting into a glass-like fluid. This shockwave swept out like a ring, turning the ground into a plowed field, upheaving layers upon layers. The entire planet's crust groaned and trembled violently, thousands of unfathomable cracks spreading in an instant. Scalding crimson lava erupted like the blood of the planet, shooting into the dim sky. Thick smoke and raging flames engulfed everything, and in mere seconds Wampa Star transformed into a blazing fireball. At the bottom of the deep pit, Broly lay on his back among the lava and rubble. His battle suit was in tatters, and his exposed skin bore deep wounds visible to the bone, blood continuously flowing out, yet instantly evaporating in the intense heat, leaving only dark red scabs. His silver hair was matted with dust and blood sticking to his forehead. Yet the corners of his mouth were still curled upward, an innocent, even slightly dazed smile. So that's it, he murmured to himself. Though his voice was faint, it clearly pierced through the roar of the lava echoing at the bottom of the pit. This is the way of the god of destruction. Not technique, not tricks, but the very essence of destruction itself. Beerus descended quietly like a phantom, standing at the edge of the pit. The glow of the lava cast shifting shadows on his purple skin. He looked down at the Saiyan, who had nearly become a bloodied figure, his tail swaying slowly behind him. You can still smile, eh? Beerus' voice held no emotion, only a tinge of curiosity. It seems you truly are quite interesting. Broly did not respond to him, merely took a deep breath, feeling as if he inhaled the smoke and searing energy around him. Then he propped himself up with his elbow, barely lifting his battered body. His muscles trembled violently as they tightened again, veins bulging beneath his skin. What was even more astonishing was that the grotesque wounds on his body were visibly healing, granulation tissue growing rapidly and intertwining new skin covering swiftly, leaving only faint red scars. The cracking sounds of bones returning to place melded into one, popping like exploding beans. He slowly, unsteadily, yet resolutely stood up from the bottom of the pit. The firelight of the lava cast enormous swaying shadows behind his erect spine. It's not over yet, he said. His voice was not loud, yet it stirred the stillness like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, creating invisible ripples. Then boom! An unimaginable surge of violent energy erupted suddenly from Broly's center. This was no ordinary wave of energy, but a solid emerald green energy pillar shot up into the sky, piercing through the swirling smoke and clouds. The aura that had been close to the threshold of quasi-god of destruction surged at this moment, breaking through into a new limit. Within the energy pillar, faint electric arcs danced, a sign that the power was so immense that it warped space itself. Though he still had a distance to cover before reaching the profound power symbolizing might of Beerus, this wild growth of potential was no longer an unattainable fantasy. You monster! Beerus murmured to himself. In his eyes, which had always been calm and undisturbed, a clear astonishment flickered, even a hint of excitement from an unexpected surprise. He had come to understand that his opponent's power was not merely increasing, but rather imitating and adapting. Every destruction he endured became fuel for evolution, as if the battle itself was the soil in which he grew. Broly rolled his neck, the vertebrae cracking crisply twice. He clenched his fists, feeling the blood roaring like a torrent within his reforged veins, the power surging within him in waves unceasing. His body, with every heavy blow it took, even when pushed to its limits, underwent a silent and profound transformation. Muscles growing denser, energy flowing swifter, his combat instincts sharpening to an ever keener edge. This was the true terror of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Not its initial strength, but that relentless, near limitless speed of evolution in battle. That was what truly inspired dread. He raised his head to look at Beerus, his emerald eyes locked onto the deity, burning with a calm, yet fervent battle lust. Keep going. Broly's voice was as steady as iron, cutting through the planet's roar with startling clarity. Beerus paused for a moment. Then a genuinely delighted smile spread across his face. The earlier languor vanished entirely, and he became like a drawn blade. Good. Beerus' voice rose, brimming with exhilaration. Then let's continue, until you can no longer stand. The moment the words left his lips, his figure vanished. No afterimage, not a whisper of sound, as if he had merged with the very fabric of space. But this time Broly's eyes flared with sudden light. He caught it. Not a clear image, but a faint, nearly invisible trajectory, hurtling toward him at an unimaginable speed. This was no reaction born of conscious thought, but an instinct forged on the edge of death countless times. His body moved faster than his mind, twisting sharply to the right. Ryup. Beerus' fist, wreathed in purple destructive energy, grazed past Broly's cheek. The mere wind of the punch carved a bloody gash across his bronze skin and tore a bizarre black rift in the air between them, a sight swift enough to chill the heart. Oh, for the first time genuine surprise flickered in Beerus' eyes. He could actually keep up. Broly gave him no chance to catch his breath. As he dodged, Broly unleashed the full force of his being. The recoil from his feet, the twist of his waist, the explosive push of his shoulder and arm, all converging into a single torrent of violent power. His right fist rose from below, wreathed in green aura like a tiny green star, and slammed brutally into Beerus' slightly upturned chin. Boom! A heavy, dull thunderclap, as if two asteroids had collided. The shockwave erupted, scouring the crater floor clean of molten rock and boulders. This punch landed solidly. The moment fist met chin, the muffled sound resonated like a drum, and the air itself compressed into visible ripples that spread outward. Beerus' head was jerked backward by the force, his neck bending at an impossible angle. The rock beneath his feet cracked with a sharp report, fissures spreading like a spiderweb. He stumbled back 2 steps, each one heavy as an earthquake, dust rising from the cracks. On this dead planet's surface, those 2 steps seemed infinitely prolonged. The air solidified, broken only by the distant sound of rolling rubble, tiny sounds that only made the battlefield feel more empty and silent. The god of destruction had been pushed back. Though it was only 2 steps, though Beerus had never assumed a defensive stance, and even wore a hint of nonchalance. Those 2 steps marked the first time in this seemingly hopeless battle that Broly had truly touched the body of this supreme deity. Beerus slowly lowered his head. He raised a hand, and its white glove fingertips gently touching his chin, where it had been struck, the movement oddly slow. He felt a faint tingling, barely painful. Yet this almost meaningless sensation was like a pebble shattering the layer of languor and arrogance on his face. Surprise rippled through him like a stone's wake. But quickly that surprise was replaced by another, more fervent and pure emotion. The excitement of discovering a new toy, the wild joy of finally meeting an opponent who could satisfy him after a long slumber. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, his grin widening and growing more dangerous, revealing a set of sharp teeth that glinted coldly in the dim light. You hit me. His voice was no longer the lofty, flat tone of before. It held a note of disbelief and an irrepressible excitement and amusement. You actually hit me. Not far away, Broly was on one knee, one fist supporting his battered body as he gasped for air. Each breath pulled at countless wounds, sending pain lancing through him until his vision darkened. Blood and sweat dripped from his green hair, strands, chiseled face, and solid muscles spreading a dark stain on the rock beneath him. His battle suit was already in tatters, his skin covered in burns and gashes. Yet more striking than these injuries was his gaze. There was not a trace of retreat, not a shred of fear in it. Only a blazing battle lust, fiercer and more stubborn than the dim star overhead. He lifted his head, his blood-stained lips parting slightly, to utter 2 words again. The corners of Beerus' mouth finally twisted into a sinister smile. He looked at the Saiyan before him, battered and bloodied like a volcano poised to erupt, its chaotic aura struggling to remain upright. Beerus couldn't help but exclaim, "Good." His tone carried a hint of anticipation and excitement. Now let me show you the true power of a god of destruction. This time, he no longer merely flicked out energy spheres. He raised his right hand, earnestly, slowly tightening his fingers. In an instant, a heart-stopping violet light erupted from his palm. This was no ordinary light. It was pure energy infused with a will of destruction, as if some living entity writhed and entwined within his grasp, causing the air to emit a sharp hiss, as if the very space was being corroded. Beerus did not condense the energy for a ranged attack as before. Instead, he enveloped this terrifying destructive force directly around his right fist. In that moment, his fist seemed to be forged not of flesh and blood, but entirely of destruction itself. The purple energy danced along the edge of his fist, warping the surrounding space, dimming the light, as if it were being swallowed by his punch. God of Destruction, Annihilation Fist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Beerus vanished. It was not the afterimage left by a swift movement, but rather he completely merged into the space, disappearing without a trace. Broly's pupils constricted sharply, his beast-like instincts blaring a frantic alarm as his muscles tensed to their limits, green flames erupting once more to shield his body. But he could not keep up with Beerus' speed, only catching a glimpse of the deep, fierce violet light reminiscent of the thunder of destruction from the birth of the universe. The next second, boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens, even the core of the planet trembled. Beerus' fist coated in destructive energy struck Broly squarely in the chest. The green flames shattered and vanished like glass, the battle armor instantly reduced to powder, followed by skin, muscle, and bone. The force of that punch was enough to instantly disintegrate a young star from within, reducing it to cosmic dust. Ugh! Broly was sent hurtling back like a meteor struck by the main cannon of a super battleship, flying away at an unbelievable speed. He crashed into the surface of the planet Vampa, carving out a chasm dozens of kilometers long and unfathomably deep, debris and molten rock erupting into the sky. But that was not the end. The immense kinetic energy propelled him through the atmosphere, like a falling star carrying the embers of life, shooting into the cold, dark depths of space. In that moment, consciousness plunged into darkness and chaos. He could no longer feel pain in his chest, only a sense of catastrophic disappearance. He could distinctly feel his sternum and ribs shatter and vanish under that punch, his internal organs suffering severe trauma. In his ears, if there was anything left to feel, only the silence of a vacuum remained, along with the illusion of life rapidly fading away. His body helplessly rolled and spun in the depths of space, unable to control anything. Warm blood gushed from the massive wound in his chest, and from his mouth and nose, immediately freezing into a string of blood-red ice crystals in the absolute zero of deep space, drifting behind him like a cruel and eerie embellishment of this tragic defeat. Darkness surged in waves, attempting to engulf his final consciousness. Agony, coldness, suffocation, and the shadow of death all dragged him toward eternal slumber. But just as consciousness was about to be completely submerged, a faint yet stubborn spark of light still flickered. It was not chi nor energy, but the Scion's unwillingness and fury from the depths of his soul. Not yet. His lips trembled weakly in the vacuum. There was no sound, but that will seem to carve traces in the void. Over. At that moment, on the land of planet Vampa that had just been destroyed, Beerus slowly retracted his fist. The purple destructive energy receded like a tide, revealing his clean white gloves. He stood in place, his head slightly tilted toward the direction where Broly had vanished, his gaze lingering with the afterglow of his punch. "Whis," he spoke, his tone regaining some of its usual languor, yet still tinged with tension. "Is he dead?" In the distance, Whis, who had quietly observed, gently twirled the staff in his hand. Countless intricate light patterns appeared within the crystal sphere atop the staff, as if reading some information from the universe. After a moment, a deeper smile appeared on Whis' face, tinged with appreciation and amusement. "Not at all, Lord Beerus," Whis replied cheerfully. "Not only is he not dead, his life force, how to put it, had just plummeted to the depths, but now it's recovering at a rather intriguing speed. It's like a polished raw gem, becoming even more brilliant." Beerus fell silent for a moment. His purple face showed little change in expression, but those eyes, usually half open and seemingly indifferent, were now fully opened, sharp enough to pierce through the starry sky, gazing at that figure struggling and evolving in the depths of the universe. "This monster." He whispered that phrase. His tone was truly inscrutable. There was amazement at the absurdity before him and a hint of displeasure at the battle slipping out of control. Yet if you listened closely, something deeper lurked beneath the surface. Silence reigned over Vampa's orbit. Whis closed the packet of cosmic crisps in his hand with an exceptionally gentle motion. The snack crumbs drifted slowly in zero gravity like tiny specks of stardust. The staff floated beside him, utterly silent. The blue crystal orb at its tip glowed with an eerie luminescence, projecting the earth-shattering battle unfolding on the planet below onto the light screen before him, missing nothing. Whis, who usually wore a cynical smile, now widened his eyes slightly, an unusual gravity settling on his face. His slender fingers unconsciously tapped the staff, each faint knock carrying a hint of tension. "Oh my," he sighed softly. The sound could not travel through the vacuum, but he was genuinely concerned. Lord Beerus is truly serious this time. He cast his gaze downward. The once desolate Vampa had become a crucible of divine and legendary confrontation. Broly hovered hundreds of meters above the ground beneath him, a vast crater of vitrified, scorched earth repeatedly plowed by energy storms. The emerald green aura blazing around him was no longer a mere halo, but living stellar prominences. Those auras churned violently, roaring like wild beasts. Each surge caused the space for kilometers around to groan under the unbearable strain. The air was ionized by the intense heat, crackling and refracting eerie lights. His chest heaved violently, each breath like a storm's inhalation and exhalation. White vapor escaped from his mouth, and nose instantly vaporized by the scorching aura. Sweat evaporated as soon as it appeared, leaving only faint white salt trails crawling across his bronze skin. Yet in his beast-like eyes, where was there any trace of fatigue or fear? Instead, an unprecedented, almost insane battle lust locked onto the opponent before him. His opponent, the god of destruction, Beerus. Beerus slowly raised his head, the purple in his feline pupils seeming to ignite cold and brutal. Broly alone was withstanding the terrifying pressure that could crush stars. The ground beneath him had long turned to dust. He floated entirely within the violent energy currents. His body trembled slightly, but he was not afraid. This tremor was more from the excitement deep in his blood, the thrill of his battle instinct. Like a volcano dormant for eons, finally finding an outlet to erupt. For he could now clearly feel. This was the true power of the god of destruction, Beerus. The seemingly cataclysmic clashes before had all been mere warm-ups, casual probes, trivial games of board god played. Now this supreme deity of destruction, who had lived for billions of years, had finally shed all nonchalance and truly bared his fangs. "This is right. This is worthy of my full blaze." Broly's voice was hoarse like grinding gravel, carrying the wild joy and ferocity of a beast breaking its chains. He abruptly threw open his arms and let out a silent roar skyward. The legendary Super Saiyan energy within him began to circulate, burn, and erupt at an unprecedented speed, nearly to the point of self-destruction. The primal power of ancient legends deep in his bloodline was now fully ignited and unleashed. Boom! The emerald green aura was no longer just gushing forth, it was exploding. From deep green it instantly surged, becoming a near viscous dark green like the chaos that devoured all at the dawn of the universe. Heavy, violent, and brimming with raw primordial power. His muscles swelled to a terrifying degree, veins bulging like coiling dragons. His height broke through 2.5 meters, transforming him into a dark green iron giant. The power beneath a single inch of his skin was enough to annihilate a planet. His wild mane of hair turned into blazing emerald flames, standing on end and dancing violently with the energy storm. His pupils became a blazing gold, while the irises turned into an abyssal, bottomless dark green. The light emanating from them was enough to make one's skin crawl at a single glance. The space around him began to warp and shatter on a large scale, revealing bizarre dimensional rifts. Beerus floated opposite, silently watching Broly complete this astonishing transformation. The purple flames in his eyes burned brighter, yet their temperature grew colder, as if they could incinerate all the rules of the universe. Not bad. Quite impressive. Beerus' voice was low and calm, yet more chilling than any roar. Each word seemed to carry the rhythm of destruction. But do you think this is enough? As his words fell, Beerus' figure vanished on the spot. Not a high-speed afterimage, but a true, utterly unpredictable disappearance. Broly's battle instinct, pushed to its limit, could only sound the sharpest alarm. In his field of vision, a fist wreathed in dense purple destruction energy materialized directly before his chest and struck him squarely. This punch had no flashy technique, yet it was more terrifying than all previous attacks combined. The destruction energy on the fist's edge was no longer a mere fluctuation, but was highly condensed with a single purpose: to fundamentally erase the existence known as Broly. Ugh! Broly's massive body flew backward like a meteor struck by a cosmic hammer. The space he passed through was gouged into a long black scar. But this time his reaction was faster than lightning. Even as his body hurtled out of control, his hands formed a seal before his chest. Dark green energy instantly coalesced in his palms into a thick shield inscribed with ancient Saiyan runes held firmly before him. Zazup! Purple destruction energy and dark green Super Saiyan energy clashed violently, producing a grating sound and showering sparks. Not over yet. Broly's eyes blazed, blood vessels spreading in his golden pupils. He twisted his waist sharply in the void and kicked off with all his might. Beneath his feet, it was as if solid ground appeared, erupting in two massive airbursts that violently halted his backward momentum. With a low growl from his throat, he pressed against the shield whose light was rapidly dimming and gradually forced Beerus' fist of destruction back to a foot before his chest. Dark green and purple energies briefly stalemated amidst the shattered stars. The next second his figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage distorting the air, and he shot toward Beerus in the sky at several times his previous speed. At that moment, the gray sky of Vampa seemed split by two meteors. One was a comet burning with golden flames, the other a dark gleam entwined with purple lightning of destruction. Gold and purple, two lights collided violently above the barren planet. Boom! At the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by an explosion of a visible shockwave laced with energy fragments. The ripples spread at extreme speed, warping and shuttering the space along their path, reducing even distant floating debris to silent dust. Vampa screamed in agony, its already fractured land shattering like an eggshell into countless bottomless chasms. Crimson magma gushed like blood from the planet's wounds, dyeing half the sky a dark red. Yet this was merely the aftermath of a single clash. The two lights had barely separated before they collided again in the sky with tremendous force. Their figures intersected in the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. Each collision of fists and feet erupted into a blazing plasma sphere, as if miniature black holes were being born and extinguished continuously. Broly's heavy fist carried the might to split mountains and shatter stars, yet his movements were no longer clumsy. He twisted his waist like a drawn bow, channeling all his strength into a single punch. As he was pushed back, he spun with the momentum, delivering a fierce whip kick that swept across Beerus' side. At times, when the purple beam almost burned through his head, he could tilt his head at the last moment, allowing the beam to graze past his ear, then swiftly grabbed Beerus' wrist, aiming to slam the destroyer into the ground. He was not just fighting, he was greedily learning in each breath. Beerus' brief surprise was not without reason. This scion beneath his wild instincts was blossoming into a heart-pounding wisdom. In just over 10 minutes, Broly's fighting style had undergone a remarkable transformation. Initially, he had relied solely on brute force. Now he became unpredictable and elusive. He would draw attention with a punch that seemed to be full force, then transform it into a claw at the moment Beerus attempted to block, suddenly diving in for a surprise attack to the abdomen. His trajectory became bizarre and unpredictable, charging forward, halting abruptly, leaving several afterimages in his wake, while his true form had already circled around to the dead angle. He even imitated Beerus' short bursts of power originating from his hips, integrating this subtle strength into his own explosive fury, adding a layer of penetrating force to each attack. This monster. Beerus gritted his teeth, his amethyst-like eyes reflecting the increasingly frenzied Broly. Yet his movements showed no sign of slowing, instead growing faster and heavier. His fists were no longer mere physical impacts. Each punch unleashed purple destructive energy coiling around it, producing a harsh sound of conceptual elimination, whether striking rock, air, or Broly's aura. With each punch, the void collapsed. With each kick, the laws of reality were thrown into disarray. Such successive strikes could reduce an ordinary galactic civilization to nothing in an instant. Broly gritted his teeth and endured. He took a punch capable of shattering planets squarely on his chest, spitting out a mouthful of scalding blood, his ribcage cracking loudly, his body crashing into the crust like a meteor, creating a massive pit dozens of kilometers wide. But in the next moment, an even more violent emerald blaze erupted from the bottom of the pit, vaporizing lava and debris in an instant. He crawled out from the ruins, the dent in his chest visibly healing at a rapid pace, the golden light in his eyes burning even more intensely. The near-death enhancement characteristic of the Saiyan race, catalyzed by that legendary bloodline, had transformed into an almost indescribable real-time evolution. Every serious injury seemed to open a floodgate of power. Every extreme pressure pushed him towards a more ferocious form. He grew wildly in battle, racing towards a higher dimension. Beerus' brows finally furrowed. He could clearly sense the beast opposite him was exponentially increasing in energy level. This was no longer a spar nor an ordinary battle, but a mutation that had to be crushed in its cradle. He resolved to retract the dissipating purple aura, concentrating all his power into his right fist at his waist. At that moment, his fist transformed into a miniature purple-black hole devouring the surrounding light and heat, with space itself collapsing and shattering inward. The atmosphere of planet Wampa emitted a piercing shriek, the entire planet trembling under this will of destruction. Destroyer Annihilation Fist, Extreme. There was no sound, only the thought proclaiming. Beerus' figure vanished not because of speed, but due to the ultimate essence of existence, erasure and remanifestation. One moment he was gathering power from a distance, the next only a chilling and bone-piercing purple light remained in front of Broly, one that aimed to fundamentally obliterate everything. Death was imminent. Yet Broly grinned, blood staining his teeth, the smile grotesque. In the clash at the brink of life and death, he had learned more than just technique and strength. He learned to feel. To feel the rhythm of Beerus' energy flow, to sense the subtle tremors in space before the arrival of the laws of destruction, to perceive the causal lines locked on him in that instant of the destroyer's murderous intent. He did not need to see, he only needed to devour. Broly's right hand spread wide, generating an emerald energy vortex in front of his palm. Initially the size of a fist, it instantly expanded into an unfathomable black hole, its edges serrated, spinning wildly and tearing everything apart. It did not emit light, rather it absorbed light, sound, and all forms of energy and matter, releasing a greed that was distinctly different from the destroyer's, yet equally heart-stopping. Transcendent Devour. The purple Annihilation Fist and the emerald greed vortex silently collided beneath the already crumbling heavens. There was no explosion as imagined. At the moment of collision between the two extreme forces, time and space seemed to freeze. A half-purple, half-green energy sphere, continuously twisting and expanding, was born between them, its surface a chaotic dance of purple destructive arcs and emerald devouring currents, gnashing, annihilating, and regenerating. Chaotic ripples spread out in concentric circles, directly deconstructing all matter into the most primordial streams of particles, completely dissipating into the void. Planet Wampa, a world already riddled with wounds, finally met its end. The ground shattered into floating islands, which quickly turned to dust in the energy storm. The magma of the core was ripped out, forming roaring rivers of fire in the air, only to be scattered by the turbulent energy. The entire planet was disintegrating into an expanding nebula mixed with debris and flames. At the very center of this cosmic-level destruction, Broly and Beerus locked eyes across the terrifying energy sphere. The emerald blaze and the purple divine light clashed violently between them, creating a distinct energy frontier that continuously eroded one another. Broly's arm muscles bulged, as if about to burst, veins standing out starkly. That mad, exhilarated smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Beerus' face remained as cold and aloof as ever, yet deep within his lofty eyes a crack of sheer incredulity silently split open. Energy roared, stars shattered. The outcome still hung in the balance. You actually caught it. Beerus' voice trembled slightly. He truly hadn't anticipated this. He floated above the shattered wasteland of Vampa, the tips of his fingers still crackling with purple destruction energy, that thundercloud-like light refusing to dissipate. Opposite him, Broly knelt on one knee upon the cracked rock, his heavy breaths stirring the scattered gravel around him. His right arm was thrust forward, clenched tightly around a violently struggling ball of purple energy, alive and writhing. Its light illuminated his face, slick with sweat and blood. Broly gritted his teeth so hard his gums bled, a stream of crimson sliding down his chin to congeal into a dark red stain. But his eyes, deep within those emerald irises, a fire blazed, one that could never be extinguished. Within them churned agony and a searing, almost maniacal light of triumph. Caught it, he growled, his voice hoarse as grinding sand. The instant Beerus' pupils contracted, Broly yanked the star-destroying sphere of energy toward his own chest, his fingers clamping down like iron vices, as if swallowing a violent blazing star. That torrent of destructive purple energy, imbued with the will of a god of destruction, was forcibly pressed into his body by the most brutal and direct means. You madman! Beerus' pupils shrank to pinpricks. For the first time his composure crumbled. He clearly saw Broly's body snap, taut, every muscle quivering. The purple energy writhed beneath his skin like countless enraged vipers, madly rampaging, trying to tear him apart from within. The emerald aura around Broly flared out of control, only to be scattered by the rampant purple light within. Two completely opposing, equally terrifying forces clashed and tore through his meridians and flesh, emitting a sickening dull roar. His aura fluctuated wildly, surging one moment like a volcanic eruption, then flickering weakly the next like a candle flame in a storm. Sweat and blood soaked his battle suit, dripping onto the rocks with a hiss rising as steam tinged with the scent of iron. Yet Broly's gaze remained locked on Beerus, its light never dimming. Instead, amidst the extreme pain and struggle, it burned ever purer and brighter. Time flowed slowly in this silent confrontation. Finally, the violent purple light, as if tamed by a more primal and voracious power, gradually dissolved into the profound emerald. The roaring within Broly's body subsided. Huh. He bent over abruptly, hands on his knees, gasping for air, each breath straining his nearly shattered organs. Sweat dripped from his brow like rain. Yet when he straightened up again, his aura was even more immense than before, a faint, sinister purple lightning flickering within the emerald. Beerus remained silent, hovering in the air with arms crossed, the oppressive pressure of a god of destruction, threatening to freeze the entire battlefield. His feline face had shed all its usual arrogance and mockery, replaced by a profound scrutiny. After a long moment, a slow smile curved his lips. This time, it wasn't a condescending smirk or a provoked sneer, but a genuine acknowledgement, even a hint of exhilaration at finding a worthy opponent. Broly, Beerus' voice cut through the lingering shockwaves crystal clear. You truly are a complete monster. Broly raised his hand and wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his bloodied knuckles. He grinned a wild, yet open smile, his white teeth dazzling in the energy's glare. Thanks for the compliment. His voice was still hoarse, but brimming with power. Beerus twisted his neck, joints cracking crisply. The purple aura around him erupted once more with a roar denser and deeper than before. The twin flames of destruction in his eyes burned with a cold that made one shiver. Let me see. Just where the limits of this monster truly lie. Broly didn't reply. He simply slammed his fists together before his chest. The sound of a dull impact rang out as an emerald shockwave exploded outward, blasting away all the dust and debris around them. The battle lust in his eyes erupted like a volcano, burning so fiercely it threatened to become tangible. His aura no longer fluctuated, but rose steadily and continuously, clashing heat in with Beerus' purple pressure, carving out two distinct, yet constantly colliding domains in the air. Just what I wanted. The moment his words fell, a blinding emerald pillar and an all-consuming purple torrent crashed heat in once more against the desolate sky of Vampa. This time the scale was far greater than before. The terrifying wave of energy spread outward like an expanding sphere, illuminating the entire starfield, outshining even the distant stars. Vampa's already fragile surface cracked like glass under a giant hammer, splitting into countless bottomless chasms. In the silent, cold orbit far from the battlefield, the angel, Weiss, hovered quietly. With a gentle twist of the staff adorned with a magical orb at its tip, a soft glow emanated silently, dissolving the violent energy waves that surged towards him. He gazed down at the planet, which was being continuously painted by two terrifying lights, seemingly groaning in agony. With a sigh filled with habitual indifference, he remarked, "Oh dear, these two truly never end, do they? At this rate, this planet won't last much longer." However, as his gaze swept over the two colliding energy cores below, which were annihilating and rebirthing themselves, his usually squinted eyes seemed to open a slight crack, a hint of interest flickering in his blue pupils. He slightly tilted his head, a smile that was far deeper and more meaningful than the starry sky unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. But this scene isn't entirely boring. The planet Wampa had been utterly transformed, resembling a relic abandoned by the gods, silently burning in the cosmos. The once barren, scorched earth was completely torn apart like a scar gouged by a giant's fingernail. Endless cracks crisscrossed the surface, viewed from high above. The entire planet resembled a shattered spider's web. Crimson lava erupted wildly from the depths of the core, not flowing, but exploding. Columns of molten rock over a kilometer in diameter shooting into the sky, staining the dim heavens with a sickly blood-red hue. The lava rivers surged across the cracked earth, vaporizing rocks and melting the ground as the entire planet transformed into a spinning, burning, hellish furnace. The atmosphere no longer existed. In the shockwaves generated by the countless collisions of the two transcendent beings, the fragile gaseous shell was completely torn apart and blown away. The planet Wampa now lay bare under the cold gaze of the cosmos, the stellar radiation scorching the surface unimpeded. Rocks emitted a blinding white light under the extreme heat before melting into a viscous liquid. Once mighty mountains were collapsing and softening, twisting and deforming like melting candles. The temperature on the planet's surface was rising at hundreds of degrees Celsius per minute, with certain areas already nearing the temperature of a star's surface. At the center of this scene of destruction, two beams of light continued to clash. They were the only remaining entities still moving on this dying planet. The emerald energy and the purple divine might entwined like two ancient dragons locked in combat. Each collision was not merely an intersection of light, but a conflict of principles. Broly's emerald aura surged violently, each strand of energy moving like living tendrils, leaving scorched traces in the void. The purple light surrounding Beerus was more restrained, yet far deadlier, drawing the surrounding space into a distortion trembling. Their speed had surpassed the limits of mortal comprehension. It was not flying, but blinking. One moment they were above the North Pole of Wampa, the emerald and purple lights exploding like colliding comets, creating circular shockwaves. The next moment, they appeared above the lava sea, at the equator, the aftermath of their collision, sending kilometer-high waves through the molten sea. As they moved, dozens of afterimages trailed behind them, and before those afterimages could dissipate on the retina, their real forms had already begun the next round of offense and defense miles away. The air, no, the very space itself, let out a mournful cry under their passage, manifesting fine cracks like shattered glass. Broly's state was better than ever before. His body had fully adapted to the legendary Super Saiyan form. The power outputs that had initially made him feel strained and even painful now flowed naturally like breathing. His muscles had become more defined under the relentless infusion of violent energy, not bloated, but each muscle fiber refined to perfection, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the emerald flames. Each inch of skin concealed a terrifying power capable of tearing space apart. With every movement, the air around his knuckles would ionize, erupting with tiny arcs of electricity. More importantly, he was learning, in a nearly predatory manner. Beerus launched a straight punch, purple destructive energy condensing at the tip of his fist, small as a needle, yet containing the power to annihilate stars. Broly did not take it heed, and he sidestepped in a thousandth of a second, letting the fist graze past his chest while his right hand clawed towards Beerus' wrist. This movement, which he had to think about a week ago, had now become instinctive. Beerus spun and kicked the shadow of his leg, cracking like a whip, creating a sonic boom in the air. Broly bent down the wind from Beerus' legs, swiping past his hair and severing a dozen strands of golden hair. At the same time, he had already swept out his right leg, targeting Beerus' left ankle that served as his support. Beerus leapt up. Broly's sweeping kick missed, but it shattered a half-melted peak below the surface, smooth as a mirror. The God of Destruction's combat style, the ultimate technique of concentrating destructive energy on the smallest area, the peculiar footwork that utilized the opponent's inertia for exquisite counterattacks, and the terrifying focus that maintained millimeter-level precision at extreme speeds, was being gradually dissected, analyzed, absorbed, and transformed by Broly. His fighting style began to change. It was less wild and reckless than before, infused now with a divine precision and efficiency. This monster. The thought resurfaced in Beerus' mind, this time tinged with a hint of trepidation he was reluctant to admit. He had lived for billions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and had encountered numerous beings labeled as genius, freak, or monster. Some beings possessed innate divine power, others had extraordinary perception, and some could unleash incredible potential in dire circumstances. But none could exhibit such terrifying and unreasonable growth in battle like the Saiyan before him. This was not a gradual learning process, but a leap in evolution. Broly was not learning. He was plundering, barefaced, unrestrained plundering. With every clash of fists and feet, Broly was stealing combat experiences and techniques from Beerus. Beerus set a trap with 3 attacks, and on the 4th Broly would respond with a similar, but more brutal counter-trap. Beerus skillfully dissipated a heavy strike with his energy control, and in the next attack Broly would attempt a violent energy breakthrough against that control. He was like a sponge that had been dried out for too long, frantically absorbing every bit of moisture he could touch, then digesting, reorganizing, and transforming it into his own essence. This ability transcended the realm of talent, resembling an instinct deeply embedded in his bloodline, etched into his soul, an innate trait belonging to the legendary Super Saiyans, born for battle and existing for evolution. But do you think you can win just by imitating? The voice of Beerus suddenly echoed directly in Broly's mind, cold and authoritative. In the next moment, Beerus' figure abruptly vanished from Broly's perception. It wasn't that he moved too quickly to be caught. It was that he disappeared from the very essence of existence. There was no aura, no energy fluctuation, no spatial distortion, and even his battle instincts had lost their target. The The spot where Beerus once stood was utterly empty, as if he had never been there from the very beginning, as if all traces of his existence had been erased by a power of a higher magnitude. Broly's golden pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhead. Danger! A pure instinctual sense of impending doom surged from the very core of his life. He almost simultaneously crossed his arms defensively over his chest as emerald green energy coalesced before him into a thick shield. Too slow. No, it wasn't that he was slow, but rather that this blow transcended the concept of speed. In the next instant, Beerus' knee was already pressing against Broly's abdomen, not striking from any direction, but appearing there, as if his knee was meant to be in that position and Broly's abdomen had collided with it. Boom! The thud was so heavy it felt like it could stop the heart. The force of this strike far exceeded any that had come before. It was not a physical impact, but an embodiment of rules. Purple destructive energy erupted instantaneously at the point of contact, not spreading, but piercing like countless fine needles into every vital organ within Broly: heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, trying to completely disintegrate the Saiyan's proud body from the inside out, reducing it to its most basic particles. Puff! Broly's body was struck as if by a supernova explosion, turning into a blurred emerald green comet flying backward. What he spewed from his mouth was not blood, but a mouthful of blood mist mixed with chunks of internal organs, which instantaneously vaporized into scarlet ice crystals in the vacuum. His spine groaned under the unbearable burden, nearly breaking under the impact. The speed of his backward flight was terrifying. Broly crashed through 3 magma columns on the surface of the planet Wampa, each over 500 meters in diameter. The first was shattered in the middle, lava pouring down like a torrential rain. The second collapsed after he pierced through the entire structure, collapsing into a sea of flames. The third, he crashed into at an angle, bursting through the other side, dragging lava that created a long crimson trail in the air. Ultimately, his back smashed into a half-collapsed mountain peak, its surface already glassified. At the moment of impact, the entire mountain exploded in the middle, the upper half crashing and sliding down, burying Broly beneath millions of tons of rubble and molten rock. Dust mixed with heat surged into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. Silence persisted for 3 seconds. Cough, cough, cough. A suppressed coughing sound came from the depths of the rubble. A hand covered in dust and blood suddenly reached out from a crevice in the rocks, fingers whitening from the force. Then came another hand. The 2 hands clutched the edge, pulling with all their might. Boom. Dozens of tons of rock above exploded under the violent energy, flying in all directions. Broly slowly stood up from the ruins, swaying slightly, but ultimately managing to straighten himself. His appearance was utterly tragic. His battle suit was completely torn at the abdomen, revealing a patch of charred skin beneath the surface covered in spiderweb-like purple cracks, marks left by the corrosive energies. His corners of his mouth, chin, and chest were all stained with semi-dried blood, his golden hair matted together with dirt and blood clumps. With every breath, a heart-wrenching pain shot through his abdomen. He could feel at least 3 ribs had completely broken, their jagged ends stabbing into his lungs. His internal organs were severely damaged under the continuous erosion of the destructive energies, and each heartbeat sent waves of fiery agony. But he raised his head and looked towards Beerus, who was floating in the distance with an expressionless face. His eyes, those golden pupils belonging to the legendary Super Saiyans, were brighter than ever before. This was not a fleeting light of life returning, but a sharper, hotter, and more ravenous glow. The pain did not deter him, instead it fueled his battle intent, igniting it even more violently. He raised his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, then slowly revealed a blood-stained wild smile towards Beerus. The battle has only just begun. What was that just now? Broly murmured softly, his pupils slightly constricting, replaying the moment Beerus vanished in his mind. Not a flicker, not an afterimage, but as if he had been erased from reality, like a pencil mark erased cleanly. It was not instant transmission. He was absolutely certain of this. Beerus had not employed any spatial jumping techniques. He compressed his aura, energy fluctuations, and even his sense of existence to the utmost, like pressing the entire ocean's water into a tiny pearl, allowing him to completely disappear from Broly's perceptual field. This was an ultimate convergence, a state approaching nothingness. All the violent power was drawn inward, leaking not a single drop, like sealing volcanic lava beneath layers of ice. And then at the most precise, most lethal moment, condensing all that power into a single point, erupting forth like a needle piercing a balloon. I see. Broly's lips slowly curled into a near-manic smile, the emerald light in his eyes swirling, as if countless battle trajectories were being dissected and reassembled within. He lifted his head, gazing into the distance. Beerus floated above the shattered Rocky Mountains, his dark purple figure appearing especially profound under the dim, yellow sunlight. He crossed his arms, his tail gently swaying behind him, looking down at Broly with an air of superiority, his crimson eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny along with a trace of amusement. "Do you understand?" Beerus' voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the howling wind and the sound of falling debris clearly striking Broly's eardrums. "Then let me see if you can do it." Broly did not respond. He slowly lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on his outstretched palms, still bearing the faint residual energy waves from the previous clash. He took a deep breath, the inhalation long and profound, as if he intended to draw in all the air from the surrounding battlefield into his lungs. Then he closed his eyes. He began to retract. Initially, it was the emerald green aura engulfing his entire body, burning fiercely like a star. The radiance, once flamboyant and unrestrained, casting a ghastly green hue across several kilometers, now seemed to be pressed inward by an invisible hand, slowly contracting. It was not weakening or dissipating, but rather internalizing, as if an invisible membrane enveloped him, meticulously compressing the roaring energy back into his body, locking it within every inch of muscle, every bone, and every cell. His aura began to plummet sharply. The overwhelming pressure that once soared skyward and shook the clouds receded rapidly like a retreating tide. With each drop, the glow around him dimmed further and his presence thinned. The cracked earth beneath him ceased trembling, and the floating debris fell as if even the wind had chosen to avoid him. Ultimately, his aura nearly vanished. The figure standing there still appeared to embody the legendary Super Saiyan form. Emerald green hair, cascading over his shoulders, a muscular physique, cloaked in a faint green glow. Yet the impression he gave was worlds apart. Previously, he was a burning flame, impossible to look at, fierce and boastful. Now he resembled an unparalleled blade, sheathed, ancient, and serene, all his sharpness concealed, leaving only a hint of an almost imperceptible chill surrounding him. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, his tail ceasing its swaying. "You learned so quickly," he murmured, the tone indecipherable, whether it was admiration or caution. Broly opened his eyes. The energy that once surged within them was now absent, replaced by clear and deep emerald pupils reminiscent of a tranquil cold pool after a torrential rain. He slightly turned his neck, a faint crack resonating from his bones, and calmly met Beerus' gaze. "Let's give it a try." His voice was soft, almost blown away by the wind, yet each word seemed to be imprinted directly onto Beerus's consciousness, reaching his ears with clarity. Beerus smiled. The smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Dangerous yet thrilling. "Good." The moment the words fell, his figure vanished once more. But this time Broly did not lose his perception. In the gap when Beerus retracted his aura and was about to move, every minute tightening of his muscles, every subtle contraction of energy, even the most concealed ripple of killing intent, was captured by Broly. What he grasped was not merely the aura or the trajectory of energy, but the intention behind Beerus' attack, akin to a fleeting flash of a blade in the dark. Broly's body reacted almost before his consciousness. He stepped back with his left foot slightly lowering his center of gravity, raising his right arm with fingers curled into a fist, all the power that had retracted into his body, silently condensing beneath the fist's edge, awaiting a direct collision with the impending destructive force. Distant Rocky Mountains crumbled into dust without a sound, while the air between the two began to hum under immense pressure. This was the instinct honed through countless battles over millions of years, a primal intuition embedded deep within their blood, as natural as breathing, impossible to deliberately suppress or hide. And Broly, the legend born from the wilderness, had in just a few minutes captured the flow of that intangible aura. Just as Beerus' fist was about to tear through the air, Broly's body seemed to possess its own will. He did not retreat, nor did he block, merely tilting his neck slightly to the right. The fist, entwined with the aura of destruction, grazed past his disheveled hair and ear, the gust it created leaving a fine cut on his cheek. At the same time, Broly's right fist surged upwards like a lurking beast, thrusting violently from below. His robust arm muscles tightened like steel cables, the power surging from his feet, twisting through his waist, and ultimately pouring entirely into this punch, landing solidly against Beerus' unguarded left side. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, not like a collision, but rather like a star imploding. Beerus' elongated body bent abruptly, his purple pupils shrinking instantly, an expression of pure astonishment flashing across his face. In the next moment, an irresistible force erupted his body, turning into a blurred afterimage, shooting sideways, and crashing through two towering jagged peaks made of black crystal. The roaring of the collapsing mountains reverberated a moment later, dust and debris pouring down like a waterfall. As everything calmed slightly, Beerus knelt on one knee in the center of a deep pit filled with cracks, a trickle of faintly glowing purple divine blood seeping from the corner of his tightly pressed lips, dripping onto the scorching rocks with a soft hiss. He lifted his head, gazing through the swirling dust at the green figure standing amidst the ruins, his expression completely transformed. No longer was there a lofty scrutiny nor a leisurely probing, but rather a kind of near trembling shock. You? His voice was somewhat hoarse, laden with disbelief. You actually even learned this? Broly slowly lowered his arm, shaking his slightly numbed fist. He grinned, the smile no longer wild or chaotic, but instead revealing a pure delight derived from focused understanding. Thank you, Master. The word master made Beerus' eyes twitch violently. Who is your master? The roar of fury exploded and Beerus' figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Not through teleportation, but by gathering speed and aura to the extreme, as if merging into the very fabric of space. A flash of green light flickered in Broly's eyes, and almost simultaneously he made the same choice. The turbulent aura surrounding him retracted instantaneously, returning to silence. Thus, beneath the yellowing sky of Wampa Star, a silent dance of death unfolded. No energy blasts whistled, no fiery explosions erupted. Only two shadows, nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye, intertwined, separated, and collided repeatedly across the shattered sky and earth. Their fists, feet, elbows, and knees became the most primal and lethal weapons. Each contact was as light as a whisper, but in the moment of collision the power collapsed inward and exploded with terrifying intensity. Wherever the fist struck, the space rippled slightly. The ground beneath their feet did not shatter, but silently disintegrated into dust. Bang! Pop! Thud! The faint sounds of flesh colliding were dense as rain, yet more chilling than any explosion. For all their destructive power was perfectly concentrated at the contact points within a mere inch, without a trace of waste, making it all the more deadly. Wampa Star cried out beneath their feet, overwhelmed. The entire planet's structure had long approached the brink of collapse. Web-like cracks spread across the globe, unfathomably deep, while the searing core material surged forth from the fissures like blood from a wound, flowing molten red magma into the void, rapidly cooling and solidifying in the universe's extreme cold, forming twisted and grotesque black rock pillars like tombstones erected after the planet's demise. This 3,000-kilometer wild planet was experiencing a slow but irreversible disintegration from within amidst the fierce battle of two beings beyond comprehension. And above the silent orbit of Wampa Star, Whis had long since set aside the bucket of colorful cosmic snacks. His hands were clasped atop his staff, his usually relaxed smile replaced by unprecedented focus and seriousness. His pale purple eyes reflected the two constantly flickering, colliding figures on the planet's surface below, especially that green glow. Mr. Broly, he murmured softly, his voice barely a sigh, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Your growth speed can no longer be described as astonishing. This is simply the manifestation of rules. If this continues, his words halted abruptly, for the battle below had once again undergone a decisive change. After a straightforward exchange of powerful punches, Beerus and Broly finally separated once more, drifting backward, ultimately hovering at opposite ends of the planet, facing each other from a distance. Both bore new scars. A piece of Beerus' shoulder armor was shattered, while a deep burn mark marred Broly's chest. Their breaths were no longer steady, chests rising and falling slightly, yet the fighting spirit burning in their eyes was even hotter and more surging than the flame within the planet's core. The swirling stardust gradually settled, and a brief silence fell amid the shattered heavens and earth. Beerus raised his hand, gently wiping away the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth once more. He gazed at Broly in the distance, suddenly speaking in an unexpectedly calm tone, as if the air were suspended before a storm. Broly. Huh? A low questioning sound echoed over the desolate expanse of Wampa Star. Broly slowly lifted his dust-covered face, his coarse black hair swaying slightly in the blood-scented wind. His bare upper body was covered in overlapping old and new scars, muscles rising and falling like rocks with each breath. Deep within his green eyes, it seemed as if wildfires were quietly burning. Beerus hovered not far in front of him, his purple skin gleaming with a cold hardness under the dim starlight. He crossed his arms, his white robe immaculate, contrasting sharply with the surrounding shattered rocks and swirling dust. His slender eyes narrowed slightly, and his tail swayed slowly and rhythmically behind him. Do you know why the Saiyans are considered a warrior race? Beerus' voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the howling wind. Broly was taken aback for a moment, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately, he remained silent, standing there like a volcano suddenly frozen in time. The cracked ground beneath his feet still bore the dark red scorch marks from the previous round of energy clashes. Beerus did not expect an answer from him, continuing to speak, each word like a carefully polished stone resonating with clarity. It is not because their power is so brutal, nor because of their flashy transformations that change their hair color. He shook his head gently, his gaze seemingly penetrating through Broly, seeing deeper dimensions of time and space. Rather, it is because they evolve in battle. Each agonizing break of bones, each near-death experience from internal injuries becomes nourishment for their transformation, allowing them to rise from the ashes stronger than before. This barbaric physique that converts damage into power is unique among all cosmic races. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a drawn blade, piercing deep into Broly's chaotic and violent soul. The air around them seemed to become thick and heavy due to the concentration of his divine might. But you are different, Broly. Beerus' voice lowered slightly, carrying a tone of playful curiosity and scrutiny, as though discovering a rare prey. You are not merely evolving in battle. You are devouring in battle. Like the greediest abyss, like an insatiable black hole. You consume your opponent's hard-earned combat experience, devour their unique techniques that brought them fame, and absorb all their potential and wisdom that erupts at the edge of life and death. Then brutally and efficiently crush and reorganize it, turning it into a part of your own legend. Broly remained silent. Only the fine emerald energy arcs began to uncontrollably leak from his body, crackling and singeing the rocks beneath him, emitting a faint sizzling sound. His broad palms slowly clenched, the knuckles emitting a painful cracking sound. After a long while, he finally squeezed out two hoarse words from deep within his throat. So what? So, Beerus' lips curled into a meaningful smile tinged with a hint of cruel amusement. The space around him began to slightly distort, a precursor to the eruption of the Destroyer's power. I am beginning to understand why that treacherous and cunning Frieza felt such a bone-deep fear of the Saiyans, a race that seemed weak at the time. It is not because they were strong back then, but because they possess infinite possibilities that even gods find hard to predict. He elegantly and slowly raised his right hand, his fingers slightly curling. In an instant, deep, noble, and filled with a sense of destruction, purple energy began to gather and whirl madly in his palm, forming a blinding energy sphere that continuously collapsed inward. Around the sphere, dense black lightning slithered like venomous snakes, emitting a heart-stopping hum. Its mere existence caused the ground below to silently depress and disintegrate into the most primal particles. And you, Broly, Beerus' gaze locked onto his opponent, declaring, are the most extreme, wild, and uncontrollable manifestation of this possibility. Almost simultaneously, Broly raised his muscular right arm. Without elaborate gestures, without a roar, he simply moved with the purest drive of his will. In a thunderous moment, the wild, untamed, and vibrant emerald energy surged skyward, condensing in his palm into a massive energy ball pulsating like a green sun. The radiance illuminated his frenzied face as well as the sky of this desolate planet. Two utterly contrasting forces, yet equally capable of shaking the stars, once again formed a terrifying standoff under the thin atmosphere of Wampa Star. This time, neither of them rushed to strike. Beerus' form stood as firm as ancient rock, only the tip of his tail trembling slightly, sensing the most subtle changes in the flow of energy. Broly was like a ferocious beast poised to pounce, each heavy breath causing his aura to surge and recede like ocean tides. Their gazes met in the air, sparking invisible fireworks. They were waiting for that millionth of a second of stillness in the other's aura flow, waiting for the almost non-existent connection of energy. He waited for the slightest flaw, the faintest slackening of will during the protracted confrontation. That would be the most precise, the most lethal, the only opportunity needed. Time on planet Vampa seemed frozen, pulled taut by these two supreme forces. The wind ceased, dust hung suspended in midair. Even the rubble that had been flung into the sky by the residual energy of their clash was eerily fixed in place. Only the two cores of devastating energy roared in silence, pressing against each other, eroding the fragile space between them. Planet Vampa had reached the end of its life. The once barren yet intact planetary surface had now transformed into a scene of apocalypse. Massive fissures spread across the planet like a spiderweb, magma erupting from the deep core instantly cooled in the vacuum of space, solidifying into twisted, grotesque black rock pillars, monuments erected for the planet's funeral. A rocky planet 3,000 kilometers in diameter torn apart by the world-shattering power of two transcendents was disintegrating from within. Huge chunks of rock slowly detached from the celestial body and drifted into the frigid void like scattered building blocks. Every aftershock of their energy clashes triggered planet-wide earthquakes, pushing the already fragile planetary structure further into the abyss of destruction. At the center of this devastation, Broly and Beerus still hovered in confrontation like two stars about to collide. The state of both had undergone an earth-shattering qualitative transformation. The once wild and eruptive purple destructive energy around Beerus had now been compressed to its extreme, forming a thin, almost imperceptible faint purple aura that clung tightly to his deep violet skin. That aura was not static, it flowed slowly like a living entity, each ripple causing subtle distortions in the surrounding space. His presence had been completely internalized, no longer leaking outward, but this only made it more unsettling. It was the dead silence before a storm proof of power condensed to its peak. Broly's transformation was more direct and more stunning. His wild golden hair had now completely turned into a deep, rich emerald green, as though it had condensed infinite vitality. That was a color that existed only in legends, for the Super Saiyan, a symbol of the most ancient and most savage power within the Saiyan bloodline. The emerald aura no longer surged skyward like before, instead it coiled around his body, like living flames burning steadily and fiercely, each flicker of fire containing the power to pulverize stars. What caught Beerus' attention most were his eyes. Those eyes were completely different from the legendary Super Saiyan described in Whis Intelligence. No bloodshot red, no feral madness, no out-of-control rage. In their place was a lucid gaze, cold as polar ice, yet burning with a searing battle lust. That gaze was sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through all falsehoods, precisely locking onto every minute movement of Beerus, every node of energy flow. Savage power and absolute rationality, two traits that should have been contradictory, achieved an eerie, unsettling unity within him. He had completely mastered this legendary power that should have consumed his reason. His figure vanished from where he stood. Not an afterimage left by high-speed movement, but a true disappearance, almost like a spatial leap. Beerus' deep purple pupils contracted to pinpricks. His dynamic vision, capable of tracking the orbital paths of galaxies, finally caught a blurry green trail within a thousandth of a second, a speed at least 3 times greater than before. The air, though the planet's atmosphere was already nearly non-existent, didn't even have time to produce a sonic boom. Space itself seemed to be forcibly plowed open by that green streak. Danger! The destroyer's instinct made him dodge sideways in a near-reflexive motion. The instant his head shifted, a fist as large as a boulder wreathed in emerald aura grazed past his cheek. Ryup! Where the fist passed, the void was torn open, leaving a long, narrow spatial rift with ominous black light flickering at its edges. From the rift came a heart-stopping suction of nothingness, instantly swallowing and grinding several house-sized rocks nearby into dust. The attack did not pause for an instant despite the near miss. His left fist shot upward like a cannonball aimed at Beerus' chin. Beerus raised his arm to block, but Broly's right elbow smashed toward his temple like a warhammer. Beerus dodged by tilting his head, only to have a knee strike heavy and wreathed in green lightning drive toward his abdomen. Then came a lightning-fast leg sweep targeting the foot, supporting the destroyer's balance. A storm. A true storm. Broly's attacks were no longer a simple outpouring of power. They formed an impenetrable, interlocking net of death. Each strike was unadorned, aimed straight at vital points, discarding all flashiness, concentrating devastating power into the shortest attack path and the fastest release speed. What was more terrifying was that his attack rhythm was accelerating, his angles becoming more cunning and unpredictable. In the initial exchanges, Beerus could still rely on his vast experience and divine techniques to attempt counterattacks, even seizing a brief opening to deliver a hand blade wrapped in purple destructive energy aimed at Broly's neck. But Broly merely tilted his head slightly, letting the hand blade scrape across his pauldron, sending sparks flying, while his counterattack followed immediately. A move that faintly echoed Beerus' own technique, yet was more brutal, more direct, and more concentrated in power. He was learning. In the heat of battle, he absorbed, digested, and adapted his opponent's techniques at a terrifying speed, merging them into his own savage combat instincts and making them his own. Thud. Boom. Crack. The dull thuds of fists and feet colliding, the explosions of energy clashes and the shattering sound of space buckling under the strain wove together a symphony of destruction. Beerus, the god who had wielded the authority of destruction for countless eons, was being forced back step by step under this raging torrent of attacks. Each step backward left a visible ring of purple energy ripples in the void. This was the first time in this battle that he had been suppressed in a direct heating clash. This monster. A storm raged in Beerus' heart. It was not merely shock at Broly's terrifying power and growth rate, but also a tinge of disbelief and a long-suppressed heat that was finally ignited. How many years had it been? Hundreds? Thousands? He couldn't remember the last time he had faced such an opponent. An opponent who grew not from ancient legacies or divine status, but purely through savage growth in battle and desperation, constantly evolving, breaking limits, and bringing new surprises in life-or-death combat. A long-lost thrill almost making him shudder coursed through his body like an electric current. Defend? No. The corners of Beerus' deep, purple mouth suddenly stretched wide into a wild, ecstatic grin, revealing his sharp teeth. Interesting, he growled, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Very interesting. Huh. Beerus no longer retreated, no longer blocked. The restrained purple aura around him exploded with blinding brilliance. The vast power of destruction was no longer used for defense. Instead, it converged like rivers flowing into the sea, frantically gathering, compressing, and compressing again into his right fist, which was poised to strike. Space around his fist began to collapse and annihilate on a large scale, turning into pure darkness. Within that darkness, a pinpoint of condensed purple destruction light ignited like the core of a supernova. Simultaneously, Broly seemed to sense the sublimation of his opponent's resolve. A sharp light burst from his emerald eyes, and the green aura around him surged skyward with thick, dragon-like bolts of emerald lightning beginning to leap within it. He too withdrew all his scattered attacks, pouring the entirety of the legendary Super Saiyan's power, without reservation, into his right fist. The green light on that fist was pure and savage, as if holding a green star about to explode. No roar, no warning. Two fists containing destructive powers that were utterly different, yet equally capable of making galaxies tremble, crossed the short distance above the shattered planet Vampa amidst the countless floating debris. Heat-in. Collision. Boom. In that instant, sound lost all meaning. First came the light, pure ultimate purple destruction light, and savage blazing green legendary light, like two colliding stellar cores erupting with a terrifying radiance that drowned all sight. Where the light touched, all matter, rock, metal, even uncooled magma, vaporized and annihilated in an instant. Then came the shockwave. Not a wave of air, but a terrifying ripple formed when the fabric of space itself was forcibly twisted and torn by the colossal force. A ring-shaped wave of destruction mixed with purple and green spread outward from the point of impact in a spherical shape into the cosmic void. Where the wave passed, the massive planetary fragments that had already broken free from Vampa and were floating in orbit shattered like blocks struck by an invisible giant hammer, exploding into finer dust. Broly was sent flying backward by the earth-shattering punch, his body carving a searing trail several kilometers long through the void. The space along his path rippled from the friction, and shattered stardust trailed behind him like a fine light tail. He adjusted his posture mid-tumble, then abruptly stomped on the void with both feet, halting his retreat with sheer force. Blood seeped from between his clenched teeth, forming dark red beads in the vacuum that slowly drifted away. But his eyes, burning with emerald flames, blazed brighter than the twin suns that once belonged to planet Vampa, his battle lust surging like a volcanic eruption. Beerus hovered in place, his right fist tingling with numbness. He lowered his arm and saw fine cracks on the surface of his fist covered in purple divine light, slowly oozing blood, the dark purple gleaming blood of a destroyer. The blood beads detached from his skin, floating and spinning in the void, each drop containing a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. He shook his wrist, and the shattered bones healed instantly under the divine power's embrace. The purple destruction energy coiled around his fist again like a living thing, emitting faint crackling sounds. "You're injured." Broly's voice pierced the vacuum, echoing directly in Beerus' divine sense. The voice was as calm as a deep pool, but beneath the surface surged an almost frenzied undercurrent of excitement. "So are you." Beerus slowly closed his fingers, the destruction energy sparking purple-black lightning between them. "But this is just the beginning. The warm-up is over." Their gazes clashed across the shattered starscape, actually producing visible, intangible ripples. Where those ripples passed, tiny meteor fragments silently turned to dust. The next instant they vanished. No, not vanished. Their speed had surpassed the limits of what the eye could capture. Only two trailing afterimages crisscrossed madly through the starry void, one purple as the abyss, one green as jade. When they reappeared, they were above the remnants of what had once been Vampa's continental plates. Beerus brought down a hand blade. Broly raised his arm to block it. Hedon. At the moment of impact, the rocky ground for 100 li in radius surged upward like a wave, then was pulverized into powder by the spreading shockwave in the next second. This time no one held back. Beerus' fists and feet became a purple storm, each strike carrying the destructive divine power to annihilate planets. His figure flickered and teleported through space, sometimes appearing to Broly's left with a sweeping kick, sometimes flashing overhead with a palm strike. Wherever he passed, space cracked like glass, spreading spiderweb fissures from which the darkness of nothingness seeped. Broly, amidst the furious assault, sank his hips and planted his stance, his arms forming an emerald barrier. At first he only blocked, but after 3 exchanges he began to counter. Fist for fist, kick for kick. Every collision of limbs exploded with a ring of energy, a mix of purple and green. Where the rings swept, the floating continental fragments completely vaporized, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. And his presence during this ultimate clash soared madly. Early 11th dimension. His aura swelled by 30%, the tips of his hair beginning to rise. Mid-stage, the emerald light deepened and fine energy patterns emerged in his pupils. Late stage, when his presence finally stabilized, he stood at the peak of the 11th dimension unit. At this moment, the energy coiling around him was as thick as substance, and every breath caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. This level was a hair's breadth away from a serious Beerus. Beerus' expression finally turned completely grave. He clearly sensed that this Saiyan was not just growing stronger, but evolving. With every exchange of blows, Broly's control over the legendary Super Saiyan power became more refined. With every energy clash, his grasp of the battle rhythm grew more seasoned. What was more terrifying was that the opponent was instinctively learning the god's way of fighting. How to concentrate power into a single point, how to make energy vibrate on a microscopic level, how to predict spatial trajectories. If the fight continued like this, a dangerous thought crossed Beerus' divine, since this genius of a warrior race might truly be able to break through that threshold in life-or-death combat, reaching a realm that even a destroyer would have to acknowledge. I can no longer hold back. A fierce purple light blazed in Beerus' eyes. He suddenly retreated 100 li, crossing his arms slowly before him. This simple act reversed the flow of energy across the entire battlefield. Countless purple dots emerged from the void, converging toward his palm like rivers to the sea. A destruction energy sphere the size of a fist began to form, then swelled wildly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. It hovered in Beerus' palm like a miniature black hole, its surface flowing with liquid purple-black arcs, while from within came a collapsing hum that made stars tremble. The energy sphere continued to grow, its edges beginning to warp, the surrounding light swallowing and bending even the light cast by distant stars. Its very existence was enough to cause the physical laws of this star system to begin breaking down. Broly stood at the center of the energy storm, his tattered battle suit flapping wildly in the fierce wind. He could clearly sense the destructive will aim directly at his heart, his pupils instantly narrowing to the size of needles. Yet a smile, almost bordering on madness, curled at the corners of his mouth. He had no intention of retreating and felt no fear whatsoever. At this moment, he took a deep breath. This inhalation felt as if he were swallowing every fragment of residual energy within a 1,000-mile radius into his lungs. The transcendent energy within him was completely ignited, and the already boiling energy now surged forth as if on the brink of losing control. Emerald flames surged from every pore of his body, the color deepening until it almost turned to a dark green. At the edges of the flames, tiny golden sparks danced. He slowly raised both arms, placing his hands together in front of his chest, palms facing each other, as a massive emerald energy sphere began to take shape in his hands. This energy sphere was entirely different from Beerus' orderly purple destruction sphere. Broly's sphere was chaotic and violent. Countless emerald lightning bolts darted within the sphere, the energy fluid roiling and surging like molten lava. With every inch the energy sphere expanded, the void beneath his feet sank further. This was not mere force suppression, but the distortion of space itself due to mass. Two forces thus confronted each other above the final graveyard of planet Wampa. The eastern sky was stained deep purple by Beerus's destructive power, dimming even the stars. To the west, Broly's dark green energy cast a green light, causing even the void to ripple with life. At the boundary of the energy field, space began to distort unnaturally, light bending into arcs. Tiny fragments of matter that touched the boundary disintegrated into the most basic streams of particles. "Come on!" Broly roared skyward, his voice sweeping out like a tangible sound wave shattering a distant asteroid into a ring of dust. "Exactly what I wanted." Beerus' voice resonated like a bell, each word resonating with the laws of destruction. The two pushed their arms forward simultaneously, slowly, sending the energy spheres, each over 500 meters in diameter, toward each other. At first, the spheres moved slowly as if time had been stretched 1,000-fold. The surface of the purple energy sphere flowed with destruction runes, while within the emerald energy sphere violent lightning roiled and surged, everything clearly visible. Suddenly their speed shot up. In one moment they were still 100 miles apart, and in the next they were right before each other. The collision occurred. There was no sound, or rather, as soon as sound emerged, it was completely swallowed by the raging energy. Only light remained, pure to the extreme, exploding outward from the center of impact. The light at this moment was blinding. The daylight sides of all planets in the star domain became as bright as midday in the same instant. Purple and green became indistinguishable, swirling together, tearing, annihilating, and being reborn, finally merging into a primordial sea of chaotic energy. At the boundary, space peeled away like shattered mirrors, revealing a kaleidoscope of dimensional gaps behind. Time became a joke here. Fragments of past and future flickered by, utterly ungraspable. The laws of physics collapsed completely. Gravity fluctuated, sometimes pulling up and sometimes pulling down. Light twisted into knots at times and broke into segments at others, with matter crazily jumping between particles and waves. The last remnants of planet Wampa, the layers of rocks buried in the core, broken satellites, and even the dust within nebulas, were utterly powerless before this force, unable to even struggle. In a microsecond, everything was dismantled into atoms, and in the next microsecond reduced to quark soup, finally transforming into pure energy that flowed into the chaotic light sphere. But it wasn't over. That energy sphere continued to expand 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 miles. It was like a newborn son of death, flinging waves of destruction outwards into the depths of space. As the waves swept through, the entire asteroid belt vanished in an instant. Wandering comets evaporated, and the atmospheres of distant planets began to ionize and burn. If no one intervened, this ripple would consume the entire star system in less than a month. Sweep into the neighboring star domain 3 years later, leaving an eternal scar that could never heal in this quadrant of the universe. And at the center of the light sphere, two figures were locked in a fierce struggle. Beerus pushed forward with both arms, divine power gushing forth like a flood. Broly rooted himself, every inch of muscle vibrating at high frequency, extracting the deepest power from his bloodline. Their roars were completely drowned out by the energy, their figures swallowed by the light. Only those two pairs of eyes remained. One pair purple, exuding oppressive power like a prison, the other pair green, brimming with battle intent, staring fiercely at each other in the depths of the light. This was no longer merely a contest of power. It was a clash of wildness and divine authority, a rebellion of mortals against the rules, a heart born for battle, launching the most frenzied charge against the supreme authority of the universe. At the very moment when the two forces capable of tearing stars apart were about to collide, time suddenly seemed to freeze. On the desolate ground of planet Wampa, cracked rock layers continued to crumble, and the air was filled with the scorching scent of energy overload. The destructive energy at Beerus' fingertips surged like a boiling purple abyss, even the space around him groaning in anguish. On the opposite side, Broly's swirling emerald flames had transformed into real waves of fury, each burst of energy scorching the void and creating twisted fissures. Destruction was imminent in the next millisecond. At that moment, there were no omens and no signs of movement. A silvery light descended from the depths of the universe, pure as fresh snow. This light was not a descent, but an appearance, as if it had always been there, only now finally revealed. It penetrated the thin atmosphere of planet Wampa, cutting through all the wild energies on the battlefield like a layer of silent veil, quietly covering the core of the explosive destruction. At the center of the light, Whis' figure slowly solidified. He did not appear, but rather seemed to step naturally from the background of a painting into the foreground. The silver staff gently spun between his long fingers, the transparent orb at its tip at this moment quieter than a supernova, deeper than a black hole. The halo slowly expanded. On Whis' face, the once playful smile vanished. His light purple eyes were lowered, focusing on the point where the two destructive energy forces converged, his expression as concentrated as that of an artist staring at a tiny flaw on the canvas that could ruin the overall harmony. He gently pointed the staff forward. A low hum deep enough to be almost inaudible spread from beneath Wis's feet. A silver-white light descended directly, colliding with Beerus' destructive energy capable of annihilating all rules. The raging purple abyss, which once seemed poised to consume everything, now appeared as if an invisible hand was gently smoothing it. The impulse of destruction swiftly faded, and the silver light diluted like a furious sea, transforming into a gentle stream, leaving only flickers of purple light that quietly dissipated. Meanwhile, the light swept over Broly's wild and explosive Super Saiyan power. The torrent of emerald energy roared and struggled as if it were alive, but when it struck the silver light, it was instantly halted, as if colliding with an immovable wall. The green flames dimmed and shrank in an instant, all fury and violence drained away, leaving only a trace of primal energy, which was soon enveloped and resolved by the silver light. There was no loud sound, no explosion, and no residual energy waves. Not even a ripple was left. The two terrifying forces that could have erased the Wampa star, or even the entire star system from the universe, were thus effortlessly erased by the silver halo. It was like erasing pencil marks with an eraser or washing away a drawing made in the sand with clean water, clean and thorough as if they had never existed. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the wasteland. Broly's bare feet still stood on the scorching, not yet fully cooled lava. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his hands. In his palms, the emerald lightning that had been surging just moments ago had now completely vanished. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wild from transformation, had pupils reduced to the size of needle points. His perception, an instinctive intuition unique to Super Saiyans regarding energy, was frantically warning him. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen the totality of that energy, enough to ignite the core of the sun with a chain reaction that could affect light years of star domains. The magnitude was not something that could be cancelled or neutralized. That kind of power had to be released, had to erupt. It was a cosmic-level disaster. But Whis. He merely waved his staff lightly, even with a touch of elegance, and disaster was treated as if it had never happened. It was not a confrontation, not suppression, nor was it about crushing with stronger force. Instead, it was a gentle rewriting of the very foundation of reality from a higher level. The two forces that had already erupted were defined as non-existent under his hand. This is what an angel is, standing above the god of destruction, the true supreme existence, maintaining the balance of the universe. Enough. Wis's voice suddenly rang out, calm as a deep pool devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet exuding an undeniable authority. The voice was not loud, yet clearer than the howling wind across the wasteland, directly penetrating Beerus and Broly's minds. Beerus stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture he had taken to unleash his energy. His purple face twitched slightly, and his cat-like slit pupils were filled with shock, reluctance, and an anger about to explode after having his battle intent abruptly interrupted. Whis. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out with the husky and fierce tone unique to the god of destruction. I haven't. Not enough fighting. Whis tilted his head slightly, his silver-white hair gently swaying in the air. A hint of an inscrutable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, yet his pale purple eyes were as cold as a blade, the gaze precisely landing on Beerus, devoid of any hint of mirth. Lord Beerus, why not sense the spatial structure of this star domain? He lightly touched the ground with his staff. Buzz. A ripple of silver expanded instantly from his center, almost invisible, yet sweeping across the entire planet even further. Beerus' expression tightened. He immediately sensed it. At the center of Wampa Star, within several astronomical units around, there were dense cracks resembling a spider web. These cracks were extremely unstable, like an elastic band pulled to its limit, ready to snap with just a little more force. If this continues, Wis's voice remained steady, yet each word pressed down like a heavy weight. Not only will this place be destroyed, but the entire spatial structure will collapse. No fragments will remain. It will become a chaotic flow of fundamental energy that will affect the surrounding star systems. He paused here, his gaze slowly turning towards Broly, as vast as the galaxy. Moreover, Wis's voice lowered slightly, becoming clearer. Lord Beerus, haven't you noticed? Broly's energy, even though it was interrupted earlier, has not diminished in totality, rather it is slowly climbing. Broly's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Whis stared at him as if he could see through every strand of energy flowing within him. If this continues under extreme pressure, that legendary Saiyan power within Broly may very well break through its current limits. What will happen then you know better than I. Beerus' anger gradually froze on his face, slowly replaced by a profound seriousness. He certainly understood that it was a threshold for a qualitative change in power levels 1 that even an average god of destruction would find difficult to fully control and must handle with extreme caution. If Broly were to lose control and break through, it would not merely trigger physical destruction. It would directly shake the balance of some of the most fundamental laws of the seventh universe, leading to a chain reaction and repair costs that were beyond imagination. Humph. After a long while, Beerus finally let out a heavy grunt from his nose. The purple destructive energy around him rapidly receded like a retreating tide, returning to his body. He crossed his arms and turned his face away, the battle intent in his eyes having dissipated by more than half, leaving only his usual arrogance and a hint of barely perceptible frustration. Today consider yourself lucky, wild monkey. On the other side, Broly took a deep breath. The sound resonated particularly clearly in the wasteland, as if he were drawing in all the remaining energy and emotions within. As he inhaled, the emerald flames around him extinguished completely, as if they had never appeared. His bulging muscles gradually contracted, the bulging veins receding into his skin, and his intimidating height slowly returned to normal. A trace of emerald still lingered in his hair, but the color was rapidly receding from the roots, reverting to a somber black that cascaded over his broad shoulders. The transformation had exacted a heavy toll. A wave of exhaustion like an icy tide swept through his entire being. A faint tearing pain throbbed deep within his muscles. This was his boldest protest after being pushed to its limits. Yet he kept his spine straight. His eyes, just returned to black, were weary from the fierce battle, but remained clear and calm as he fixed his gaze directly on Whis. Mr. Broly. Whis turned around, his face once again adorned with that distant, gentle smile. His voice softened, a stark contrast to the absolute authority he had just exuded. I believe with your intelligence you must have guessed that Beerus and I did not travel all the way to this remote planet Vampa merely for an exchange. Broly said nothing. The wind from the wasteland tousled his black hair and lifted the tattered hems of his pants. His skin still radiated the residual heat of battle. After a few seconds, his low, steady voice cut through the air. The tournament of power. Whis' eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly, a flicker of rare surprise in his eyes, but it was quickly masked by his impeccably calibrated smile. Oh, you know of it? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Did Lord Beerus mention it? I recall we never spoke that name during our fight. I guess. Broly's reply was curt and decisive, his face an impassive mask, as if stating an irrelevant fact. When your energies collided just now, the information contained a similar conceptual fluctuation. He was lying. In his heart, he knew exactly what the tournament of power was. The memories from that other world were too vivid, a whim of the Omni King, the life and death of multiple universes, a brutal free-for-all on an arena. But this was something the unfathomable angel before him must not perceive. He would not and absolutely did not want to let him know the truth. His gaze was calm and frank, meeting Whis' penetrating stare without a ripple of disturbance. Whis' pale purple eyes narrowed, lingering on him for a moment longer, as if trying to pierce the secrets beneath his rugged exterior. He tapped his staff lightly in the air, a faint ripple emanating from its tip, but he did not press further. Correct. Whis nodded, his voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable gravity. He raised his hand, his slender fingers tracing patterns in the air. Points of starlight coalesced vaguely, outlining a vast cosmos. The tournament of power hosted by the Omni King himself. 8 universes, each selecting 10 of their mightiest warriors. They will engage in an unprecedented melee in the world of Void, a special realm that transcends time and space. He paused. Within the starry map of the universe, a single point of light suddenly dimmed, shattered, and vanished. The universe that survives until the end will continue to exist. The last one. The Omni King will simply erase it. As his words fell, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Whis withdrew his gaze, looking at Broly. His usual relaxed smile was gone, replaced by a rare seriousness. Lord Beerus and I crossed the starry sea to find you, Broly. We wish for you to become one of the 10 representatives of Universe 7 to participate in this tournament that concerns the fate of the cosmos. Broly remained silent. He stood on the barren rocky ground, feeling the rough, cold sand of planet Vampa beneath his bare feet. 41 years on this lonely planet flashed through his mind like a stretched-out black-and-white film reel. The sunless years of imprisonment, the searing pain of the energy inhibitor branded on his skin, E2 failed escape attempts, the unreachable stars always before his eyes, the shock and eventual disappearance of his father Paragus before his uncontrollable power and just now the earth-shattering clash with the one who called himself God of Destruction, Beerus. These fragments, this weight, all pressed upon his heart, yet seemed to burn slowly within his blood. He looked up, gazing at the boundless darkness under the sparse starlight behind Whis. He understood that this was not just an invitation, it was like a crack, a faint beam of light. This was a chance to break free from the shackles of planet Vampa, an opportunity to truly step into the vast starry sky, to embrace the unknown and face challenges. Perhaps it was the first chance to truly grasp his own destiny. The wind whipped up fine sand, pelting his muscular frame. He finally spoke, his voice low, yet carrying a power that pierced the silence. "I will participate." He paused, his gaze sharp, sweeping over Whis, then landing on Beerus, who stood by with an impatient expression. "But I have a condition." Beerus, who had been standing with his arms crossed, suddenly turned around. A dangerous glint flashed in his purple cat-like eyes, and his brow furrowed. "A condition?" He gave a cold laugh, letting the aura of a destruction god spread unabashedly, distorting the very air around him. "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you believe you are in any position to make demands?" Broly did not retreat. Instead, he stood even straighter, like an immovable mountain. He met Beerus' gaze without flinching, enunciating each word. "I am." His aura had barely changed, but a primal, overwhelming confidence emanated from him naturally. "Because I am strong enough." Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. He recalled the wild, seemingly boundless power of this being during their earlier exchange. Even if unwilling to admit it, this was not someone who could be subdued by status or rules alone. He snorted coldly and turned his head away, a tacit acquiescence. "So what is your condition?" Whis interjected at the opportune moment, tapping his staff on the ground, his expression encouraging. Broly took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cold, thin air of planet Vampa. He gazed into the void as if peering into the future, his voice calm, yet unshakably firm. "I want freedom." He withdrew his gaze, staring directly at the two deities, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "After the tournament of power, whether Universe 7 still exists or not, and regardless of my own victory or defeat, my destiny is mine alone to decide. I will not become a vassal to any deity, I will not fight for any faction, and I will certainly not be anyone's pawn. What I seek is absolute freedom." Whis did not respond immediately. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something from the depths of the cosmos, or perhaps weighing something in his mind. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted once more into that familiar, elegant smile, even more pronounced than before. "Of course," he said lightly, "the tournament of power is for competition and selection, not for recruiting followers. After the tournament, where you go and how you live is entirely up to you. I can give you that assurance on behalf of Lord Beerus." "Deal." Broly said, no more, stepping forward, directly extending his massive hand, a hand that had once crushed stars and had also helplessly beaten against a cage. Whis also extended his hand with a smile. His hand was long and fair, a stark contrast to Broly's large, scarred one. The two hands met gently in the air, without any imposing aura or clash of power, yet this gesture seemed more formal than anything else. Beerus watched from the side with his arms crossed, snorting, a pointless sense of ceremony, a pure waste of time. He waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly, trying to brush the scene aside. "All right, the talking is done, the handshake is over. Let's get going. Next stop, Earth." "As you command, Lord Beerus." Whis bowed gracefully and raised his angelic staff. Without much effort, he simply tapped the tip of the staff lightly against the void before him. A silver-white light burst forth from the tip of the staff, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. The light expanded, instantly spinning, as if tearing the fabric of space, creating a stable, circular passage with a soft, flowing halo around its edges. Inside the passage, light and shadow swirled like countless fragments of starlight converging into a vortex. At the other end of the vortex, a scene gradually became clear. A blue planet wrapped in pristine white clouds, the outlines of its oceans and continents flickering faintly within the light. A vibrant, life-filled aura, utterly different from the dead silence of planet Vampa, seemed to drift through the passage. Beerus did not hesitate at all. With his characteristic stride, he was the first to step into the silver-white path of light, swallowed by the radiance in an instant. Broly lowered his head, taking one last look at the ground beneath his feet, the rust-brown earth of planet Vampa. Then he raised his head and step by step followed Beerus resolutely toward the passage. Just as his figure was about to be completely enveloped by the light, he suddenly paused, turned his head, and looked back. Behind him, where was planet Vampa? The planet that had accompanied and imprisoned him for 41 years had vanished without a trace. All that remained before his eyes was a vast, empty darkness with scattered, cold, silent cosmic dust, and debris slowly spinning, as if singing a silent elegy for the vanished planet. That natural prison had finally become history annihilated in the boundless cosmos. He took a deep breath, though there was no real air here. This gesture was more a ritual of bidding farewell to the past. Then he turned, his entire figure disappearing completely into the silver-white radiance. Whis, still wearing his smile, followed lightly. As soon as he entered, the silver door that had torn through space slowly closed, receding like a tide, leaving behind the last traces of Planet Vampa's existence. The drifting dust and debris, forever in that cold, silent depths of the universe. And at the other end of the passage, a brand new world full of infinite possibilities and unknown challenges awaited Broly's arrival. The luminous cloud from the destruction of Vampa Star had long since been left behind, now a faint blur in the recesses of memory, cast adrift in unimaginably distant realms. Within the spatial channel, iridescent light surged like a rushing river of stars, brilliant, resplendent, hurtling through the boundless darkness. These lights were not static. They seemed alive, coalescing into dazzling whirlpools one moment, then stretching into long gossamer threads the next, weaving an endless, ever-shifting tapestry of luminescence. This river of fusion of pure energy and starlight raced at an indescribable velocity, carrying three silhouettes toward a specific coordinate in the cosmos. Broly stood behind Whis, as silent and motionless as a stone carving. His towering form was reflected in the flowing light, exuding an unshakable stillness. Though nothing supported his feet, he floated steadily in the center of the channel, as if gravity held no sway here. The sensation was peculiar. His body moved at immense speed, yet his senses experienced a weightless drifting, as if perpetually falling into an abyss or being borne aloft by an invisible wind. For 41 years on Vampa, he had grown accustomed to the charred, fissured rock beneath his feet, the scorching sand, and the sulphurous air that never faded. But now beneath him lay only endless flowing light. Only absolute freedom, vast enough to make his heart race. We're almost there. Whis' light voice drifted through the glow ahead, shattering the near-eternal roar of the channel. Without turning, he elegantly pointed his staff, the one topped with a magical orb, forward. The moment its tip touched the river of light, it was like a pebble dropped into a still lake. The light ahead suddenly accelerated into a spiral, a rainbow-hued ribbon stirred by an unseen force, coiling into an ever-growing vortex. The vortex's center was deep as a black hole, its edges scattering fine diamond-like sparks. Broly instinctively narrowed his golden eyes, shielding them from the intensifying glow. He could sense that beyond the vortex something awaited him. No many things. Auras. They pierced through space, rushing toward him like ripples. They varied in strength. Some were as feeble as a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, others blazed with the fiery passion of a young star, brimming with life force. Among these complex auras, two stood out the most, like the brightest binary stars in the night sky, close together, almost intertwined. One aura was thick and steady like an ancient mountain with deep roots. The other was sharp and fierce, aggressive as a thunderbolt ready to strike, its strength and pride unashamed. That was the aura of a Saiyan. Broly's pupils contracted like a predator locking onto its prey. His large hand hung at his side, knuckles, prominent fingers unconsciously tightening. The muscles in his arm tensed briefly, but he forced himself to relax. An indescribable tremor surged from the depths of his bloodline. Earth. Beerus' voice came from the side with that distinctive nasal tone, laced with obvious impatience and eagerness. What's the holdup, Whis? Hurry up. My stomach's about to wither away. Whis merely chuckled, his gentle, enigmatic smile deepening. He said nothing, only waved his staff gracefully as if in a dance. Instantly the vortex seemed infused with immense energy, expanding violently. A silvery white tide of light surged forth, engulfing the channel and Broly's entire vision. Light. Infinite light, carrying a faint hum, wrapped around him completely. As the dazzling silver-white radiance receded like a tide, Broly's first sense to return was not sight, but touch. What he stepped on was utterly different from Vampa. Not scorching black rock, nor coarse sand. It was soft, springy, yielding slightly underfoot with a hint of cool moisture. Looking down, he saw vibrant green. Slender, tough blades of grass pushed through his toes, bending under his weight, their tips adorned with dewdrops that glittered in the newly risen sun. The morning dampness seeped through his soul, spreading through his entire body. He slowly raised his head. Beneath him was a wide, neatly trimmed lawn, its green expanse spreading in all directions. At the edge of the lawn was a meticulously tended garden filled with flowers he had never seen. Vivid colors, diverse shapes, swaying gently in the breeze, blending a sweet, yet subtle fragrance. A garden path paved with smooth cobblestones stretched into the distance. At the end of his sight stood a pure white building, its design strikingly futuristic. Sleek lines, intricate structure, its walls glowing softly in the sunlight, harmonizing with the blue sky and white clouds. The windows were spotless, reflecting the light and the shadows of the clouds. The air here seized his breath. 41 years on Vampa had accustomed him to the pungent sulfur, the dusty scent of scorched earth, the metallic tang near lava flows, and the desolate, violent nature of that dead star. But now what rushed into his nostrils was a new, dizzyingly rich medley, the scent of damp soil, the fragrance of countless garden flowers, and the aroma of grilled fats and sweet pastries wafting from the white building, even the fresh sweetness of fruit, and an indescribable feeling as if life itself pulsed in the air. The vitality of plants, the freshness of the breeze, the quiet backdrop of a world brimming with energy. This was Earth. Broly stood like a statue, unmoving. His broad shoulders relaxed slightly, then quickly straightened again. He did nothing but absorb everything around him with a greedy, almost ravenous hunger through all his senses. He took a deep breath. Warm, fresh, life-filled air filled his lungs, bringing a cool, cleansing sensation. Then he slowly exhaled, as if to expel all the heat and stillness of Vampa that had accumulated within him for 41 years. The feeling at that moment was hard to put into words. Like a nightmare too long and too heavy, finally awakened by sunlight. I'm stunned. Beerus' impatient voice came from ahead. The god of destruction had already taken several steps, half turned, his narrow purple eyes glancing sideways at Broly, who still stood rooted. His face was a mask of disdain and a sense of wasting time. His tail flicked restlessly behind him. Don't stand there like a log. Keep up. Beerus spoke rapidly, his gaze already fixed on the distant white building, his throat moving slightly. Bulma knows we're coming, as she's sure to have prepared a feast. If we're late, Kakarot might have already devoured it all. With that, he didn't wait for a reply, turned and strode forward with long, decisive steps. His pace was much quicker than when he idly strolled on Planet Destroyer, so brisk, it was almost urgent. That purple tail, no longer lazily swishing to pass the time, now swayed behind him with a rhythmic, almost cheerful beat. Whisk glided past Broly like a gentle breeze, elegant and effortless, tapping his staff on the ground. His face still wore that knowing yet enigmatic smile, and as he passed Broly, he tilted his head slightly, speaking in his uniquely warm voice, Mr. Broly, this must be the first time you've seen and felt such a vibrant planet with your own eyes and senses, isn't it? Broly merely nodded, remaining silent. His gaze had already swept past the garden and lawn, locking onto the open space before the white building in the distance like a radar. Several figures stood there. The one at the front was not tall but sturdy, clad in an orange martial arts uniform with a blue belt tightly fastened. His black hair stood upright as if alive. He tilted his head, shielding his eyes from the sun, with one hand gazing over with curiosity. There was no wariness or tension on his face, only pure, unadulterated curiosity and excitement. A smile unconsciously spread across his lips like a child discovering a new toy, his eyes shining brightly. Broly recognized him instantly. That face, that aura, it had been etched into his mind through his father Raditz's tales of hatred. Son Goku. Not far behind Goku stood another man with a completely different presence. Arms crossed, leaning slightly back against the white doorframe, he seemed distant and wary. His hair was also spiky but more orderly and sharp. His build was leaner and more powerful than Goku's, the lines of his muscles clearly visible beneath his battle suit. His brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. His violet red eyes held an innate pride and scrutiny as he coldly stared at the approaching Broly and his companions. Vegeta. Broly's gaze lingered on Vegeta for a moment longer. Brief, yet the intensity of his inspection felt almost tangible. The son of King Vegeta. The fingers at his side tightened almost imperceptibly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging slightly. But the tension released a moment later, as if it were merely a reflexive instinct. His face remained calm, concealing all complex thoughts beneath that silent, powerful facade. The wind carried the fragrance of grass and flowers, gently brushing across the lawn and tousling the clothes and hair of everyone present. They're here. They're here. Son Goku's voice rang out like a beam of light from Bulma's house, brimming with undisguised excitement. He ran swiftly, his bare feet slapping against the marble floor, the hem of his orange martial arts uniform fluttering in the wind. In a few long strides, he crossed the entire courtyard, stirring up a breeze that lifted the strand of pale purple hair on Whis' forehead. He skidded to a halt, the gust of wind even causing the lock of dark green hair on Broly's forehead to sway. Son Goku looked up, his eyes bright as starlight, openly and curiously examining Broly. From his enormous dust-covered bare feet to his chest wrapped simply in animal hide, yet still revealing the contours of his muscles, and finally, to his silent chiseled face. Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus. Son Goku's voice was crisp like a child finding a new toy. Is this the super strong Saiyan you were talking about? That's right, Whis replied with a smile, his staff gleaming softly in the sunset. He gracefully stepped aside, fully revealing Broly, who stood behind him like a solitary peak. This is Mr. Broly. From today onward, he will represent Universe 7 in the upcoming Tournament of Power. Bro. Ly. Son Goku repeated the new name several times, as if savoring its taste. Then a clean, bright smile blossomed on his face. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and extended a hand, calloused from training yet warm. Son Goku. Just call me Goku. Broly looked down, his gaze falling upon the hand extended before him. The hand was not small, with distinct knuckles and a sense of strength. The contrast with his own scarred, enormous, and rough hand was stark. He was silent, and time seemed to pause, the only sound being the distant fountain in the garden filling the void. Then slowly he raised his right hand, the one that had torn beasts and shattered mountains, and awkwardly carefully grasped it. Broly. His voice was low like thunder rumbling beneath a mountain, offering only his name. The moment the two hands, one warm and eager, the other silent and restrained, met in midair, the sunflower-like smile on Son Goku's face froze almost imperceptibly. He felt it. This was no ordinary handshake. Broly's hand was rough as stone, weathered for eons, thick calluses and intersecting scars like ancient symbols on his skin, recording battles and survival far beyond the ordinary. What made Goku's heart tighten was that the moment his palm touched Broly's, an indescribable, bone-penetrating chill crept up his fingers. It wasn't mere cold nor hostility or killing intent. It was something older, deeper, like the instinctive wariness a small creature feels before an endless ocean, the subtle tremor in the soul when confronted by an overwhelming disparity in power. So, incredible, Goku murmured almost subconsciously, his eyes not dimming, but blazing brighter, as if he had discovered the universe's greatest treasure. That key inside you. He didn't finish, but Beerus and Vegeta, who had just emerged from the house, all understood what he meant. The key within Broly was like a vortex beneath the deep sea. Even a faint ripple of it could shake a natural-born fighter like Goku to his core. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice came from behind, cold hard, carrying the unique pride and scrutiny of royalty, striking like steel against stone. He walked over slowly, his combat boots clicking sharply against the ground. He still had his arms crossed, his chin slightly raised, his sharp eyes scanning Broly from head to toe like a scanner missing nothing. Wipe that stupid grin off your face. Don't disgrace the Saiyans here. Vegeta stopped in front of Broly. Though he only reached Broly's chest and had to look up, his innate pride and presence made him stand on equal footing, even exuding a more oppressive aura. His sharp gaze locked onto Broly's calm face, his brow furrowing deeper, carving a deep V. Broly. Vegeta repeated the name, his tone laced with suspicion and recollection. In all the Saiyan warrior archives left from planet Vegeta, that name never appeared. A warrior with a presence as formidable as Broly's could never be ignored. Yet when he spoke, his voice was eerily calm, as if recounting a distant tale of someone else. I was exiled not long after I was born. As he uttered those words, the air in the courtyard grew strange, thickening imperceptibly. The setting sun dimmed, casting long, interwoven shadows. The smile gradually faded from Son Goku's face. He instantly sensed the heavy past lurking beneath Broly's tranquil tone. He blinked, glancing at Vegeta's somber expression, then back at Broly's impassive face, as if trying to decipher how the atmosphere had suddenly grown so complex. Exiled? Son Goku finally asked, his eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. Why? You were so little. What could you have possibly done wrong? Broly didn't answer right away. He simply shifted his gaze toward Vegeta. That look was as calm as still water before a storm, yet it sent a chill through Vegeta's heart. Vegeta could sense that behind the colossal warrior's glance lay something profoundly complex and ineffable. It was not mere hatred nor anger nor goodwill. It was like a silent annotation spanning eons and fate itself. These old tales can wait for another time. Whis' voice rang out clean and gentle like a clear spring, dispersing the almost solidified tension. He tapped his staff on the ground, producing a crisp ding, and wearing his usual enigmatic smile added, "For now, the most important thing is dinner." Lord Beerus' patience, especially when it comes to food, is notoriously short. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus became a purple blur, darting into the dining room. Immediately, the sounds of chairs scraping and utensils clattering echoed from within, followed by Bulma's voice spiking an octave, "Lord Beerus, please, the last dish hasn't even been served yet. Don't use your hands." Hearing this, Son Goku cast aside all the heavy emotions, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. His bright laughter swept away all awkwardness and tension. "Come on, eating comes first." Without ceremony, he grabbed Broly's iron-cast wrist and dragged him toward the dining room. "Let me tell you, Bulma's chef is the best in the world. You've never tasted anything this good." Dragged along, Broly stumbled slightly. The warmth and strength from the wrist, and this unguarded physical contact left him stiff and almost at a loss. For 41 years on Vampa, his only companions had been roaring beasts, biting winds, and endless solitude. He had nearly forgotten the warmth of human touch and what it felt like to be pulled along so naturally by another. Bulma's dining room was as spacious as a small banquet hall, bathed in the warm glow of a crystal chandelier. On the long cherrywood table, a feast of delicacies awaited. Crystal-clear lobster sashimi was arranged neatly, a whole roasted lamb glistened with rich sauce, a colorful vegetable salad resembled a garden, and a dessert tower exuded a sweet fragrance. Countless dishes from different planets mingled their aromas, enveloping the entire room in a culinary embrace. Beerus plopped down at the head of the table, a small mountain of food scraps already piling up before him. His eating speed was astonishing. With a flick of his purple tongue, half a roast chicken or a slice of cake vanished, leaving only satisfied smacking sounds. Whis sat gracefully beside him, his movements flawless. He sipped his tea slowly, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, savoring it occasionally, offering a comment. The fish is very fresh today, and the sauce is excellent." Broly was seated by Son Goku at the far end of the table in a relatively quiet corner. Before him was an array of exquisite utensils and a mountain of food, clearly accounting for a Saiyant's appetite. Yet he stared at the white porcelain plate before him for a long time. On it lay a thick steak seared to a light char with clear grill marks, the juices sealed within. Alongside were vibrant green asparagus, golden roasted garlic, a scoop of smooth mashed potatoes, all drizzled with a dark, rich sauce. For 41 years on Vampa, he had eaten nothing but torn raw beast meat, sour and astringent wild fruits, and murky snow or rainwater. Those things served only one purpose: survival. They had nothing to do with taste or enjoyment. Hesitantly, he picked up the shiny silver fork. The cold metal felt unfamiliar. He adjusted his grip clumsily, as if handling a dangerous weapon. Finally, he cut off a piece of steak, the knife scraping softly against the porcelain. He brought the sauce-coated steaming beef to his mouth. As he bit down, the hot juices burst forth, mingling with black pepper, sea salt, and complex spices, exploding on his tongue. His taste buds awakened as sensations dormant for 41 years surged forth. The steak's tenderness and distinct layers were utterly unlike any memory he had of food. Broly's fork paused for a moment. His green eyes, usually shrouded in apathy and shadow, involuntarily widened under the bright dining room lights. So this is what real food tastes like. His fingers whitened as he gripped the knife and fork, the metal's chill seeping through his skin. He cut another piece of steak, his movements still awkward but intensely focused. As the second bite entered his mouth, his pupils contracted slightly. The crispy crust shattered between his teeth, and the scalding juices surged again, the aromas of black pepper and sea salt detonating on his tongue. He chewed slowly, grinding each mouthful thoroughly with his molars, as if to forever imprint this fresh sensation. Then came the second, the third bite. His pace quickened gradually, but each bite was earnest, his grip on the cutlery turning white. Son Goku sat cross-legged on the chair beside him, nearly sinking into the cushion. While twirling a large forkful of spaghetti, he kept sneaking glances at Broly's expression. Seeing Broly cut into the second piece of steak, Son Goku's grin stretched from ear to ear, tomato sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth. "Good, right? I told you Earth's food is the best in the universe." He spoke with his mouth full, his words slightly muffled, but the pride in his voice was unmistakable. Broly said nothing, only nodded. His mouth was stuffed with food, his cheeks puffed out slightly like a hamster. Yet he insisted on chewing every mouthful of rice at least 20 times, a habit he had cultivated on planet Vampa. The beast meat there was too coarse; if not chewed thoroughly, it would lacerate the throat. At the far end of the long table, Beerus poked half his head out from behind a pile of plates. His purple ear twitched, and his golden eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at Broly for a few seconds before snorting, "Humph, you eat like a starving ghost reborn." Even as he said this, he grabbed an entire roast chicken with his bare hands, unceremoniously tore off a drumstick, and let the grease drip down his wrist. "Lord Beerus, you're hardly any better. was said as he sat beside him, his posture elegant and his staff tapping lightly on the floor. Before him lay only a small salad and a cup of tea, a stark contrast to the chaotic table around them. He added with a cheerful smile, "You had cream stuck on your whiskers when you ate that fifth cake just now." Beerus' face instantly turned a deep purple like a fully ripe eggplant. He tried to retort, but his mouth was stuffed with chicken, so only muffled grunts escaped. Enraged, his tail lashed wildly behind him, nearly knocking over the juice beside him. Uffed! Krillin was the first to burst out laughing, followed by Gohan and Piccolo. Even Android 18's lips curled upward. Broly smiled too. It was a faint smile, merely a slight upturn of his lips, yet it softened his entire demeanor. He continued eating, quick but still chewing each bite earnestly. 41 years on planet Vampa had completely transformed the weight of the word food in his heart. On that barren planet, there were only two edible things: fishy tough-to-chew beast meat and sour puckering wild berries, barely enough to stave off hunger. Flavor, that was a luxury too extravagant to even mention. Eating was merely a means to survive. Now before him lay a mahogany dining table draped in pristine white linen, laden with an array of dishes. The steak was grilled to perfection, its surface adorned with beautiful grill marks. When cut, pink juices flowed out, pooling into a small amber puddle at the bottom of the plate. The stew was tender, with carrots, potatoes, and beef partially submerged in the rich broth, the steam carrying the aroma of spices. The fried shrimp were golden and crispy, their tails still curled upward. And there were pastries he couldn't name: sugar-dusted scones, molten chocolate lava cakes that oozed filling when cut, fruit tarts piled high with vibrant berries and cream. Each was a new experience, each one assaulted his impoverished taste memory. He ate with focus and reverence, a near pilgrim-like devotion. The clink of knife and fork against porcelain rang crisp, his cheeks bulged slightly as he chewed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Every motion carried a hint of ritual. Until Son Goku's voice suddenly rang in his ear, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily like a stone thrown into a tranquil pond. Broly. Goku had somehow appeared beside the table. He rubbed his hands together, fingers rubbing unconsciously, a sheepish childlike grin on his face. His eyes shone like two lit stars glittering under the warm yellow light. His gaze swept over Broly, shoulders, hands finally settling on his profile. Broly didn't look up. The silver knife cut through the steak, scraping against the plate with a faint sound, the pink meat glistening enticingly under the light. "What is it?" His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Goku scratched the back of his head, a tuft of hair sticking up. He leaned half a step closer, his sneakers barely making a sound on the wooden floor. "So, how about a fight later?" The moment the words left his mouth, his whole body seemed ready to spring, the atmosphere suddenly taut, radiating an irrepressible excitement. Broly paused. The knife hovered midair, the meat on his fork trembling slightly. He slowly raised his head to look at Goku. Those black eyes were as calm as the deep sea before a storm, with no visible ripples on the surface, yet instinctively hinting at hidden currents beneath. It was this unfathomable tranquility that made Goku's smile freeze, his lips still curved, but his eyes already alert. "I'm eating." Broly's voice was not loud, even somewhat gentle, but each word fell like a stone into the air. He glanced at Goku, not with anger or displeasure, but with a pure, unshakable refusal, as natural as a mountain that does not move or a sea that does not dry up. That look made Goku instinctively step back half a pace. Not out of fear, but a more primal instinct. Like an antelope suddenly catching the scent of a lion on the grassland, or a deer hearing claws scraping bark in the forest. Broly hadn't even released his ki, tensed his muscles, or changed his breathing. Just a look, a meeting of eyes, made every hair on Goku's body stand on end, his body automatically shifting into a defensive stance. A cold snort came from the restaurant entrance. Vegeta leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, having been standing there for who knows how long, watching everything unfold. His deep blue battle suit accentuated his lean, muscular build. His brow was furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly, the corners of his mouth turned down, his face a mask of impatience. "Kakarot," he said, his voice as cold as the frozen ground of West City on a winter morning. "Stop embarrassing yourself here." Goku snapped back to reality, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face, his ears reddening. But that embarrassment was quickly overshadowed by a stronger surge of excitement, his eyes growing brighter, as if more fuel had been added to the fire. "But..." He glanced at Broly, still cutting his steak, then at Vegeta, his voice barely containing his thrill. "Don't you feel it?" His ki. He didn't finish, but Vegeta had sensed it, of course. From the moment Broly stepped into Capsule Corporation, he had been probing the aura of this unfamiliar scion. He extended his senses like feelers cautiously testing and exploring. But no matter how he probed, it was like throwing a stone into a bottomless mine shaft. Only hollow echoes returned, never reaching the bottom. That man's ki wasn't suppressed, it was simply too deep. So deep that his perception couldn't even touch its edge, like trying to measure the ocean's depth with a bamboo pole. This made Vegeta extremely uncomfortable. He was the Saiyan Prince, a unseen century prodigy, a super warrior who had broken his limits through sheer will and mastered the realm of the gods. He had faced many formidable foes, Frisia, Cell, Majin Buu, even the god of destruction. But facing Broly, he felt a long-lost irritating sensation for the first time, an inability to see through an unfathomable depth. So what? Vegeta snorted deliberately, raising his voice as if to convince himself. Don't forget, Bulma could go into labor any moment now. Do you want to tear the earth apart right now, eh? His gaze swept across the dining room. The chandelier, the family photo on the wall, Bulma's meticulously tended garden outside the window. Everything seemed so peaceful, yet that peace was fragile, on the verge of shattering. Goku's expression stiffened. Of course he remembered. Bulma's due date was any day now. Trunks would soon have a little sister. In the capsule company, a tense yet expectant atmosphere permeated the air. In the corridor, the nurses walked so quietly that their footsteps were nearly inaudible. The nursery had long been prepared with pink curtains gently swaying in the breeze outside. Everyone was lowering their voices, and their movements slowed down. Even Beerus and Whis had subdued their usual flamboyance. They all awaited the arrival of the new life, soon to be born. If Son Goku were here right now and started a fight with Broly, it wouldn't just scare Bulma upstairs. The aftermath of their battle could wipe out the entire city, even the whole West capital, leaving nothing behind. The warm lighting, the food on the dining table, and Bulma's efforts throughout the afternoon could vanish in an instant. How about we move to a farther place? Son Goku tentatively suggested, his eyes darting between Vegeta and Broly, resembling a puppy waiting for its master to toss some meat. Like North Kai's planet. Or any uninhabited planet. I can use instant transmission to take everyone there. Broly had already lowered his head back to his plate. He speared a piece of roasted potato with his fork. The skin was crispy and golden, sprinkled with rosemary, looking quite appetizing. He seemed completely uninterested in the previous conversation, as if the word battle held less appeal than the potato on his plate. Whatever. He mumbled with his mouth full of buttery bread, cheeks puffed out. He picked up his juice and gulped down a large mouthful, his atoms, apple bobbing with emotion. After putting down his cup, he was still pondering what to eat next. The restaurant suddenly fell silent, with only the sounds of cutlery clinking against plates, Beerus chewing, and the distant hum of the city outside. Vegeta stared at Broly for a while, then snorted from his nose and turned to leave the dining room, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor, carrying a sense of deliberate annoyance. Son Goku remained standing in place, scratching his head as he glanced at Broly, and then at the direction Vegeta had left, finally sighing and slumping back into his seat, shoveling the now slightly cold spaghetti into his mouth absent-mindedly. Broly still ate with that same seriousness. He cut the last piece of steak, chewed it slowly, and then started on a vegetable salad. The lettuce was crisp, and when he bit into a cherry tomato, the sweet and sour juice burst forth in his mouth. His movements were leisurely, as if the entire world consisted of just this table, the light above it, and the food. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset cast a warm golden hue over the restaurant. The chandelier automatically lit up, showering warm light over everyone's faces, the white tablecloth, and the nearly empty plates. Broly finished his last bite and set down his cutlery. The metal clinked against the porcelain plate with a crisp sound. He picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, the movement somewhat awkward but sincere. Finally, he looked up at the night sky outside, his dark eyes reflecting the distant lights. Those were the lights of the city, the light of life, warmth he had never encountered in his 41 years on planet Vampa. Suddenly, Son Goku's eyes lit up like two ignited stars, his golden pupils swirling with uncontainable excitement and fighting spirit. Then it settled. He almost sprang from his chair, the legs scraping loudly against the floor, and as he turned, a corner of the tablecloth flew up. His entire being seemed ready to burst forth like a beam of light, but his wrist was caught by a hand like an iron claw. Wait! Vegeta's voice was low, as if pressed out from his throat, each word heavy. He didn't look at Son Goku. Instead, his sharp gaze was firmly locked on the ever-smiling Whis, his brows furrowed with a rare hint of impatience. Mr. Whis, about Bulma. Don't worry, Mr. Vegeta. Whis remained all smiles, lightly waving one gloved hand while the other held his staff, drawing a graceful arc in the air. The crystal orb at the top of the staff glimmered briefly, and a faint blue translucent halo spread out from under his feet, quickly enveloping the entire capsule company residence. Even the leaves of the trees and droplets of the fountain outside seemed coated in a layer of quiet luminescence. With me here, Miss Bulma, and the child will be safe. This layer of protection is sufficient to withstand any aftershocks from battle, he said, turning his gaze to the eager Son Goku, and the still quietly eating Broly, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening, as if he could see through everything. And besides, he elongated his tone lightly, I'm quite curious to see this duel unfold. Such a combination is rather rare. Son Goku laughed like a child, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile, both innocent and fervent, as if he had received his most beloved toy. He ceased to say anything more, his aura retracted, and in the next moment, he transformed into a golden streak of light, like a meteor traveling against the flow, piercing through the clouds in the blink of an eye and vanishing into the sky, leaving only a faint resonance that still trembled. At the other end of the dining table, Broly slowly set down his silver fork, the metal making a delicate sound against the porcelain plate. He picked up a napkin and carefully wiped the corners of his mouth, as if earnestly completing the final ritual of a grand feast. His movements were slow and steady, like a large stone at ease, contrasting sharply with Son Goku's flash departure. The way he carried himself didn't suggest he was heading off to engage in an earth-shattering battle. Rather, it resembled someone who had just finished a meal and was preparing for a leisurely stroll in the yard, inexplicably relaxed. Mr. Broly's voice came at the right moment, still gentle, but like a pebble thrown into a lake, precisely breaking the excessive calm, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. You don't have to go all out, but at least let Goku see just how vast the gap is, shall we? Broly's action of wiping his mouth momentarily paused. He slowly turned his head to look at Whis. In that instant, something seemed to flash briefly within his originally calm black eyes. It wasn't a burst of energy, nor was it killing intent, nor any force that could be called energy. It was a more primal, instinctual sense of existence. Like a beast that had slept for countless years, quietly opening its eyes just a little. The beast's pupils. I'll do my best. His voice was soft, deep, and flat, devoid of emotional fluctuations. But those 3 words fell like 3 heavy meteorites, silently dropping into a deep pool. The surface showed no signs of disturbance, yet invisible ripples had already stirred beneath. Then his figure also vanished. Unlike Son Goku's golden aura, there was no sonic boom of breaking air, not even a ripple in the atmosphere. He simply transformed from being here to not being here. The space seemed to distort slightly, perhaps just an illusion. In one moment he was quietly sitting at the dining table, and in the next the chair was empty, only the chair still slightly swaying, and the neatly stacked napkins on the table. Vegeta's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpricks, every muscle in his body tensed tightly at that moment. His combat instincts and perception were pushed to the limit, yet he still could not capture how Broly moved at all. It wasn't due to speed, that was not the case. You couldn't even say that he had moved. Broly seemed to suddenly vanish from one place, and then be rewritten into this world in a distant corner. This utterly unreasonable manner instilled a primal chill in Vegeta's heart. Mr. Whis. Vegeta's throat was dry, his voice hoarse. He stared intently at the spot where Broly had vanished, as if trying to will something out of the air. Whis appeared very relaxed. The crystal atop his staff began to rotate on its own, the light inside flowing like water. That guy. Broly, who exactly is he? This question was nearly squeezed out between Vegeta's clenched teeth, full of reluctance and vigilance, accompanied by that raw shudder faced with an unknown powerful enemy. Whis smiled, not answering directly. He simply raised his staff elegantly, pointing the crystal toward the distant void. The light and shadows within the sphere quickly converged and clarified, revealing an endless expanse of icy plains. This was the far north of the planet, perpetually covered in ice and snow, with fierce winds whipping snowflakes across the land. In this dead silence of a world, 3 small, yet terrifyingly energetic points of light were approaching at an astonishing speed, about to collide. Well, Whis' voice was light as the wind, sometimes distant, sometimes close. After you witness this battle with your own eyes, perhaps you'll find the answer yourself. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound, his knuckles turning white. He gritted his teeth, a hot breath escaping his nostrils. The next moment, a deep blue aura exploded, enveloping his entire body. He no longer hesitated. His figure transformed into a sharp blue light, almost violently tearing through the atmosphere, charging in the direction indicated by the crystal ball, leaving only a shallow footprint melted by the intense heat on the ground. The noise and the energy aftershocks gradually receded, and the yard returned to silence, even quieter than before. A gentle breeze rustled the flowers and grass, and the sound of the fountain flowed steadily. Lord Beerus still lay on the luxurious lounge chair under the eaves, his purple skin emitting a faint glow in the afternoon sun. He held a cup of brightly colored cosmic juice in one hand, resting the other behind his head, his long tail swaying lazily, looking utterly content. Whis. He took a sip of the juice and spoke indistinctly. "Present Lord Beerus." Whis silently appeared beside the lounge chair, holding a steaming cup of tea that he had somehow acquired. "What do you think?" Beerus glanced sidelong at the crystal ball, which reflected the 3 points of light about to collide on the icy plains. "Can that kid win?" "Which kid does Lord Beerus refer to?" Whis gently countered, tilting his head, as if pondering some cosmic philosophical dilemma. Beerus rolled his eyes, tipping his head back to gulp down a large mouthful of juice, grumbling, "Don't give me that. You know who I'm talking about. Cockroach, that noisy wild monkey." Whis smiled, indulging the child's whims as if he were a parent. "Mr. Sun Wukong is indeed strong," he said, speaking as if evaluating the cooking of a dish. "His strength is of the kind that surprises, with a continual ability to break through his own limits. Every near-death experience, every time he faced an unbeatable opponent, he could absorb experiences and power like a sponge, achieving incredible transformations. This ability to be reborn from despair is his gift, or perhaps it is the most terrifying aspect of him." He gently shook the teacup in his hand, watching the leaves and the tea rise and fall. Pausing for a moment, his gaze returned to the crystal ball atop the staff, this time locking onto the silent, massive figure crossing the icy plains. At this moment, Broly was advancing through the blizzard as steady as a moving mountain. "However, Mr. Broly, he is different from Wukong." Whis' voice lowered slightly, tinged with the tone of recounting ancient legends. "His strength came into this world along with his life. It was not forged through bitter training, nor did it require breaking through any bottlenecks. Even the word effort feels foreign to him. The instinct for battle and the savage power seemed etched in his blood, inseparable from every breath and heartbeat. If Sun Wukong is endlessly climbing a mountain shrouded in clouds, forever unable to see the peak, each breakthrough revealing new vistas." Whis paused again, this time in silence for longer. He lifted his eyes to look at Beerus, his violet eyes sparkling with profound light. "Then Mr. Broly, perhaps he himself is the mountain. A presence lying before him, impossible to circumvent, only to face heat-in. A kind of existence that cannot be avoided." Beerus snorted, unsure if it was an agreement or disdain. He took another sip of juice, licking his lips, the crimson pupils reflecting the impending storm of the icy plains. "So you mean to say that Cockroach has chosen a mountain that he cannot possibly overcome?" Whis neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply raised his teacup elegantly, taking a gentle sip. The warm aroma of tea seemed to make him squint. "Before the outcome is revealed, possibilities and impossibilities are merely predictions, Lord Beerus." He set down the teacup, his tone returning to a lightheartedness. "However, no matter how it ends, there is one thing I can be certain of." His gaze once again turned to the crystal ball, where the 3 points of light finally collided with a thunderous crash in the center of the icy plains. Even from a great distance and behind Whis' magical barrier, one could still sense a silent shockwave emanating from the scene. "This battle is sure to be very, very interesting. It is worthy of our tea and this moment of leisure." The frigid winds of the far north swirled with countless tiny sharp ice crystals rampaging across the boundless wasteland like thousands of invisible chisels tirelessly sculpting this forgotten white world. The leaden gray sky hung low, merging almost seamlessly with the pale horizon, making it impossible to distinguish where the sky ended and the ground began. On this pale canvas, 3 blazing streaks of light suddenly tore through the frozen heavens like 3 burning meteors falling against the cold wind, trailing long tails of light before crashing heavily onto the ancient thick ice sheet. Boom, crack. At the impact site, the ice layer, as hard as steel, let out a dull roar, web-like cracks instantaneously exploding from beneath, spreading for dozens of meters with ice shards and snow mist shooting into the sky. But the cold of this land far exceeded imagination. Before the cracks could spread, the extreme low temperature swiftly returned, soon forming a new smooth azure ice shell, as if the earth had healed its wounds in the blink of an eye. Broly stood barefoot in the middle of the ice surface, a sharp needle-like chill immediately drilling into his body from the soles of his feet, racing up his calf muscles, attempting to freeze his blood and vitality. He flexed his toes, and the solid ice beneath him let out a faint creak. Looking down, the ice was as clear as a mirror, yet so deep it sent an unsettling chill through the heart. Beneath it lay not earth, but an endless deep blue swallowing every trace of light. It felt as though some ancient presence was watching him from the darkness. Eerily silent, indifferent, like a colossal frozen eye that had been closed for eons, now staring coldly at the intruder standing upon the ice. Cold, vast, and so quiet that his own heartbeat thundered in his ears. This place was a world apart from the Vampa planet where he had grown up. On Vampa, blistering heat waves constantly rolled through the air with cracked, scorched earth and smoking volcanoes everywhere. The atmosphere was thick with sulfur and ash. One breath set the lungs ablaze. The rock underfoot was baked red and soft by the planet's core, as if it could melt into magma at any moment. But here, one exhale turned breath into ice crystals that fell to the ground. Apart from the howling wind, the only sounds were the flow of his own blood and the beat of his heart. A silence so profound it felt like stepping into a colossal tomb frozen by time itself, where even death had been entombed. Broly took a deep breath of the razor-sharp cold air, his chest swelling as the chill filled his lungs. He actually relished this silence. Here there was no father's roar, no electric jolt from the controller, no fragments of chaotic memories. Only the most primal, frigid emptiness. A place like this forged his will into an iceberg, sharp-edged, unyielding, indestructible. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the wind and snow over the rolling ice dunes, locking onto the massive shadow on the distant horizon. That iceberg was monstrously unreal, not rising from the earth, but like a fong formed by the furious compression of the entire ice field, silently stabbing into the sky. Under the dim polar light, the entire mountain glowed with a deep icy blue, its edges as sharp as if hewn by an axe. It stood like a colossal blue sword, frozen since the primordial age and forged solely to slay gods, solitary, arrogant, at the edge of the world. The mere sight of it tightened the heart. That place. Broly's pupils contracted. In the story of another world, that was where his end came. Beneath that iceberg, he had been cornered by these two, Son Goku and Vegeta, fighting together. Their fusion Gogeta had crushed him with absolute power. In the end, his rage, his loss of control, and his tragic frenzied life became nothing but a pale footnote to the cosmic legend of the legendary Super Saiyan, a pathetic stepping stone to highlight the protagonist's glory. Rage ignited madness, madness brought loss of control, and loss of control meant destruction, torn apart mercilessly by the stronger. That was the inevitable end the original story had written for him. The icy wind swept up his dark green hair, the tips brushing against his chiseled face. Broly withdrew his gaze, a slow, clear, cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That curve held no self-mockery, no anger, only a calm as solid as rock, and beneath it a surging battle lust. But that was just a story from another world. Now, standing on this frozen wasteland, he was neither the beast enslaved by his father's controller, twisted in pain and fury, nor the monster consumed by the madness of his bloodline, bent only on destruction. He was Broly, a warrior who had survived 41 years of solitude on the hellish planet Vampa, one who had crawled out step by step from blood and fire, death and despair. He had breathed the toxic fumes rising from lava rivers, torn apart beasts with his bare hands, and devoured their flesh, endured absolute zero nights fueled by the boiling Saiyan blood within him. He had even weathered stellar particle storms, letting his flesh be baptized, forging every inch of skin, every muscle, every bone into the deadliest of weapons. His power was not a gift from any legend. It was earned through countless life and death battles, a brand etched into the depths of his soul by survival instinct. Now he stood here. Before him were the destined protagonists of this world. Behind him stretched the cold, brilliant sea of stars across countless light years. The shackles had long shattered, the cage was no more. He was no longer a prisoner of fate. This is far enough, a familiar voice broke the dead silence of the ice field. Son Goku's tone could not hide his excitement, like a child seeing his favorite toy. He rubbed his frozen red hands, breathed warmth into them, and those ever-clear eyes now blazed like twin stars fallen into the ice field, burning with pure fighting spirit. Now I can really cut loose without affecting Bulma and the others. Broly heard and slowly turned. His movements were unhurried but steady and powerful, like a mountain shifting. The ice beneath him hummed lowly. His gaze fell on the two figures before him, calm and composed. Goku's orange martial arts gi stood out starkly against the gray-white backdrop. His hair still stood up in its wild spikes, and his face bore an almost innocent smile. But his stance betrayed everything. Knees slightly bent, weight forward, toes gripping the ice, every muscle balanced between relaxation and tension. Like a predator that had spotted its prey, every cell quivered with excitement, eager to pounce, and unleash earth-shattering power. A little farther off, Vegeta leaned against a deep blue ice rock, arms crossed. His battle armor blended almost perfectly with the rock save for the cold metallic glint of his shoulder guards and wristbands. The prince's face remained cold, brows furrowed, lips pressed into a sharp line. His piercing eyes scanned Broly without concealment like icy probes seeking to uncover the source of his power and his weaknesses. There was vigilance laced with an arrogant pride. But Broly's beast-like instincts sensed more. In the wind, he heard it. Vegeta's usually steady heartbeat now beat faster and heavier, thudding against his chest. It was not fear, but an irresistible excitement. The fighting spirit already boiling in his blood. It was the same drumming that echoed in Broly's own chest. It was the primal, fervent yearning of a warrior encountering a worthy opponent, the long-dormant power roaring to erupt. An icy wind swept past, raising snow dust that painted a brief stillness among the three. Broly's smile deepened. He slowly raised his arm, his gesture seemingly casual, yet carrying immense weight. His thick fingers first pointed at the eager Goku, then turned and steadily aimed at Vegeta in the distance. His voice was not loud, even a little hoarse, but it overpowered the wind and snow, cutting clearly into both men's ears with an unyielding calm and an arrogance that could crush heaven and earth. Both of you. His thumb paused in midair like a war hammer striking an invisible war drum. Come at me together. He swept his gaze over the two of them, and deep within his ice-blue eyes golden flames seemed to be quietly igniting. Or do you still want to try taking turns? The biting wind carved across the northernmost ice field like knives, kicking up fine snow dust that glinted coldly under the pale sun. In the distance, the colossal iceberg stood like a beast's fangs, silently piercing the sky, so cold it seemed capable of freezing time itself. He blinked, his thick brows rising as if he thought he had misheard. You mean? Both at once? His voice was thick with disbelief, floating across the empty ice field, sounding a little thin. As you wish. Broly slowly lowered his arms from where they were crossed over his chest. His arms were thick and solid, and his movements were as steady as a mountain shifting. He wore a dark green battle suit clinging tightly to his body, clearly outlining a physique so powerful it barely seemed human. His voice was flat as calm, as if he were discussing the daily blizzards here. Either way is fine. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the area. Only the wind wailing through the ice crevices remained, and the ancient ice beneath their feet occasionally emitted a faint yet eerie crack, as if the sleeping earth was restlessly turning over. Son Goku and Vegeta turned their heads, almost simultaneously exchanging a glance. Vegeta's lips were pressed into a thin line, his blue eyes as cold as ice picks. Son Goku, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, his golden eyes seeming to catch fire. Then Son Goku smiled. That smile instantly brightened the gloomy sky, more dazzling than the rare clear skies of the polar region. The light in his eyes was about to overflow, and even the surrounding cold seemed to be dispelled by this fervor. Interesting. His voice boomed, bouncing off the ice walls and echoing across the desolate plain. He twisted his neck, a series of crisp cracks sounding from his spine, as if the power within him was slowly awakening. He idly kicked his leg, and the ice beneath his foot was instantly webbed with fine cracks. All right, I'll go first. He took a step forward, the sole of his boot crunching the ice crystals. His body sank slightly, knees bending, center of gravity lowering, naturally falling into a classic fighting stance. The white aura had not yet ignited, but the air around him was already rippling, as if an invisible force was stirring the frigid currents. Kakarot. Vegeta spoke from behind, his voice short and harsh like a chunk of ice hitting the ground. He stood with his arms crossed, not moving, but every muscle in his body was taut, ready to explode at any moment. Don't let your guard down. This guy is no ordinary foe. Don't worry. Son Goku didn't even look back, just waved his hand. His eyes were fixed on Broly like a radar, tracking every subtle twitch of the other's muscles. In truth, he didn't need to guess, he could truly see it. Beneath that calm exterior, an unimaginably terrifying power was surging. This was no gentle stream. It was like the molten magma buried deep within the earth, a volcano slowly rising, ready to burst through everything at any moment. That energy was heavy, wild, carrying a primal destructive force unlike any opponent he had ever faced. Now that volcano was slowly opening its eyes behind Broly's deep gaze. Broly simply watched Son Goku take his stance, his face utterly expressionless, still bearing that untamed look. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice low, carrying through the wind and snow. Do you know this place? Son Goku was taken aback, his focused expression loosening slightly. This place, the northern wastelands. Why? He looked around, There was only ice snow and that oppressive iceberg. I heard it's a harsh environment uninhabited. Broly didn't answer immediately. His gaze passed over Son Goku and Vegeta, fixing on the distant iceberg. In that instant, his eyes grew profoundly distant, as if gazing upon something from long ago, a flicker of an emotion no one could read passing through them. There was deep memory, icy resolve, and perhaps even a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. "It's nothing," he said it softly, like a muttered aside lost in the wind and snow. Quickly, he pulled his attention back, and the earlier emotion vanished as if frozen over. "It's just that. This place feels fitting for a final reckoning." He uttered the words "final reckoning" lightly, yet they landed on the ice field like a boulder, crushing in their weight. Son Goku frowned, unable to grasp the story hidden within those words. But his combat instincts clearly detected something in Broly's voice that he couldn't understand or describe. It wasn't pure fighting spirit, nor brutal killing intent, nor was it coldness. It was more like the relief of a person who, after enduring a long struggle and burden, had finally reached the end and was ready to let go of everything. It was a calm resolve to sever all past entanglements. This feeling made Son Goku's heart tighten, but soon his fighting spirit blazed even brighter. Regardless, the opponent standing before him was terrifyingly strong. "Are you ready?" Broly withdrew his gaze and looked back at Son Goku. His eyes had returned to their unfathomable calm, but the volcanic power within him was even more pronounced, causing the very air to hum. Son Goku grinned, reveling in the pure thrill of the challenge. He took a deep breath of the frigid air, his lungs stinging as if burned by fire. He sank his body again, and with a roar, golden aura erupted from him, no longer concealed. It enveloped him like tangible flames, driving away the cold and raising a cloud of white steam. "I've been ready." The golden aura and Broly's invisible yet suffocating energy field clashed and collided in the center of the ice field. The air emitted a low hum, and fine ice crystals floated, trembled, and shattered between the two. Meanwhile, under the clear, vast sky at West City Capsule Corporation, under the eaves of the backyard, it was a world apart from the bitter cold of the far north. It was lazy here, the sunlight, so warm it made one want to doze off. Lord Beerus was lounging on a custom-made soft chair, his purple skin shimmering faintly in the sun. One paw held a specially blended juice, the other rested on the armrest, his long tail swaying slowly and occasionally curling. His eyes were half-slitted, his lashes drooping, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. But if anyone were to look closely, they would notice his cat ears twitching at an extremely rapid rate, picking up subtle vibrations from the distant northern region that even ordinary powerhouses couldn't detect. Every fluctuation of energy, every shift in aura, even the sound of cracking ice, was within his perception. Whis stood gracefully nearby, his clothes immaculate, blending perfectly with the surroundings. The tip of his staff lightly tapped the stone step, and within the mysterious crystal orb at its top, a real-time image of the far north appeared. On the boundless ice field, three figures containing astonishing power faced off in a triangle, the atmosphere so tense it seemed ready to shatter. The pressure was palpable even through the crystal ball. The image was as clear as a mirror. Whis tilted his head slightly, a knowing smile curving his lips as usual, and murmured softly, as if speaking both to himself and for Beerus to hear, My, it seems a rather remarkable warm-up is about to begin. What do you think, Lord Beerus?" Whis tilted his head slightly, a knowing smile curving his lips as usual, and murmured softly, as if speaking both to himself and for Beerus to hear, My, it seems a rather remarkable warm-up is about to begin. What do you think, Lord Beerus?" Beerus' ears twitched slightly, his expression unchanged, eyes still closed, only a soft grunt escaping from his nose. Is it anticipation or impatience? Who knows? He shook the wine glass in his hand, the ice cubes clinking crisply. "It's begun." Whis smiled, his fingers gently sweeping across the crystal ball. Ripples of pale blue light spread across the smooth surface. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed in the room, getting closer, thumping against the wooden floor. Son Gohan burst through the door, creating a gust of wind that ruffled Whis' silver hair. "Mr. Whis? That Broly." He suddenly halted, standing in front of Whis, hands on his knees, gasping heavily. Sweat plastered his black hair to his forehead. He looked up, his eyes identical to his father's, filled with uncontainable urgency. He and Dad, in the far north, a battle is about to break out. Whis tilted to the side, his wide sleeves flowing like water. The crystal ball hovering in front of him was fully revealed now, its interior swirling with light and shadow, as if a small world was sealed within the glass. "Wanna see?" Son Gohan's gaze was instantly drawn in. He stepped closer, his eyes fixated on the clear image within the crystal ball, his pupils constricting, breath catching for a moment. an endless dead silent expanse of pure white ice. The wind swirled fine snowflakes like a flowing veil shimmering with cold glimmers under the grayish light. At the center, two figures faced each other. His father, Son Goku, had lowered his body into a stance, fists clenched tightly at his sides. Golden flames erupted from him initially, just a faint glow close to his body, before suddenly bursting forth. The intense golden light sizzled the millennia-old ice beneath him, creating thick clouds of white mist. The flames stirred the cold wind, forming swirling golden vortices, causing his orange GI to flap loudly, and his black hair stood sharply against the golden light. His usual smile was gone, replaced by a focused and serious expression, his gaze sharp as a blade, intently locked on his opponent ahead. On the opposite side, Broly stood silently, just standing there. He released no aura, made no stance, not even glancing at Son Goku's astonishing presence. He lowered his head, his dark green hair cascading over his shoulders, swaying slowly in the cold wind. He resembled a silent mountain with thick snow beneath his feet. His tattered animal skin cloak and waist wrap were encrusted with frost, and the exposed skin was a bronzed color from wind and sun exposure, the muscle lines chiseled like rocks worn by glaciers, exuding a primitive and raw strength. Yet it was this almost deathly calm, this silence, contrasting starkly with Son Goku's raging golden flames, that sent a chill racing down Son Gohan's back, spreading throughout his body. That person. His voice was dry, almost drowned out by the wind. What exactly is his background? A Saiyan. Beerus' voice came from the nearby recliner, lazily, mixed with a hint of excitement. He shook the orange juice in his cup, the ice clinking again. A Saiyan who was exiled for over 40 years. Son Gohan abruptly turned his head, his face a mask of shock. Exiled. Back when Planet Vegeta was still around. Beerus took a big gulp of juice, smacking his lips, his tone flat, as if commenting on a dessert. The king of that Saiyan, who is also your uncle Vegeta's father, was afraid of the power this child might possess in the future, so he threw him and his father into space, to a garbage dump called Planet Wampa, right after he was born, before he even opened his eyes. Just like that. Son Gohan fell silent, his throat feeling constricted, unable to speak for a long while. He slowly turned back, once again fixating on the silent figure within the crystal ball. The fierce wind whipped Broly's long hair, occasionally revealing his lowered eyelids and tightly pressed lips. There was not a trace of expression. A heavy feeling weighed down on Son Gohan's heart, dull, yet exceptionally clear. 41 years of solitude. On that dead star filled with ruins and monsters, 41 years of isolation. Accompanying him were only his father, the starry sky, and endless desolation. Now he stood on the icy plains of Earth, facing the son of the king who had ordered his exile, Vegeta. The first to engage him was his own father, yet another warrior of Saiyan blood. Fate was a cruel and awkward joke. Does Uncle Vegeta know? Son Gohan heard himself ask, his voice hoarse. Beerus shrugged, the soft purple fur glimmering as he moved. What if he knows? What if he doesn't? All of that is old news reduced to cosmic dust by Frieza. He shifted into a more comfortable position, sinking into the chair, his tail lazily swaying. What matters is now. The Tournament of Power needs strong warriors. The seventh universe needs more chances of victory. As for the rest, he narrowed his cat-like eyes, the depths of his pupils reflecting the golden glow of Son Goku and the silent mountain within the crystal ball. Let's first see what this monster locked away for over 40 years is truly capable of. Meanwhile, above the clouds in the God Temple, in the center of the courtyard, Piccolo was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly snapped them open. His emerald green pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, the calmness on his face vanished, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He jumped to his feet, his wide white cape billowing out behind him. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Dandy heard the commotion and rushed out of the temple. Seeing the rare and almost terrified expression on Piccolo's face, her innocent little face turned pale. Is something wrong? What happened? Piccolo did not answer or even glance at Dandy. At this moment, all his energy and perception exploded, spreading frantically outward. That invisible sense of awareness spread like a giant net centered on the God Temple, piercing through the clouds, through the atmosphere, crossing mountains, rivers, cities, and oceans, ignoring all distances, heading straight for the coldest, most desolate place in the far north, speeding toward it. There at the end of that eternally frozen world, his net captured 3 terrifying auras that were rising, clashing, and about to erupt. One was familiar to him, vibrant and full of combat intent, burning like the sun, Kakarot. Another was cold, proud, and carried a tempered, violent, deep blue flame, Vegeta. And the third, Piccolo's breath completely halted. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the sensed aura, his whole body stiff as stone. What was that? That was not an aura at all. It was an awakening and endless darkness, an abyss. On the icy plains of the far north, the cold wind howled, swirling fine snow. In the distance, the glaciers resembled giant beasts' fangs, silently pointing towards the sky. In this desolate land ruled by eternal cold, three distinctly different auras stirred like boulders dropped into a still lake, agitating the energy of heaven and earth. One was Son Goku's aura, golden blazing with a vigorous life force like a small sun descending upon the ice plains, generously radiating light and heat as if intending to melt the ancient ice. One was Son Goku's aura, golden blazing with a vigorous life force like a small sun descending upon the ice plains, generously radiating light and heat as if intending to melt the ancient ice. That light was dazzling, not blinding, but radiating an open, pure warmth. Another aura belonged to Vegeta, cold, sharp, and tightly coiled like a blade suspended midair, humming faintly with lethal intent. It lacked Son Goku's radiant brilliance, yet it was far more dangerous and infinitely more focused. Woven within it was the royal Saiyan pride, an unyielding resolve sharp enough to cleave frozen air. And then there was another presence. Piccolo stood on the grass beside the lookout, his green brow furrowed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His eyes remained closed, every sense extended like radar toward the vast ice fields to the north. He sensed that aura, and something was profoundly wrong. It made no attempt to conceal itself, nor was it faint. On the contrary, it manifested with unmistakable presence, immense, silent, and fathomlessly deep. Piccolo's perception probed downward like tendrils into an abyss, plunging ever deeper, yet never reaching bottom, never brushing against its core. It felt like dropping a stone into a well that swallowed all light. You held your breath, waiting for the echo that should inevitably return. Yet it never came. Only a hollow, chilling silence remained. Worse still, this aura stirred an unsettling familiarity. It wasn't familiarity born of knowing Broly. The Scion's name meant nothing to him. Rather, it was the fundamental texture buried deepest within that aura, something eerily reminiscent of beings he'd sensed long ago. Feral, primal, as if clawed forth from the dawn of time, yet held in check, compressed, and tempered by a power unimaginably vast. A Scion. The thought struck his mind like an ice shard. Yet even ordinary Scions, Kakarot and Vegeta included, had never evoked this sensation in him, a depth so profound it unsettled his very core. Dend. Piccolo snapped his eyes open, a rare gravity flashing across his gaze. His tall frame turned northward, his wide white robe rippling softly in the breeze. Nearby, young Dend tended to flowers. Hearing the voice, he lifted his head, eyes wide with quiet confusion. "What is it, Mr. Piccolo?" "Earth?" Piccolo's voice was low, each word drawn taut from deep within his chest. "Maybe facing trouble again." "Trouble?" Dend set down his watering can and hurried over, worry etched plainly across his face. "What kind of trouble?" "A new enemy, stronger than Goku and the others." Piccolo did not answer directly. His gaze locked onto the leaden gray clouds gathering on the northern horizon, as if he could pierce thousands of kilometers to witness the storm now brewing upon the ice fields. His lips pressed into a thin line, his jaw taut. In his usually calm eyes flickered a rare, fleeting trace of concern. After a long silence, he exhaled slowly, a pale mist vanishing instantly in the frigid air. "Let us hope," he murmured almost to himself, "it is not something irrevocable." Meanwhile, deep within the northernmost ice fields, boom! A golden aura erupted skyward like a volcanic blast, instantly driving away cold and snow for hundreds of meters. Its searing heat vaporized millennia-old ice, transforming it into roiling white mist, spreading like the breath of some colossal beast. Son Goku stood steady at the center of a rapidly melting, steaming ice field, transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair stood rigid, whipping wildly in the torrent of raw energy, each strand gleaming like molten gold. Blue-white lightning no longer flickered sporadically. It coiled densely around him, like living serpents leaping and crackling, casting him as the very embodiment of thunder. His eyes burned with emerald fire, intensely luminous, as if capable of piercing all illusion. He grinned, a smile utterly unguarded, like a child seeing fireworks for the first time, pure exhilaration brimming with anticipation. "Ready?" His voice rose bright with excitement, cutting cleanly through wind and roar, a sound overflowing with boyish, unrestrained joy. Opposite him, Broly stood motionless. Compared to Goku's explosive grandeur, only a faint, nearly imperceptible green aura shimmered around him, warping the air like heat haze. His body resembled ancient black stone carved by primordial hands, dense raw thrumming with untamed strength. Tattered garments flapped in the scorching wind, revealing muscles knotted like ancient roots. At Goku's words, Broly slowly raised his head. Beneath his wild black hair, his eyes reflected Goku's golden form with perfect, unnerving clarity. Then the faintest curve touched his lips, a subtle, fleeting smile that tightened the heart the moment it appeared. It was neither mockery of weakness nor challenge to strength. It was anticipation, the primal yearning of one long starved of release, now catching the first scent of freedom after eons of solitude and confinement. Outwardly still, inwardly a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Come," Broly said, his voice low and steady, devoid of inflection like subterranean currents beneath the ice, silent, yet capable of reshaping continents. Haha, then I won't hold back." Fire blazed brighter in Goku's eyes. With a shout of pure delight, he flexed his right foot. Crack! The already fragile ice beneath him exploded. In the next instant, his golden figure vanished, erased from existence as if wiped clean by an unseen hand. Not a blur, true instantaneous disappearance. Almost simultaneously, THOM. A cataclysmic impact shook the world like two planets colliding. From the midpoint between them, a ring-shaped shockwave, blending gold and pale green, exploded outward with frenzied force. Ice shattered into dust, hurled skyward by the blast, forming a colossal wall hundreds of meters high, swirling with glittering ice crystals and snow-laden wind. Only then from afar did Vegeta manage, just barely, to catch with his razor-sharp eyes the epicenter, Goku's fist wreathed in golden aura, crashing into Broly's crossed forearms. Vegeta leaned against a glacier-stained blue ice cliff, arms tightly crossed, his knuckles whitening with tension. His lips were clenched, his jawline sharp as a blade. His crimson eyes remained unblinking, fixed upon the maelstrom of destructive energy. His heart beat with unnatural weight, slow, heavy. Not fear, but the veteran's instinct, screaming a dire warning. This battle was no mere fun sparring match as Kakarot imagined. That man named Broly, beneath his quiet exterior, lay something deeply, dangerously off. This was not merely a matter of strength, but of fundamental difference. Now stirred by Kakarot's reckless, idiotic exuberance, that thing was stirring awake, bit by bit, from its long slumber. The ice fields groaned. The sky trembled. Vegeta saw only the expanding vortex of golden-green energy, and the two figures locked together at its heart. At the very moment Son Goku unleashed his Super Saiyan aura, the winds of the far north shifted direction without warning. The west wind, which had been howling fiercely, suddenly ceased, as if choked by an invisible hand. Then a far more violent blast of air exploded outward from Sun Wukong, shattering the ice for miles around, and sending shards of ice flying into the sky. Under the sunlight, the ice crystals refracted blinding light, resembling a blizzard flowing in reverse. Countless tiny ice shards swirled and collided in the air, tinkling, as the entire ice plain trembled under this force. Broly stood at the very center of the storm. His black hair whipped wildly in the wind, his animal skin garment flapping loudly, its edges even tearing in several places. Yet he himself remained motionless, his feet planted on the ice like nails, his expression unchanged. He merely stared quietly at Sun Wukong, his gaze as calm as if watching a boring performance. There was not even a ripple in his emerald pupils. "It's starting." Sun Wukong's voice came from amidst the swirling ice crystals, his excitement barely contained, each word seeming ready to explode. His figure suddenly blurred, transforming into a golden lightning bolt charging at Broly with inconceivable speed. The ice beneath him was gouged into a deep trench, emitting white vapor with ice chips splashing to either side. This punch concentrated all the explosive power of his Super Saiyan form, swift and fierce. Before the fist even arrived, its force had already torn the air between them to shreds, producing a piercing shriek. The ancient ice layer beneath their feet could not withstand the pressure, cracking and shattering, sinking to form a dark, bottomless chasm dozens of meters long. Sun Wukong was confident this punch could reduce a steel mountain to dust. But Broly merely tilted his head slightly. The movement was as light as brushing a snowflake from his shoulder. The punch whistled past his ear, the fist wind only leaving a faint red mark on his bronze face, which faded in an instant, causing no real damage. A few strands of hair severed by the punch's force drifted lazily down. Sun Wukong's golden pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his fist with the momentum, twisted his waist violently, and spun like a high-speed golden top, delivering a fierce sweeping kick aimed at Broly's side. This kick was even more powerful than the last, the leg's shadow trailing a visible white shockwave enough to cleave a space battleship in two. Broly didn't even turn his head. He casually raised his left arm, palm open, fingers slightly curled, and gently blocked to his side. Boom! The dull thud clenched the heart. Sun Wukong's ankle was firmly caught midair by that large hand, unable to move an inch. The impact dissipated into a golden wave of air, sweeping away all the ice debris for hundreds of meters. The recoil surged up his leg bone, sending a numbing tingle straight into Sun Wukong's calf. But Broly's arm was like the hardest metal in the universe, unmoving without even a tremor. What? The excited smile on Sun Wukong's face froze. He exerted force, violently pulled back his right leg, carving two deep grooves in the ice, as he retreated several paces, putting distance between himself and Broly. His chest heaved slightly, his breathing rapid. It wasn't from exhaustion, but shock. That kick had already used all the power of his first-level Super Saiyan form. Yet kicking Broly felt like crashing into an immovable mountain, even harder and more unfathomable than a mountain. The recoil had left his calf, numb, his muscles aching. "Is that all you've got?" Broly's voice came from across the way, as flat as asking about the weather. He hadn't even shifted his stance, standing loosely, too lazy to assume a basic fighting posture. That last move was like casually swatting away a child's mischief. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted again, his golden aura flickering uneasily. He could clearly sense that Broly wasn't even trying yet. His opponent was merely defending casually, perhaps using only the most basic ki barrier and physical hardness, effortlessly neutralizing his fierce assault. This sensation of an abyssal gap. He hadn't felt it in a long time. The last time was when facing the god of destruction, Beerus. Interesting. After a brief shock, Sun Wukong suddenly grinned, his face filled with wild joy and battle spirit, his eyes burning like two small stars. "Then I won't hold back." He took a deep breath, the frigid northern wind filling his lungs. The next moment, his golden aura blazed up as if doused in fuel, erupting violently. Super Saiyan full power. He squeezed every ounce of potential from this form, pushing it to its limit. A thicker, brighter golden pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire silent ice plain. The rolling leaden clouds above were scattered by his ki, tearing a massive circular hole in the sky. With a thunderous roar, the ice beneath Sun Wukong's feet collapsed, forming a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. His figure vanished again, leaving only a spreading golden afterimage. This time his speed was several times faster than before, charging toward the motionless Broly in a new, more ferocious assault. Sun Wukong's form almost disappeared from the air, as if he had never been there. This time, he moved so fast that the air hadn't even time to ripple before he materialized like a specter directly in front of Broly. His right fist cut through the air, not in a straight line, but with a subtle spiral force, tearing through the frigid air, aiming straight for Broly's face. As the fist swept past, fine ice crystals were shattered into white mist. His left fist simultaneously emerged from under his ribs, sealing off any left or right escape route. The punches wind low, like muffled thunder, enveloping Broly's entire upper body. The killing move was hidden at the end. His right knee shot up like a battering ram with enough force to shatter a mountain range, driving straight into Broly's abdomen. The three strikes flowed seamlessly, time compressed to its extreme, like three golden lightning bolts striking simultaneously. Only then did Broly move. His movement was strange, not the explosive speed of instantaneous burst nor a panic dodge, but a slide so smooth, as if he had foreseen everything. Within the deadly net of dense fists and knee strikes, he was like a leaf drifting leisurely in a hurricane, each slight tilt of his body and micro-adjustment of his center of gravity perfectly slipping into the gaps of the attack. Sun Wukong's right fist grazed past his ear, the fist wind lifting his dark green hair, but not touching his skin. His left fist passed through Broly's slightly averted armpit, striking only an afterimage. That fierce knee strike also failed to hit Broly's abdomen. At some point, Broly's hand had pressed down, meeting the incoming knee Hedon. There was no deafening clash of force, only the muted thud of flesh meeting flesh. Broly's palm pressed against Sun Wukong's knee, his wrist sinking, then pushing the motion as light as brushing away a snowflake. A heavy, prolonged, irresistible force traveled up from the knee. Sun Wukong lost his balance, entirely staggering backward, as if struck by an invisible giant wave. With every step he took, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the tentho-sandy-rolled ice beneath him, sending fragments of ice splashing into the sunlight like drifting diamond dust. He stumbled back more than a dozen paces before barely steadying himself, leaving a trail of deep, chaotic footprints in his wake. Your speed. Not bad. From across the way, Broly's voice was calm, devoid of mockery or praise, as if stating a simple fact. But your trajectory is too straightforward. Every burst of power, every change of direction, it's all crystal clear, as if written plainly on paper. Son Goku's chest heaved violently, white vapor billowing in clouds in the frigid air. He wasn't tired, rather it was a long-lost, almost scorching excitement. For the first time since setting foot on this frozen wasteland, he was being completely outmatched in a pure contest of physical technique. His attacks came like a raging storm, yet his opponent effortlessly deflected them with minimal movement, not even throwing a single counterpunch so far. This guy. He raised a hand to wipe the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth due to the surging energy within his eyes, blazing with a battle spirit brighter than usual, a grin stretching almost to his ears. He's ridiculously strong. Not far away, Vegeta leaned against a massive ice blue rock, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. He appeared relaxed, but every muscle was taut as a bowstring. He fixed his gaze on the two figures in the arena, especially the unfamiliar Saiyan with dark green hair. Vegeta's face was as cold as frozen earth, his brows deeply furrowed. Yet if one looked closely, they would notice his crossed arms unconsciously tightening, his nails nearly digging into the skin beneath his battle suit. He was tense. No, it was more like a restless vigilance forcibly suppressed. This vigilance stemmed not from worry for Son Goku, but from something he hadn't felt in a long time, an abyssal unknown. Ever since Broly appeared on the ice field, Vegeta had been secretly sensing his opponent's energy. Yet no matter how he concentrated or probed, it was like tossing a stone into a bottomless black hole. No echo, no discernible depth. His opponent wasn't deliberately concealing his energy, rather he himself was like a vast sea of stars, calm, deep, and boundless. With Vegeta's experience and pride, he couldn't even gauge the surface. Now witnessing Broly effortlessly dismantle Son Goku's attacks, with an almost leisurely demeanor, the unease in Vegeta's heart had turned into a surging tide. Kakarot, that fool. He gritted his teeth and muttered, but there was little true anger in his tone, replaced instead by an indescribable restlessness. He knew deep down that Broly wasn't even serious yet. That guy's eyes were placid, his movements effortless, as if he weren't fighting for his life, but simply going through the motions, or a lazy beast toying with its prey. And Son Goku at this moment was clearly that prey, flailing, but unable to escape. Still, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing through them. Kakarot is far from being at a dead end. He knew this rival and comrade too well. Son Goku's most terrifying trait was never his momentary power, but his almost limitless adaptability and growth in battle. The stronger the opponent, the greater the pressure, the more his latent potential was forced out, leading to astonishing breakthroughs. This fight was perhaps just beginning. The howling Arctic wind swept across the ice field, whipping up fine snow that glittered coldly under the pale moonlight. Vegeta stood on an icy cliff, his crimson battle suit snapping in the wind, his gaze locked onto the distant mountain-like silent figure, Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan stood still in the center of the ice field, his long green hair dancing like flames in the wind, surrounded by a palpable, oppressive emerald aura. He made no roar, no unnecessary movements, yet he was like the eye of the entire ice storm, with light itself warping near his presence. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper, his knuckles white from clenching, his heart pounding heavily in his chest, each beat like an alarm bell. His battle instinct, honed through countless life and death experiences, screamed a frantic warning. This enemy was unlike any before. Beneath that silence lay a bottomless, soul-shaking ferocity. Several hundred meters away on the ice field, scarred by shockwaves, Son Goku slowly straightened up. The white vapor from his breath dissipated instantly in the cold air, and the grazes from their earlier exchange healed rapidly. He brushed the frost off his battle suit, his eyes brighter than the North Star, a grin stretching across his face, his trademark battle-hungry smile. Yet upon closer inspection, behind that smile, his usually clear eyes had gained a depth of profound seriousness. His opponent's unfathomable power had struck his heart like a boulder, igniting an unprecedented lust for battle. You really are ridiculously strong. Son Goku's voice cut through the wind, carrying the fiery joy of encountering a worthy opponent. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Before the words had even faded, he swiftly dropped his hips and planted his feet, sinking deep into the solid ice, assuming that battle-hardened starting stance. His hands came together before his chest, palms facing each other. At first, only thin streams of golden aura seeped from the pores across his body, flowing into his palms as if summoned. Then the aura gathered faster and faster, emitting a low hum, like countless golden bees vibrating their wings. The light grew brighter and denser until finally between his palms it compressed into a golden sphere the size of a fist, so dazzling it was nearly impossible to look at directly. The sphere wasn't static, it spun at high speed, its surface rippling with the luster of liquid gold harboring within it an energy that made the soul tremble. The hum of energy suddenly escalated into a piercing screech tearing through the wind. Centered on the sphere, the surrounding air was violently pulled and warped, forming visible spiraling ripples. Light twisted within the intensely compressed energy field, casting dangerous, yet dreamlike halos around the sphere, painting Son Goku's face in shifting shadows and light. Kamehameha. With an earth-shattering roar, Son Goku twisted his waist, brought his palms together, and thrust them forward with all his might. Boom! The hypercompressed golden sphere erupted. In an instant it transformed into a golden torrent of pure destructive energy, several meters in diameter, roaring forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Where the beam passed, the tento-sandia-rolled ice layer was torn apart and vaporized like brittle crackers, carving a terrifying chasm dozens of meters deep and wide as a canyon. The ice walls on either side were instantly melted into glass by the searing heat, then shattered by the extreme cold, sending a mix of ice crystals and steam hurtling skyward on the energy current, forming two magnificent walls of destruction. The energy contained in this single strike was enough to completely shatter the planet's tectonic structure, wiping it from the universe. On the distant ice cliff, Vegeta's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The muscles on his face contorted with extreme shock and fury. "Kakarot, you madman!" His roar nearly drowned out the Kamehameha's thunder, filled with disbelief. "Here, on Earth, you're using a planet-destroying power like this." He wanted to stop it, but truthfully, everything happened too quickly. The golden torrent was as fierce and violent as the core of the sun, devouring everything in its path, rushing straight towards Broly. The light was blinding and Broly was completely engulfed, forcing even Vegeta and Son Goku to squint. Yet at the center of that devastation, Broly's figure remained unmistakably clear. He did not even move his feet, merely tilting his head slightly to gaze at the golden light that seemed capable of purifying the world. Then amidst the high temperature and shockwaves that could melt steel and shatter atoms, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. It was not fear nor surprise, but pure cold contempt. It felt as though the apocalyptic scene before him was nothing more than a gust of wind that was a tad too strong. He casually raised his right arm, muscles, coiling fingers naturally splayed. Without gathering energy or condensing a ki blast, he simply faced the Kamehameha wave that could rewrite the fate of the planet. What? The excitement on Son Goku's face vanished in an instant, his eyes nearly popping out. It completely overturned his understanding of the word defense. In the next second, Broly's broad palm met the most violent front of the Kamehameha wave. There was no anticipated earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a shock wave sweeping in all directions. Time seemed to stretch and freeze as Broly's palm appeared to transform the space before it into an absolutely invisible wall. The golden energy torrent capable of destroying planets exploded before his palm as if it had collided with the hardest reef in the universe. The energy did not rebound, instead it erupted, roared, surged, and struggled like a furious tide, crashing against rocks with electric snakes and light spots bursting forth, yet it could not advance even a millimeter. All the destructive force, kinetic energy, and heat were firmly suppressed within the confines of his hand. Then, under the dazed gazes of Son Goku and Vegeta, Broly's fingers slowly began to close. His movements were slow, as if casually crushing a toy. Crack! Snap! The crisp sound of shattering rang out, small, yet particularly clear, on the deathly silent ice field. It was as if someone had gently crushed a piece of the purest crystal with their fingertips. With that sound, the Kamehameha wave, still roaring and attempting to break through the destructive golden torrent, instantly froze. Countless cracks spread from the center of Broly's palm, instantly covering the entire energy beam. Then the entire Kamehameha wave collapsed like an exquisite glass vessel struck by a heavy hammer. There was no residual explosion, no turbulent energy flow. It shattered into countless golden light spots the size of fingernails, losing their violent properties, resembling a quiet yet eerie rain of light, or the thousands of fireflies startled in a summer night forest silently drifting onto the cold, broken ice field. These light spots flickered with a faint, gentle glow, slowly falling, extinguishing upon touching the ice or air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if that world-destroying strike had never occurred at all. Only the howling cold wind filled the dead battlefield once again alongside the green figure that stood firm, not even stirring a corner of its garment. Broly slowly lowered his right hand, his palm devoid of even a singe mark. He looked at Son Goku, his gaze so calm it was suffocating. A deathly silence enveloped the entire ice field. The wind ceased, even the distant echoes of cracking glaciers disappeared. Only the shattered ice crystals slowly drifted down in the thin atmosphere like a silent funeral. Son Goku stood on the cracked ice surface, his feet sinking into the web-like cracks, his mouth slightly open, yet unable to make a sound. His arms still held the posture of launching the Kamehameha wave with wisps of energy, smoke lingering at his fingertips. Yet his mind was a blank slate. All that remained in his vision was that hand. The hand that Broly had just used to crush his full-force attack. At this moment it hung casually by his side, the palm, so clean it bore not a single scorch mark. A few remnants of blue energy fragments drifted like fireflies from between his fingers, vanishing in an instant. His full-force attack, the Kamehameha wave capable of reducing a planet to cosmic dust, had been crushed by Broly's bare hands. It felt like crushing a peanut. A long charred trench was left on the ice field, the trace of the ki wave's advance as it melted the surface. The trench abruptly stopped where Broly stood, as if it had collided with an invisible cliff. Broly stood at the end of the trench, the ice beneath him intact, not a single crack present. He slowly opened his palm, the last bit of energy debris slipping from his fingers, splashing a faint blue light upon the ice surface, which quickly extinguished. "This boring attack are you playing?" Son Goku's body froze. He wanted to say something, to roar, to question, but his throat felt blocked by ice shards, his vocal cords trembled, yet could not produce a syllable. He could only stare at Broly, fixating on those terrifyingly calm eyes. There was no mockery, no triumph, not even the usual excitement of battle, only a detached declaration of fact. Broly took a step forward. The ice surface emitted a faint cracking sound. He towered over Son Goku, his shadow completely engulfing him. His battle suit released faint wisps of heat in the extreme cold, remnants of the energy radiation left from crushing the ki wave. "If this is your all-out effort, you better not show up at the power tournament." Son Goku's fingers began to tremble. Not from anger. Anger at least was heated and directed. This tremble came from a deeper place, from the marrow, an instinctive reaction of every cell to the absolute disparity of power. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, slowly crawling up his spine. Powerlessness. A stark, absolute powerlessness. Memories pierced into his mind like shattered ice. How many formidable foes had he encountered since the Earth Defense War began? Frisia's death rays blooming on Namexel's snarling grin under the sunlight, Majin Buu's desire for destruction, within his pink body Beerus' terrifying purple light, at his fingertips golden Frisia's blinding metallic sheen, the madness reflected in Black Goku's eyes, belonging to him, yet utterly different. Each time he had been pushed to the brink, each time he thought this was his limit. But each time he managed to tear a hole through that hopelessness. Anger, conviction, the call of comrades, the purest love for battle. There was always something that ignited him, allowing him to break through that invisible barrier and reach new heights. But this time, Son Goku looked up, gazing at Broly. The legendary Saiyan stood there without any battle stance, without a surge of energy, not even appearing to take it seriously. He merely stood like an ancient iceberg, and you couldn't even see the summit. The gap was too vast. So vast that he had lost direction. Previously he at least knew which way to run, which mountain to climb. But now he couldn't even see the foot of the mountain. Ka! A suppressed roar erupted from behind, like a cornered beast's growl. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was as hard as ancient cold iron, with every syllable crashing onto the ice surface. Son Goku mechanically turned his head. At the end of his vision, Vegeta slowly descended from a steep ice cliff. He did not fly, his feet were on solid ground, each step heavy enough to shatter the ice crumbs that exploded outward. His battle suit was tattered, covered in scars left from previous probing attacks, but it was hard to say those wounds made him any less intimidating. To be honest, it seemed those pains only sharpened his gaze. Vegeta landed on solid ground, his eyes crossing over Son Goku, firmly locking onto Broly. His pupils narrowed to thin slits, a nearly mad fire igniting in his eyes. He spoke, his voice low, like he was gritting his teeth, yet the firmness was impossible to refuse. "Get out of the way." Son Goku opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. He nodded, dragging his somewhat numbed legs to the side. The ice surface beneath his feet emitted a faint wail. Vegeta did not look at him walking straight ahead 10 meters. He finally stopped in front of Broly, a distance that was nearly face-to-face for warriors of their level. Vegeta lifted his head. He was nearly a head shorter than Broly, needing to tilt his neck to meet the other's gaze. Yet there was not the slightest hint of humility in that movement. It resembled a king surveying his territory. The aura of the Saiyan Prince began to spread, not reliant on energy to uphold it, but purely the pride engraved in his bones, the confidence forged through countless struggles between life and death. Broly. He pronounced the name, his voice hoarse and low, each word squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying a coldness akin to ice shards. The northern winds began to blow again, stirring up the snowflakes on the ground, swirling between the two. Broly remained still, merely looking down at Vegeta, as if observing an exhibit worth a closer look. Your strength is indeed formidable. Vegeta continued, the golden aura around him beginning to flicker unsteadily, but he took a deep breath as if trying to inhale the chill of the entire ice field into his lungs. Then the golden light began to retract inward, not dissipating, but condensing and transforming. The dazzling platinum hue faded, replaced by a warm, vibrant red. It was not as violent as the light of a Super Saiyan, or rather it was restrained and profound, like the first light of dawn piercing through dark clouds, or the slowly flowing lava from deep within the earth. The red aura surged around his body, not stirring up strong winds, yet causing the falling ice crystals to melt upon contact, producing faint hissing sounds. The ice surface melted into a mirror-like water centered around his feet, reflecting that sacred red light. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's hair remained black, but his pupils transformed into a translucent gemstone red. He stood there, his entire presence utterly changed, less violent, more divine. Don't think, Vegeta stated clearly, the red aura gently swaying with his voice, that if Kakarot cannot do it, I cannot either. Broly stared at him, the calm surface of his eyes finally rippling. The corners of his mouth twitched, forming a clear curve. That was not a smile, at least not a friendly one. It was the instinctive excitement of a hunter encountering prey worthy of serious consideration. Finally, it's here. Broly murmured. This time his voice contained a hint of emotion. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed open before gradually tightening. The joints cracked, and a long shattering sound echoed beneath the ice, as if the entire glacier was being awakened by his aura. He took half a step forward, his battle boots crushing a puddle of melted ice water. This is getting interesting, he said. Just as his words fell, the air between the two suddenly distorted. The sky of the extreme north transformed entirely the moment Vegeta released his divine aura. The lead gray clouds seemed to be stirred by some immense object swirling apart. The cold wind abruptly stopped, even the ice crystals in the air hung suspended, as if time had frozen. The red light rose from Vegeta, not merely a key aura but a deeper essence of divine power. The light was warm like the rising sun, yet carried an ancient pressure that made one's soul tremble, expanding spherically from him, tinting the glacier's snow peaks and crevices with a dreamlike, yet deadly pale red. The millennia-old ice layer beneath his feet silently melted, not as if burned away, but as if that supreme power directly erased it from existence, leaving only swirling water mist. Vegeta stood on the ice field where the mist was steaming, his red hair moving, without wind, his red pupils deep as blood diamonds reflecting the stained world. The red aura enveloping him was steady and grand, like a war god, transcending time and space from myth, standing there rewriting the rules of this world. Not far away, Broly quietly watched. His beast-like green pupils slightly contracted, reflecting that crimson hue as deeper flames ignited within. On his rugged face, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, his deep voice melding with the newly flowing cold wind. Finally, it's here. That tone was purely the joy of seeing worthy prey to destroy. Just as Vegeta's eyes focused and the ice surface beneath him suddenly collapsed into a massive pit, preparing to strike with divine might. Wait! Son Goku's voice came from the side, breaking the suffocating tension. Vegeta frowned in displeasure, his scarlet pupils scanning the source of the voice. There stood Son Goku, who had already recovered from the earlier mishap of flying into the ice wall, brushing off the ice crumbs from his battle suit, his face again wearing that signature spirited smile. However, if one looked closely, the light in his eyes was sharper than ever, like a sharpened divine weapon, its exterior subdued, yet far more lethal. Vegeta, let me have another go, Son Goku said, rolling his neck and shoulders with a cracking sound, the golden aura faintly manifesting on his surface. Just now I was careless and didn't see his movements clearly. This time, he paused, his gaze locking onto Broly, stating word by word, I will be serious. Vegeta stared at him for a few seconds, his eyes seemingly piercing through his determination. Ultimately, he snorted coldly, the divine power that had stained the world red receding like a tide back into his body, the sky gradually returning to normal. Yet the pressure belonging to the divine had not completely dissipated, it merely became more restrained, more dangerous. Do as you wish. Don't embarrass the Saiyans. After speaking, he flickered, retreating to a piece of abrupt black ice rock dozens of meters away, crossing his arms against the cold rock surface, yet his gaze never left Broly. Son Goku took a deep breath, the frigid air filling his lungs, igniting even hotter fighting spirit. He slowly exhaled, a white mist lingering before him. He stepped over the cracked ice surface, once more approaching Broly, merely 10 meters separating them. Your strength is far greater than I imagined. He admitted it directly, his gaze sweeping over Broly's inhumanly robust physique and the pressure lurking beneath his calm exterior like a slumbering volcano. Broly remained silent, his green eyes fixed on him like a beast scrutinizing another predator that had trespassed into its territory. There was no contempt, only a primal obsession with strength and combat. So, the apology on Son Goku's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a blazing fighting spirit. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes shimmering with an irrepressible light. This time I'm getting serious. Take this. Boom. Before the words had even faded, the golden aura around him erupted like a volcano, far more violent than before. This was no longer the stable golden light of the first stage of Super Saiyan. The aura deepened, thickened like seething gold. Blue-white electric arcs danced and crackled wildly within the aura, emitting a hair-raising hum. Son Goku's hair stood on end, the tips even sparking, his muscles bulging, their contours becoming more rugged and powerful. His face sharpened as he fully unleashed his power, his brow lowered, electricity flickering in his emerald eyes. Super Saiyan second grade, full power. Huh. With his feet as the center, an explosive pressure wave radiated outward. The thick ice, already riddled with countless cracks, completely collapsed. Massive sheets of ice shattered and broke apart, hurled high into the air by the shockwave, only to be torn into powder in an instant. A massive crater 100 meters in diameter appeared in an instant, with ice dust billowing into a thick mist. Whoosh! This time, there wasn't even an afterimage nor the sound of air being displaced. The moment the second-grade transformation was complete, Son Goku vanished into thin air. His speed had surpassed sound, becoming utterly invisible. The next second, his fist seemed to materialize out of nowhere, wreathed in intensely compressed golden energy and leaping electric arcs, smashing directly toward Broly's face. As the fist swept through the air, was ionized, leaving a pale, fleeting trail. Broly finally moved. He casually raised his right arm, crossing it in front of him, his movements as effortless as scratching an itch. Thump! A dull, heavy thunderclap, more profound than any before, exploded. A visible ring-shaped shockwave spread from the point of impact, instantly clearing all the ice dust around them. The muscles in Broly's arm twitched, and the ice beneath his feet cracked into a dense web of deep fissures with a sharp crack. Yet he remained as steady as a boulder. But a flicker of light passed through his green eyes. The impact, force, and energy of this punch were on an entirely different level from before. Son Goku gave Broly no chance to catch his breath. As one punch was blocked, a torrent of subsequent attacks came crashing down like a breached galaxy. Before he could retract his right straight punch, his left hook swung upward from below toward Broly's chin. As Broly tilted his head back, Son Goku's form slid to the side, driving his knee viciously into Broly's midsection. Broly pressed his palm down to block the knee, only for Son Goku's elbow to hammer toward his temple like a sledgehammer. Broly dodged by turning his head, and a low sweeping kick accompanied by a piercing shriek lashed toward his ankle. A relentless storm. Truly a relentless storm. Son Goku's attacks were blindingly fast, creating the illusion of multiple golden phantoms surrounding Broly, striking from every direction. Each blow carried the peak power of the second grade, with cunning angles and ferocious combinations. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows all became lethal weapons, leaving Broly almost no room to dodge or block, as if trying to devour him entirely within the onslaught. Thump, 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 thump. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding, of energy clashing, merged into a continuous roll of thunder across the ice field. Each collision blossomed into a flash of intertwined gold and green energy, accompanied by violent shockwaves spreading outward. The ice for miles around was pounded repeatedly by countless giant hammers, heaving, cracking, and shattering without cease. Massive blocks of ice were hurled hundreds of meters into the air only to be churned into ice mist by the chaotic energy currents. Sunlight refracted through the mist, casting a chaotic yet cruel rainbow. Within the eye of this storm of attacks capable of tearing ordinary warriors to shreds, Broly finally stopped merely taking the hits. He began to move his massive frame, displaying agility and speed completely at odds with his size. He weaved and swayed through the gaps in the hail of golden fists and lethal kicks like a great ship navigating a storm. His thick arms would occasionally block with pinpoint precision, producing a deafening metallic clang. Other times, with a slight shift of his body or a twist of his waist, the mountain-splitting attacks would whistle past him, the sheer force of the wind pulling his dark green hair taut. His movements still carried a certain composure, but they had lost the nonchalance he displayed against the first-grade Son Goku. His gaze was more focused, his blocks more forceful, and his evasions more precisely timed. He seemed to have finally acknowledged this golden lightning-like opponent as a worthy prey to stretch his muscles against. In the midst of a furious flurry, Son Goku let out a sudden roar. Seizing the moment, Broly blocked his right fist. His left fist, which had been charging with power, erupted with the most dazzling electric light, faster and heavier than any strike, before slamming viciously into Broly's chest. This was the true white-hot phase. On the frozen planet, the icy wind cut like knives, swirling shards of ice across the desolate white wasteland. Two golden figures like burning meteors collided violently on the boundless ice field. With Son Goku's fierce cry, his golden aura exploded into a fireball, instantly vaporizing the thick ice beneath his feet into white mist. He twisted his waist and hips, condensing all his strength and speed into a single concentrated force, and threw a devastating punch like a cannonball aimed directly at Broly's face. Broly's pupils narrowed slightly, but he didn't dodge. He simply raised his thick arm in front of him. Thud! A dull impact resonated, making one's heart skip a beat. As fist met arm, a visible shockwave expanded, shattering the ice for 100 meters around, peeling it up layer by layer like glass. With a sharp crack beneath Broly's feet, the solid ice collapsed into a large pit. His massive frame was actually pushed backward by the force. Half a step. Just half a step. But Son Goku's eyes lit up with an excitement hotter than the blazing sun. It worked. For the first time since the battle began, he had truly shaken this seemingly immovable monster. It's effective. Again, Son Goku's fighting spirit soared. With a long cry, his assault turned frenzied. His form dissolved into countless golden afterimages, attacking Broly from all directions like a tidal wave. Each punch carried the force of a thunderbolt, his golden aura nearly liquefying into flowing gold. Every kick carved deep 10-soft-meters-long trenches into the ice field, mixing ice shards and vapor into a hazy mist. But Broly was retreating. He didn't retreat in a flustered manner. Instead, there was a peculiar rhythm to it. His large feet glided lightly over the slick ice as if dancing a deadly waltz. Sun Wukong's heavy fists came crashing down like thunder, each blow powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Yet his ferocious assault always missed by a hair's breadth. Broly sidestepped and slid with effortless grace, almost as if he were dancing, forcing the lethal gusts of wind to merely ruffle his green hair without ever touching him. He was not suppressed at all. On the contrary, amid this storm of attacks, he controlled the rhythm and distance of the battle with machine-like precision. In truth, he had been observing all along. His gaze grew clearer, cold as ice, fixed intently on Sun Wukong. Every tremor of his opponent's shoulders when he roared, every tensing of thigh muscles before a power-up, the faintest rhythm of his breathing after a combo. Broly captured it all with flawless clarity. 41 years of hellish life on Vampa and countless life-and-death battles with savage beasts had etched an iron rule into Broly's very bones. Before the clash of strength, patience is the sharpest weapon. "You're Super Saiyan 2. Broly's voice suddenly pierced through the dense storm of punches and explosions, low and frigid, like an icicle plunging into a seething cauldron. "Is indeed far stronger than Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong's assault faltered for an instant. But it's still not enough. The moment those words fell, Broly's figure vanished. This was not the high-speed movement that leaves afterimages. He disappeared without a trace, his overwhelming presence utterly dissipating as if he had never existed. A danger alarm screamed in every cell of Sun Wukong's body. Instinctively, he twisted his waist, burst his energy to halt his charge, and crossed his arms tightly to shield his chest. In that very instant, boom! From the side, a fist wrapped in pale green energy appeared out of nowhere, slamming heavily into his blocking arms. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment, a world-shattering force poured down. Sun Wukong felt as if he had been struck heated by a meteor. The bones in his arms nearly snapped, and he lost all control, hurtling backward like a cannonball, tumbling and bouncing across the icy plain. Each impact blasted a massive crater into the ice, carving a shattered furrow hundreds of meters long across the smooth surface. He finally slammed violently into a distant iceberg. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. The entire 100-meter iceberg from the point of impact instantly fractured, with countless enormous cracks, then collapsed completely in a deafening rumble. Hundreds of millions of tons of ice and rock mingled with smoke, and ice crystals soared into the sky, like a gray-white flower of death blooming across the wasteland, blotting out even the starlight. From afar at the other end of the battlefield, Vegeta's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He saw it all clearly. Broly's last punch had required no power-up, no roar. It was as casual as swatting a fly. But within that single punch lay the power to shatter mountains and split seas. This bastard. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, cold blood surging through his veins. Just how much more is he hiding? The smoke and ice mist slowly dissipated in the frigid wind. Amid the ruins of the iceberg, a pile of massive shattered ice suddenly exploded. Sun Wukong rose from within, his golden hair dusted with ice and dirt, his battle suit torn and tattered, a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, glaringly bright against his golden aura. But his eyes burned brighter than any light on the icy plain. His fighting spirit blazed, nearly ready to erupt. This was not the dejection of defeat, but the ecstasy of encountering a rival at his peak. Ha! Ha ha! He spat out a mouthful of bloody breath, then burst into loud laughter, his voice hoarse yet powerful. So strong. Truly incredible. This is what it should be. He wiped the blood from his lips with his thumb, fixed his gaze on the green figure, standing silently in the distance, and took a deep breath of the icy air. The next second, his golden aura suddenly contracted, then erupted with even greater fury. His power began to climb wildly. The once dazzling golden light grew denser, like flowing molten gold, its intensity becoming increasingly astonishing. His golden hair stood on end, continuing to grow until it cascaded past his shoulders and down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, his eye sockets deepened, and his facial features sharpened, taking on a fierce, almost savage edge. Blue-white electrical arcs no longer flickered sporadically, but coiled densely around his entire body, their crackling sending chills down the spine. Super Saiyan 3 had arrived. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's brow furrowed into a tight, not his expression grim. That idiot Kakarot, being forced into this form in a place like this. He knew all too well the fatal flaw of Super Saiyan 3. Its stamina drain was like a breached dam. This form was brilliant, but fleeting, unable to last long. But Sun Wukong had already cast all such concerns aside. His energy locked firmly onto Broly, his golden eyes seeing only that towering mountain-like opponent. The cold of the icy plain, the shackles of stamina, even his own limits. All were left behind. The battle had only just begun. A fierce shout tore through the air, and Sun Wukong's figure blurred, leaving only a golden afterimage lingering in place. This speed was more than double that of Super Saiyan 2. With a single stomp, the rock beneath him turned to powder, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. His fist, trailing golden energy, compressed the air into visible rings of ripples as it shot forward, carrying the force to shatter mountains and split seas, aimed straight at Broly's heart. Broly did not even shift his stance. He merely turned slightly, raising his left arm across his chest. The movement seemed unhurried, yet it was terrifyingly precise, as if he had anticipated the attack's trajectory. Boom! The collision of fist and arm unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. The shockwave exploded outward in a ring, leveling all rock within 100 meters. The ground beneath Broly collapsed into a massive crater, debris and smoke shooting skyward. Even he was forced back a single step by the force of the blow. Just one step. But in that moment, Sun Wukong's momentum surged to a new peak. He gave his opponent no chance to breathe, his golden form dancing across the battlefield, launching a relentless assault from all directions. A right hook tore through the air, a left leg sweep shattered afterimages, followed by elbow strikes, knee strikes, palm chops. Each blow carried a golden aura stronger than the last, each strike so fast it left a continuous trail of light on the retina. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, his long golden hair whipped wildly like flames, and the energy erupting from his body churned the clouds in the sky, setting them into rotation. Power, speed, destructive force. Every combat attribute was elevated to a new despairing height, enough to intimidate most of the universe's mightiest warriors. But Broly was clearly not among that most. Amid the impenetrable barrage of fists and kicks, he continued to move with composure. He occasionally tilted his head, letting the heavy punch graze past his ear, the wind slicing across his bronze skin and leaving a faint white mark. At times he raised an arm to block, and even if the opponent's kick could shatter a planet, it merely struck his forearm with a dull drum-like thud. He even dodged Sun Wukong's sure-kill strikes with a mere subtle sway. His movements carried an almost graceful simplicity, his face utterly devoid of expression. It seemed that this golden-haired warrior whose aura had surged so fiercely was no different from the previous Super Saiyan forms, merely a firefly that shone a little brighter. "Is this all you've got?" Broly's voice rang out again, low and chilling, crystal clear, even amidst the clamor of battle. There was no anger in his voice, only a deep, almost tedious disappointment. "Changing forms, you're just a bit stronger, a bit faster. In essence, what's the difference from before?" Sun Wukong's movements visibly faltered, his smile freezing on his face. He understood, of course, that what Broly said was the truth. Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3. These forms were like different fruits on a great tree, varying in size and color, but their essence was the same. They merely piled up quantity without achieving a leap in quality. And Broly, this monster who seemed to have stepped out of an ancient myth, stood on an entirely different level from the start. "Then let me show you." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, nearly biting through his own lip. He suddenly retreated dozens of meters, plowing 2 furrows into the earth with his feet. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. The golden aura around his body, as if pulled by some force, surged wildly toward his palms. Zzzt. Energy shrieked between his palms as a colossal golden sphere rapidly took shape. It spun frantically, compressing a heart-stopping power of annihilation within, while thick golden arcs of electricity danced across its surface. The surrounding air warped violently, and light refracted into eerie, iridescent halos on the sphere's surface, making it look like a furious miniature sun clenched in his hands. The ground shattered inch by inch around Sun Wukong. Small rocks, as if losing gravity, floated up and instantly vaporized into nothingness as they neared the energy sphere. "Kamehameha!" he roared, thrusting his palms forward. Boom! A golden beam over 10 meters thick blasted forth like a divine judgment spear, tearing through space and devouring everything in its path into oblivion. This strike was mightier than any he had launched before, the absolute limit of his power at this moment. Broly merely watched the devastating golden light approach, even letting out a faint, almost inaudible sigh. Still, this boring trick. He couldn't even be bothered to assume a defensive stance. He simply raised his right hand, palm up, fingers slightly spread. A glimmer of emerald light ignited in his palm, quickly coalescing into a green energy sphere no larger than a ping-pong ball. It hovered there silently, its surface smooth, its aura as docile as a sleeping emerald seed, a stark contrast to Sun Wukong's world-obliterating blast. Broly merely flicked the tiny sphere with his index finger. The ball drifted out lazily, its trajectory as casual as willow catkins in a spring breeze, meeting the roaring golden beam heat-in. Then, there was neither explosion nor energy storm. The moment the green sphere touched the golden beam, a sudden bizarre transformation occurred. That tiny sphere seemed to come alive, as if a seal had been broken. It trembled violently, then expanded at a speed that defied all common sense. Ping-pong ball, fist, basketball, house. The expansion was too fast to follow. In an instant, it had become a colossal emerald orb hundreds of meters in diameter. The orb was as solid as a physical object, its surface flowing with complex ancient energy patterns, quiet, yet exuding a primeval aura. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, a golden beam capable of piercing stars, plunged headlong into this green sphere. Like a single drop of water merging into the ocean. The golden energy struggled and churned violently within the green sphere, trying to break through its seemingly gentle barrier, but it only stirred up ripples of green. Within the span of 2 or 3 breaths, the once blinding golden beam visibly dimmed and dissipated, completely devoured and assimilated by the boundless green. In the end, nothing remained. Silently, like a candle flame in a storm snuffed out with a gentle pinch. Sun Wukong stood frozen, his hands still posed in the aftermath of the blast. His pupils contracted sharply, his golden eyes for the first time filled with shock and a profound sense of powerlessness. He could clearly feel that his all-out Kamehameha had met not even an iota of resistance upon touching Broly's energy sphere. That beam, which had once pierced countless formidable foes, dissolved and disintegrated the instant it touched the sphere's surface, like snow meeting molten lava. It wasn't defeated, it was devoured by a more primal, more brutal force, leaving not a single trace behind. That emerald orb suspended in midair had swallowed an attack capable of destroying a planet, yet it didn't even ripple. It floated serenely, its surface shimmering with a liquid gem-like luster, as if the battle had been nothing but an illusion. The icy wind on the tundra parted around it, and even the snowflakes that drew near vaporized instantly. What? Sun Wukong's voice was hoarse, not sounding like his own. His throat felt clogged with ice, every word carrying a taste of blood. He looked down at his hands. The webbing between his fingers was torn from the strain, and the golden aura flickered unsteadily around his fingertips. Broly stood on an ice mound 100 meters away, his long hair swaying slowly in the residual energy waves. He looked at Sun Wukong. There was no victor's arrogance in his eyes, nor a warrior's fervor, only a kind of cruel tranquility, like stating a mundane truth: water flows, ice melts. In the brief silence, the dull groan of a glacier fracturing echoed across the ice field. Broly raised his right hand, fingers spread palm facing the sky. That colossal emerald orb began to contract. The 100 softmeter wide mass of energy was crumpled and compressed by an invisible hand, emitting a low hum. The tundra trembled. Fragments of ice rose from the ground, spinning and dancing around the orb. Dozens of meters, 10 meters, 3 meters. Finally, it shrank back to the size of a ping-pong ball, falling quietly into Broly's scarred palm. He clenched his fist, and the sphere shattered into countless emerald points of light, like fireflies swarming from a summer forest, painting a dreamy haze of light across the pale tundra. The specks of light drifted upward, winking out one by one as they touched the low-hanging clouds, as if they had never existed. Sun Wukong stood in the wind, his golden hair hanging limply. The Super Saiyan state was fading. The golden aura, like a dying campfire, retracted back into his body bit by bit.